Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors retreat to order on this Tuesday, February 25, 2025. Before we commence, I'll ask Christina to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo. Welcome, everyone. Today is February 25th, 2025, and today is the Board of Governors retreat. Kindly note this meeting is being recorded. To access the meeting agenda, please visit our website at www.cccco.edu and go to the About Us tab drop-down menu. Select Board of Governors, then Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agenda, and click on the blue Agenda hyperlink. Members of the public wishing to comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum may do so in person. In-person attendees can complete and submit a comment request card, which is available at the board liaison table. This meeting will not include remote participation by Board of Governors members. Accordingly, virtual comments will not be accepted during this meeting. Following each item, individuals will have the opportunity to address the board in the order in which they were received. As a reminder, closed caption is available. Click the CC icon at the bottom of the screen, labeled closed captions, to read live captioning. This concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. If you could please the roll.
Love Adu.
Present.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Present.
Adrian Brown.
Present.
Casey Chang.
Present.
Amy Costa.
Here.
Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Present.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Here.
Nan Gomez Heitzberg.
Present.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Harry Legrand.
Here.
Jennifer Perry.
Here.
Bill Rawlings.
Present.
Mary Salas. Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Joseph Williams.
Here.
Thank you. Quorum is established.
Thank you very much, Christina. It is at this time that I would like to request Member Perry lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Perry, the floor is yours.
One nation.
God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, everyone. We do not have a closed session today, so we're skipping right into item 3.1, and I'm going to pass it to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning.
I'll go ahead and take it. So let's invite President Andrew Jonas and board member, board president Aboud.
I can't hear him. Show captioning. Ah, this is so strange.
We can hear you, Karen, and yeah, we are working on the issue.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, just say thank you and welcome to Santa Barbara City College. We appreciate you choosing us to be your venue for your retreat. And if you need any food recommendations after your retreat, you can ask me. But one thing I'll note is if you use the bathrooms today, you'll see why we had to pass a facilities bond, the second in 50 years this last fall. And so we're excited to be building the next chapter of our college with that bond as well. So thank you.
Mhm.
Is it something on your
Thank
end?
you.
Right. Thank you very much to President Erica Androjonas for hosting the retreat and President Jonathan Aboud for being here as well. I'd very much like to say this is the first annual board retreat in Santa Barbara because we have to endure these circumstances, but it's just a board retreat, guys. We have this every year. I'm just so appreciative that everyone is here and getting together to have this discussion. Before we formally get started, I'd like to take a moment to remember John Stanskis. We are deeply saddened by the loss of John Stanskis, our Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs. John played a vital role in transfer, curriculum, and intersegmental work. His unwavering commitment to student success was remarkable, and we will honor his legacy by continuing his passionate work. I always enjoyed John's presentations to the Board of Governors on policy items and information reports.
I'm not getting.
Presentations were so clear and concise, but we will remember them because they had wit and humor. I particularly appreciated seeing John in person in September at the Board of Governors meeting, and he connected with us as much as he could. But I will also remember the times we met for coffee, even before COVID, talking about his work, but most importantly, his family. During this incredibly difficult time, we extend our heartfelt condolences to them, as well as his friends and colleagues. His positive impact on our colleges and students and on each of us will be remembered for years to come. Now let's move on to the retreat. The discussion today will inform the 2025 refresh of Vision 2030, a roadmap for the California community colleges. The format of the retreat will be a fireside chat, or rather an oceanside chat. This is the best we can do given we are in a Bagley Keene meeting and superimposing this oceanside or fireside chat format. Hopefully you can get the feel of it in your minds. We have 4 sessions. Session 1 will be big picture with Tom Epstein and Pam Haynes. Session 2 will be workforce and economic development with Joe Williams and Amy Costa. Session 3 will be learners and future learners with Jennifer Perry and me. And session 4 will be data and technology with Bill Rawlings and Adrian Brown. We do have experts from all around the country with us today. A special welcome to James Cavall, the former Undersecretary of the U.S. Department of Education in the Biden administration. Stuart Knox, Secretary of California Labor and Workforce Development Agency, and Dee Dee Myers, the Senior Advisor to Governor Newsom and the Director of the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, or GoBiz. We have Karen Silver, the CEO and founder of the Cantelis Group, and Peter Maharaj, the Associate Vice Chancellor of Technology at San Diego Community College District. And Samir Gadkari, the president of the Institute for the College Access and Success, or TICAS, and Sujin Jaz, CEO of California Competes. As far as you board members, you are expected to be very engaged at each session. At the end of each session, there will be about 10 minutes for potentially 2 to 3 questions from our fellow board members. And in addition, there is a web form that our Vice Chancellor Craig Hayward had created to provide your thoughts on each session. Staff will use this guide to the development of the next edition of Vision 2030. You should have a link to the web form and an email titled Retreat Takeaways Web Form. You should access the form after each session. Once in the form, indicate which session you are responding to, select your name from the drop-down menu, and then provide up to 5 key takeaways that you will have for that session. Once you have entered your information, press submit at the bottom of the form. And I'm glad that we can capture our feedback in real time in this way. Staff members are also taking notes to capture our discussion as well. And before we officially get started, let me see if our chancellor has anything she'd like to add.
Not really. I want us to jump into the retreat, but just a few thank yous to our staff members. And by the way, Trustee Jonathan Aboud, we went to La Quita last night and was a recommendation of member Jennifer Perry, and it was fantastic. So in terms of our staff members, I wanted to start by recognizing Deputy Chancellor Rowena Tamanang pulling this retreat together. And then for each session, session 1, we had Ginny May partnering with Gina Brown and David O'Brien. For session 2, we had Tony Cordova and his team for workforce. For session 3, we had Gina Brown taking the lead, working with Ginny. And in session 4, we had a large group, Craig Hayward taking the lead, working with John Hatz, Ernest Shee, and Chris Ferguson. So with that, by the way, I'm sending out the email with a web form. So you should be able to click. So if you don't have the email yet, it should be in your inbox in the next few minutes. Thank you, President Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Christian. Without further ado, let's hop into session 1. Opportunities for the California Community Colleges Vision 2030, the next few years. And I'll pass it to members Epstein and Haynes.
Sorry, just getting our logistics arranged. I guess we're going to be up here while James will be all by himself with the best background you'll ever have. So James, welcome. This session is kind of to set up all about how we can advance Vision 2030 in the next 5 years. We've got 5 years to finish it, and with this retreat is intended to try and figure out how we can improve the progress we've already made, and if there's any changes that need to be made, we can do that. And so we're delighted to have the top federal official for higher education in the previous administration join us today. James has an august background of working in the White House and Department of Education for all 8 years of the Obama administration, where he helped develop the college scorecard, worked to improve Pell Grants on accountability for for-profit colleges and free community college. And under President Biden, he was Undersecretary for the Department of Education, worked a little bit with our old Chancellor, Eloy Oakley. And he also has some California background. He served as the CEO of TICAS for 3.5 years, which is half in Oakland. He went to Stanford undergrad, so he's got a little California cred. Also a graduate of Harvard Law School, and I've always found him in my tenure on the board to be very accessible and candid. In fact, after he became undersecretary, he graciously agreed to visit with me in his office in Washington early 2023. And the thing I remember distinctly is that he indicated that they had a lot on their plate, and including revising FAFSA, among many other things. And he said that, it's going to be a struggle because we don't have enough staff, we don't have enough budget. Congress will never approve it. Well, that proved to be prophetic, unfortunately, and but it shows that that it was a challenge that he rose to, and eventually this was all worked out. But he identified early on that there was a problem, which is now, of course, only likely to get worse in the future. But we'll save that for him to discuss. So now I want to turn it over to Member Haynes for the first question.
So thank you so much for being here. I don't want you to feel that that seat is a hot seat. You're among friends and colleagues and allies. I have the first question. Please talk about the work you and the Department of Education advanced during the Biden-Harris administration, including support for financial aid, student loans, and FAFSA, and why this work is so important to you.
Thank you. Well, first, it's a real privilege to be here. So thank you for having me. And I have great respect for the importance of the work of the California community colleges, not just in California, but across the country as the biggest system of post-secondary education we have, and for the leadership of Chancellor Christian as well. So I'm honored to have the opportunity to share some of my thoughts. The Biden-Harris administration, I think, will be remembered first and foremost for its work on student debt. And while many people find loans to be a small price to pay for the education they received, it's also true that there are a lot of people who take out loans and then struggle to pay them. And in fact, prior to the payment pause in the pandemic, we had 1 million people a year defaulting on their student loans, with troubling racial disparities as well. The Biden administration worked very hard to get people the benefits that they were entitled to. And Congress had provided relief for people who were not getting the financial return from their education that would justify a loan for whatever reason, whether they went into public service, whether they encountered a disability, their college closed, or in some cases, their colleges defrauded them. And I know that was a problem here in California. And unfortunately, those safety net provisions were administered historically with indifference. And one of the things that we discovered at the department, that even if we knew someone was eligible for loan forgiveness, they had less than a 50-50 chance of making it through our bureaucracy. So we worked really hard to fix those programs. We identified 5 million people who are eligible for loan forgiveness, including 1 million public servants, and made permanent reforms to those programs that are going to continue to pay dividends. We also put in place some of the strongest accountability measures for for-profit that were offering students high debts and low incomes, or that were making promises they didn't keep. And we made big investments in Pell Grants, called for tuition-free community college. And although not all of those proposals were enacted, I think we have seen continued momentum across the country for higher public investments in higher education, for more programs to make it possible for students to go to college without debt. And I think that's a very exciting trend for all of us. I'll mention 2 other things briefly. One is Secretary Cardona really championed the idea that we need a new vision of excellence in higher education. And as lucky as we are to have world-renowned research universities and other highly selective institutions, we perhaps spend too much time focused on a relative handful of students attending those institutions. And we need to recognize that different colleges and universities have different missions, and that excellence for them does not mean turning away most students who apply, or building up resources to generate sparkling facilities, but instead offering opportunities for all students, no matter what their needs are, and helping them achieve their goals, whether that's a career or further education or whatever that may be. And the last is the FAFSA. Since Chancellor Epstein mentioned it, was a major endeavor. And this form has long been known as unnecessarily difficult, not just a hassle, but a real obstacle between students and the financial aid that they need. And the rollout was troubled. It was frustrating for families. It required a lot of extra work on college campuses and college advisors that no one wanted. The good news is that the form is now running well. And we actually have substantially more students enrolled, substantially more students getting financial aid this fall than were a year ago. So predictions of massive disruption in enrollment, fortunately, were avoided, in large part because of the extra work educators put in around the country. And in fact, we now are having some challenges funding the Pell Grant, which is the kind of problem we'd like to have. So, that is something that I hope the future leadership of the department will understand the importance of continuing to invest in running that program smoothly.
Well, thank you, James. And that really was a great success in the end. And appreciate your comments about the overemphasis on what Eloy likes to call the restrictive colleges rather than the colleges that are serving the vast majority of Americans. Next question is just about Vision 2030. You've had a chance to look at it. Wondering what your thoughts are about, are we headed in the right direction? Any ideas you have that you think would be helpful in this achieving our goals or maybe creating some new goals?
Yeah, I appreciate this document a lot, and I've seen a lot of similar strategic plans, and I would really commend this document. It's not a document that talks about getting a little better at what you're already doing. It's not a document that reads like it's a compromise amongst political pressures. It reads like a lot of thoughtful work was done to think about where California is going to be in the year 2030 and how colleges need to change in order to serve that. So I really commend the document for being, I think, a really exciting and interesting read. I think it also illustrates, despite the sense that higher education has never been more controversial, there really is a lot of common ground on the work that we want our colleges to do. And I think the vast majority of us across the political spectrum are looking for institutions that are open to everyone in their community, that to meet financial barriers, academic barriers, language barriers, and is going to deliver them to the skills and the credentials that will give them the career that they're seeking. And I think there's a widespread consensus in this country that that's what we need to work toward. And we need to do it with an eye toward using our colleges as engines of economic development and engines of prosperity. So accomplishing these goals by looking at, climate adaptation, clean energy, and the other needs that we're having here that are emerging, I think there's real potential for the California community colleges to impact the national conversation around higher education and demonstrate the potential that higher education has and why we believe so deeply in colleges and universities. I also think it's, I want to call out particularly the focus on BAs in Vision 2030. And, we've seen, fortunately, a little bit of a weakening in support for four-year degrees from people across the logical spectrum as well. And, it's my view that BAs are not for everyone, but they are an important part of upward mobility for students. They offer enduring skills, human skills that are likely to be needed in the face of technological change. They confer great economic benefits and often have transformational impacts on an intergenerational basis. And so to embrace that part of the mission, as well as making sure that people have opportunities to get credentials for jobs that require associate degrees or certificates, I think that's a really important part of the vision as well.
So I have the next question, and your answer just is right into this next question. So as you know, the California Community Colleges Board of Governors has made transfer to our UCs, CSUs, and independent colleges and universities a top priority. We have also made the baccalaureate attainment a priority, as well And so much so that we now have 40 baccalaureate programs across our system and are continuing to expand these programs across our system. We are also preparing our students to compete not just in the state and national marketplace, but also in the global international marketplace. So cultural and educational competencies, as well as engagement and exchanges will be key. So what are some of the opportunities you see in these areas?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think as a country, we have a lot of work to do to make the transfer pathway work. And, it was the original vision for community colleges as laid out in the Truman Commission. But it has been a challenge to get the separate institutions in our system to work together in a way to make that process real. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the statistics about how challenging many students find it to reach their ambitions. I think it's a great time for us to be working on these challenges in the face of restriction on admissions policies that are changing student body characteristics, in the face of demographic trends that have made four-year colleges and universities more interested in new sources of students. I think they are starting to understand the importance of their role in the transfer pipeline. That means hopefully making the process a lot clearer to students as to what their options are, and reducing the number of credits that do not transfer or do not transfer within major or whatever the full credit would be. I think one really important strategy is to use data, and I know California has embraced data. And one thing I have found compelling is when you sit down with the figures showing that transfer students tend to succeed in upper division courses at rates similar to native students. That is very compelling. And it is difficult to come up with rationales around culture or other reasons to not accept the credit when you see the students are succeeding. So I think data has a way of sort of breaking through people's first instincts and being very productive. And of course, data can be a very helpful guide to students as well when they are understanding what their options are. I also appreciate your commentary about the international dimensions of education. And it's always been a core strength of our country, in my opinion, that we welcome people from all over the world. We have familial and cultural attachments to countries all around the world. And that's a critical advantage for the United States as the world grows more connected and interdependent. And I think for our educational system to embrace that and further that is really important.
Thank you.
So James, as you mentioned about the people looking more to college to gain workforce skills that they can translate into successful careers, our colleges are very focused on that. We want to help our students upskill, meet industry standards, and enter apprenticeship pathways. We're trying very hard. The governor is very involved in trying to improve the number of apprenticeships and greatly expand them. And we also have taken the lead on credit for prior learning, helping with veterans and justice involved individuals, as well as other working learners. So at the national level, what's happening in that workforce area, and how can we engage successfully with the federal agencies?
Yeah, well, the outlook, there's a lot of turmoil happening right now federally. And, there are proposals to eliminate the Department of Education entirely, to make deep cuts in student aid. I think it's a little difficult to see in the short term how that will play out. I do think that there are, constructive voices in both parties that believe deeply in the importance of career relevant education in apprenticeships, exposing students to some kind of work experience is really a key to stronger outcomes. I think it motivates students. It helps them understand why their coursework is relevant. And it helps bring schools and employers closer together. So that is really a critical aspect of it. I think there's growing support for shorter term credentials, and there's bipartisan interest in funding academic programs that are shorter than a traditional semester. There's some discussions there around quality safeguards that that have been a bit of a sticking point. And I think there will be continued pressure on colleges and universities to better articulate and demonstrate the skills that they are leaving students with. And in this era of economic change that seems to only be accelerating, there's going to be, I think, even more of a conviction that continuing education is critical for people to have the kinds of lives that they want. But there's also going to be a need for us to talk about what are those enduring human skills that will be in demand in the face of economic change. And can we demonstrate that they're not just a byproduct of a college education, but they are something that we intentionally teach and we assess. And so that's an area that I think will need continued focus from all of us, is how do we make sure that we are working with employers to define what it means to have listening skills or teamwork skills or empathy, and make sure that we're thoughtful in teaching our students to fulfill the job roles that employers need.
I certainly agree with you. Empathy seems to be in short supply these days in some areas of the world. So that's very important to remember.
So I have the next question. I understand that when you were undersecretary, you brought the higher education leaders to talk about the role of higher ed in shaping the future of AI and generative AI. Can you share, how do you see this playing out in the future? I could add, the future is kind of almost our present now. So you can respond in both of those terms. It would be great to hear that.
Yeah, Chancellor Christian was nice enough to be a part of some of these conversations that the White House convened on AI and higher education. And, it seems clear that the job market is evolving very rapidly already. Somehow there's a sense to that change is just around the corner. But if you think at how the job market has already changed over the last 10 or 20 or 30 years, it's been quite dramatic. And the signs are that change is only going to continue to accelerate. And I think the likelihood is that AI is going to change both what we teach and how we teach it. And we need to be, no one knows, of course, what the pace of the change will be, or ultimately what the capabilities of these AI models are going to be, and when they'll be there. But it could happen quite quickly. And so it's important for us to really be ahead of that and think about, how do we ensure that what we are leaving our students with are skills that are going to be valuable, not just for 3 or 5 years, but for 30 years. Are there ways that college needs to change when answers are available on demand? What types of skills are needed if the technical knowledge can be provided to a worker, when it's needed? How do we fully take advantage of those technologies to tailor them to different students' learning needs? How do we make sure that all students are given access to the full potential of interactive software? How do we, as institutions and employers, think about the ways that we could use that technology to manage our own costs sustainably and make the projects more affordable? So those are some really big questions. And I know the California community colleges have launched a number of initiatives. They're expanding opportunities to teach students how to use AI effectively. I think that's really important. And, this is an area where, we're really going to have to think creatively and ambitiously as the developers of AI are, because there's going to be, extremely significant effects on labor markets and on educational systems, I believe.
Just a comment. I think you're absolutely right. But our country has been at the forefront when the modernization of manufacturing, where it was just in time, and we've been able to move through that. We've been able to move through the technology in the 1960s of moving from a typewriter to a computer. So we have the ability as a country to do that. And I think that we should be prepared to do this as well, especially in our educational institutions. So thank you for that response.
Okay, well, I get to ask the question everybody's been waiting for. It's there appears to be a new sheriff in town in your old stomping grounds, and there's a lot of changes being proposed and occurring already. So what should community colleges and the education community at large in California be doing as a result of these proposed and active changes that are occurring back in Washington?
Yeah, it's a challenging time, and from Washington, those changes seem all-consuming. And you have a administration now that has proposed eliminating the Department of Education entirely. They don't have the votes in Congress to do that. So without the votes, they are making a series of wholesale changes that they do have authority to make. They have already laid off, for example, more than 10% of the staff that administers the student aid programs. And the rumors are that one or more additional rounds of firings may be coming. They have canceled grants and contracts overnight, not through the regular process of proposing budget changes and working through them with Congress, but instead, literally, over the course of a weekend, eliminating people's jobs. They have accessed a number of operational databases that include individual student data. And, the stated purpose is to search for waste and fraud, but it is not clear why they need access to these actual operational databases in order to search for waste or fraud. So there's a lot of concern about what's happening there day by day. In addition, you have a proposal on the Hill for reconciliation, which is a party line budget bill where they're proposing, the House has asked the Education Committee for $330 billion in budget cuts. Those wouldn't be entirely education, but I would expect the vast majority of those to be education. So it's a very challenging time. And of course, there's the additional enforcement around diversity, equity, and inclusion, where it's unclear whether those orders are intended to stop, Black Studies programs or observance of Black History Month or meetings of the Society of Black Engineers. What activities are implicated by those orders are very unclear right now. So it's a very challenging time. I think what is important for those of us who disagree with these actions is to make sure we are being clear about how this is affecting students and families on the ground. And making sure those stories are being told. And we live in an age of information bubbles. So I think we need to be especially thoughtful about not talking just to each other or to the means of communication that reach like-minded people, but thinking about how do we make an effort to reach outside of our normal communities and form new relationships, even if not strictly political. And, you know, there are, you know, we have a system of checks and balances. And some of the activities that the new administration are doing do seem like they would invite course correction from the courts or from Congress. But that system of checks and balances does rely on transparency, and it relies on, you know, our democratic system. So we need to make sure that people understand what's happening, and they understand, you know, to the extent that we disagree with it, that why we believe it is so harmful.
Just real briefly, $300 billion in cuts. How would that impact California education or US education generally?
It appears that most of the cuts are going to be directed at the student loan programs. So most of those cuts would make student loans more expensive. And the proposals that have attracted Republican support in the past have tended to be focused either on income-driven repayment, which cuts payments for people who have low incomes and high debts, or on particular safety net programs such as students attending closed schools or students who were cheated by for-profit colleges. So those are some of the areas that, you know, that I'm most concerned about.
So we have a whole, we're going to allow our colleagues to ask questions, but before we do, can we just recognize James Carville for Caval for coming? Thank you.
James Carver.
Okay, so now it's time that has been left for our board members to ask questions. All right, our vice president has a question.
Thanks for joining us. In light of the potential cuts to the Department of Ed, Department of Education naturally plays a coordinating and convening role for all of our states. In light of the potential cuts and reduction in force at the Department of Ed, what are some strategies maybe that we might be able to use to connect and make sure that the communication between our states and the coordination continues even without the robust support from the Department of Education?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. You know, again, there's not complete transparency to what's happening there, but one suggestion has been that they're seeking to eliminate any of the department's activities that are not statutorily required. So some of the information sharing and convening that you suggested have great value to the field, but are not, you know, may not be specifically required by language and statute. So I do think it is valuable for states to think about how they can set up their own networks to share information. I think it would make a lot of sense for California to be a leader in that, if only because of your size. And, you know, if there are ways for me to be helpful in thinking about how to serve that goal, I'd be glad to do that.
Other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Not so much a question as a thank you, as you were talking about elevating that we're creating citizens, not just workers. I think it's sometimes hard to hold on to that when we're facing sort of this push toward a utilitarian education, because we feel that drive there. So I really appreciate you elevating that and thinking about the ways that we need to continue to uphold that an education is part of creating a human being and humanity. And not lose sight of that as we are rushing to track everyone into well-paying jobs, which is obviously a goal, but just thank you for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think we somehow have allowed ourselves to accept the idea that college is primarily about the economic benefit for the student and they should take out loans to pay for it. And we're now seeing that's a really very limited and cramped view of the goals of higher education, and we're paying a price for it.
Other questions? Mr. De La Fuente?
Thank you for your comments and your wisdom. My question is, what are the issues that all sides agree on? That we know for sure that both sides is not contentious, that we can still drive further?
I see, especially outside of Washington, I see a lot of agreement that we should have strong public colleges and universities that serve students in their communities, all students in their communities, that offer a reliable path to graduation and that provide credentials that lead to careers. And I also see a lot of agreements around the steps that are needed to accomplish that goals. We need to build welcoming cultures on campus so that all students feel a sense of belonging. We need to use data to find out where students are going off track and incrementally improve. And we need to remember, most of all, that students can succeed. Our job is not to weed out students who are not college material or have gatekeeper courses. Our job is to take ownership over student success and recognize that with the right support, students can succeed. And, I see that approach in Florida and Texas as much as I do in California and Illinois and New York. They may call it workforce development instead of equity. But I think there is a real common ground about the direction our system is going. And in fact, we are making progress. We are making progress.
Thank you.
Felicia?
Thanks. Thank you so much. And thanks, James, for being here. It's great to see you. I hadn't seen you in a while, but I knew you all were doing great work at the Department of Education to try to expand opportunities for all of our students. And it's good to just hear more about what you were doing and understand the things that are top of mind for you. As you know, I've worked in the immigration space for many years, now decades. But I'm just curious, we have to think about our student body, and there are a lot of immigrant students on our campuses, children of immigrants, people in mixed status families. We have folks that are documented or have DACA, people who don't have DACA but are dreamers, right, as we call them, folks that are refugees, trying to learn English, trying to get skills to move up the economic ladder. I'm curious, if you have thoughts about what we can be doing to protect students, if what you're hearing from, you talk to lots of folks in the higher education community. I'm curious what you're hearing and networks we might want to tap into. When we were in DC a couple of weeks ago, we did talk to some organizations that are, focused on kind of on the undocumented student and immigrant student experience, but wondering if there are things that you think we should be thinking about and exposure that may, that folks might want to tap into. Like, I think about the databases that they're trying to get access to. I don't think the FAFSA doesn't ask about parent status, which I think is good. But, I'm just curious what you're thinking about in terms of the climate right now and what the tools that we should be deploying to our colleges.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to see you again. Appreciate it. Reconnecting at dinner. I think we need to make sure we are giving students and families the best information that we have. And of course, the FAFSA requests in many cases, students' parents' address and social security number as well. And in some cases, requests additional identity verification documents. In some cases, that information may be available to the federal government from other sources as well. And the department has laws and rules against using that information for purposes outside of student aid administration, including immigration enforcement. You know, whether those laws and practices could change. You know, it's impossible to say what future policymakers might do. So I think we need to, you know, to do our best to inform families about what the situation is, unfortunately.
And I think we have a question from Syrian and then Felicia. Then Adrian, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Board Member Haynes. Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary, for being here with us today, and grateful for your comments and your insights. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit more on our role as a system internationally. I think there's potential there as we sort of rethink of our mission. Obviously, we are here in California, and we recognize that even our students are very diverse internationally as well. And I was wondering if you can speak to sort of the global competencies that you believe that are important for our students to learn in the 21st century. I don't have to tell you, we're in California, the 5th largest economy in the world. A lot of the challenges that we face locally are now global. And I think we as a system have really tremendous opportunities here to teach our students how to compete in this global world that we live in, the global marketplace. I think these transnational challenges that I mentioned can extend from climate action, which is an initiative that we have that's already built into Vision 2030. There's something to also be said about preserving democratic institutions and values. We know, despite the political challenges that we have, California leads. And where we go, oftentimes the country will follow us. So with that said, maybe if you could enlighten us with sort of your ideas of what we can do to extend our sphere of influence beyond California, as well as, you know, elevating our students and the knowledge of our students and our faculty, and really the power of our system to be a player in this space in the 21st century. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it historically has been an important role of higher education to help countries strengthen ties across the international community. And that's been historically an important goal that countries have in investing in building universities. So I think that welcoming students and faculty from other countries makes an important contribution to enriching our campus cultures. I think that having fields of study that help students understand the diversity of human experience and foreign cultures as well as languages. I think that study abroad experiences can have you know, life transformational effects on people's lives, as they might inspire people to go down a wholly different road than one they had considered previously. And you know, I think participating in international research collaboratives and other faculty development tools is really an important tool as well. So you know, I think that we're fortunate in the United States to have a system of higher education that people from all around the world want to be a part of. And we should use that to our advantage to strengthen our ties.
Thank you.
We have a question from Harry. You did, right? Thanks.
And thank you for being here. Just a comment and a question. So, you mentioned data, and I think data is really important, but I also want to just kind of footnote that data is actually people. And a lot of times we use numbers to explain stuff, but we got to put a real face behind the information that we're providing. So my question to you is, how can the three systems of higher education here in California be helpful in advancing, our roles and our goals going forward, given the role of this new administration? I know it seems to me there seems to be confusion between running a government and running a business, and we would be called university. We'd probably be called United States of Business if that's what we were about. And I'm trying to understand how industry leaders who may be more in line with kind of our educational priorities can be helpful in helping combat some of the resistance that we're seeing.
I think that's a great idea, and I think for business leaders to talk about the experiences they've had with the educational system, the experience their employees have had, and why it's important, I think is an important contribution to make. I think it's really important the quality of execution that happens here by the California government. There is there's a line of thinking on the right that blue cities and blue states can't govern themselves, and things are too expensive and outcomes are too poor in blue states. And so I think the work you're doing to offer students from all backgrounds affordable credentials and good jobs is really the best rebuttal to that. And I think having those proof points that investing in public education pays off is a real critical contribution to make to the country.
Casey, I think you had a question. Adrian, you have a question.
Okay, so before I ask my question, I want to give you a little bit of background on my perspective on all these topics. So I just happen to have both been a student and an employee in all three of our public systems in California.
How is that possible?
I was a community college student, and then I transferred to a UC, and then I got my master's degree at a Cal State. While I was at the UC, I did study abroad. Interesting thing about their study abroad program is it's systemic. It's not every college on their own doing whatever they want. They have a statewide study abroad program that all of the different college students can apply to. So when I went to study abroad in Spain, we were 40 students from all over California, and only 1 or 2 were from my actual college. At the Cal State and at the community college system, the study abroad programs are completely fragmented. And then I also happened to work at Los Angeles Harbor College, and that is where we actually had our first study abroad program at a California community college, which no longer exists. So, and a little bit more background before I get to my question. I was chatting with one of the chefs at the restaurant last night, who happens to be a Santa Barbara City College extension student. And I'm thinking about our Vision 2030 as we're talking, because this person got brought in from an international place to work here, has a bachelor's degree from elsewhere, which we don't recognize, has a master's degree from elsewhere, which we don't recognize, and is taking English classes and is taking a GED classes just to get familiar with the USA and living here, right? So our students are international. I think about at Harbor College, one of our most popular programs is nursing. So even for our students that aren't on the baccalaureate attainment route, their jobs everything's international now, right? Travel nursing. I'm near the port, so there's supply chain. Everything's just so interconnected that it's now just so evident to me, this global engagement piece that Sarian was bringing up is so critical. So I'm thinking about all these different pieces. And then as an employee, thinking about the systemic things that are in place, because when something happens like Harbor's the first college to send off students on a program, but whoever was started that program and running it, they were a bright star. And when they retired, that star energy just fizzled right on out and the program went away. So we have that with a lot of different things that we do, where someone pushes forward and makes something amazing happen for students, and then we lose it when that individual is gone. So I'm concerned about that. And then I'm also thinking about when I worked at a CSU, one of the first things that the dean that I worked under, just for one of the departments, he told me, I'm going to Uzbekistan next week because we want to build relationships. These are not the kinds of things that California Community College deans are doing, or presidents, or even our leadership in the state chancellor's office. So I'm thinking about this from a systems perspective, having seen how effective it is when it is organized at a systems level. What can we do to make sure that these things that we're doing are not bright stars here and there that fizzle, but that we're actually making systemic and sustainable change within our vision to really meet the moment where we are in time, that we're so globally interconnected. So if you could share some ideas, since I know you're a big thinker who's done big things. So if you could share some ideas about what we can do at that level, that would be helpful. Thank you.
That's a big buildup.
No pressure.
I mean, I think obviously this is a common problem. How do you, when someone is doing something great, how do you not only sustain it, but expand it? And, I think my advice for you would be two things. And one is to look at budgeting and make sure the resources are aligned behind those great things, so that you're not taking money from somewhere else to try and keep this going, but you actually have that sustainability built in. And then, the second and probably more important thing is culture. And what do people think the mission of their institution is? What do people think their job is? And if they think their goal is to do that great thing, they will take the money from somewhere else. They will find a way to do it. They will find a way to keep that going. So, I think culture is the hardest thing to build. It's often overlooked by policymakers, but it is, I think, the single most important piece of ensuring our students get the support we want them to have.
Sorry, Casey and then Amy.
And then we'll take a break because we have to move to session 2. But Casey, Amy, any other board members that want to answer, just so they could put you in the queue? All right, 4 more people. Make it quick.
Thank you for your presentation. As a community college student, we met last night over dinner. I was curious specifically about, you mentioned internships and bringing practical implications of courses into the classroom and bridging those, because I think sometimes in a class as a student, you get these theoretical concepts that are just kind of hard to wrap your head around. And once you get that practical application, that internship, that first job or something, it feels more tangible and something like, oh, I could do this. I was wondering if there was any examples that the community colleges could better model off their internships and like practical applications back into the classroom, if you had any insight towards that.
Yeah, it's a great question. I enjoyed our conversation last night too, and I was glad to hear your transfer experience went pretty smoothly so far. So congratulations on that. I do think internships are a really critical part of the educational experience. And, First Lady Biden called for every high school student to have supervised work experience as a way of helping them chart their course forward. I think that's a good goal. I don't think it ends with 18-year-olds. I think we want young people to have the opportunity to explore their interests in a professional context as well as an educational one. One underutilized way to do that is the federal work study program, which unfortunately often goes to pay for jobs in the cafeteria of the library, but is really a great opportunity to give people a paid job in an area that is relevant to their academic or career interests, and one that makes those kinds of internships available to students who may not be able to work for free for a prolonged period of time. So I think that's a really promising avenue.
So it's on. Okay. All right. So Amy and then Joseph.
Thanks for being with us. I guess mine is more of a political philosophy question. There's been a lot of postmortem after the election about kind of the divide in the country between elitism and kind of the academic mindset and those who maybe have lost kind of their economic trajectory and the manufacturing sector, et cetera. So when we talk about credit for prior learning or kind of these novel models that we need to do, how do we ensure that we're not further stratifying our country? Because academia, candidly, can be kind of elitist sometimes. And how do we make sure that we're not creating a less than degree?
Yeah, it's a great question. I appreciate it because I think we do, as much as we may disagree with some of the critiques of higher education, they clearly resonate with some. And I think it's important for us to listen carefully and look for the grain of truth in what our critics say about us. And that includes, serving communities who may not feel much of a relationship with our higher education systems. There may be, rural communities, for example, that see their tax dollars and their young people go off to college and be unclear about what their community is getting back. That has become, I think, a very urgent agenda item for all of us who care about higher education. So I'm not sure I have a tangible answer to your question, but I think it's a very good question and one we need to be paying a lot of attention to.
Joseph.
Yeah. First, thank you for being here. I wasn't going to ask a question, but I think it was Adrian's comments made me think about our conversation last night. So I was a community college student as well, former student trustee. And I had a chance to go to Kerala, India for 5 weeks with Rotary. So just thinking about service learning and I'm thinking about emerging opportunities for our students or emerging markets where our students could get work experience. So while I was in India, there was really no system for me to reconnect and really connect to some of the business opportunities that were going on there. I mean, when you think about how strong the dollar was during the time when I was there was no real system for me as a business student to learn how to do business in India. I've also had a chance to go to other areas. We've done some exchange with Ghana, and we still don't have a system for our students to be able to connect and take advantage of some of the business opportunities that are in some of these other countries. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on ways the chancellor's office could pilot sister city type models and do that business exchange component for students and help them with, similar to the subject about federal work study, like why can't they go and actual practice the things that they're learning in the classroom in some of these other countries, and just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I mean, I think it's a great idea. I think it's worth exploring. I'm not aware of other institutions that have programs like that at scale. But I think that's a great opportunity for the California community colleges.
Kim, I think Love has a question, then she'll be the last one.
Love.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for being here, Mr. Undersecretary. Just to jump straight into it, first, how do you recommend that we as the California Community College system navigate abiding by federal policy with the new administration in office, especially with the anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion push, while also maintaining inclusive values in Vision 2030? And additionally, similar to what Board Member De La Fuente and Vicencio mentioned, do you think there's a middle ground here, or should California and the CCC system maintain our global inclusive values in opposition of what's being pushed from the White House? And how do you think that will play into how California, one, receives federal funding, and two, influences the resources available to California community college students, if at all? Thank you.
Well, that was a mouthful.
Mr. Cavallo, you have 4 seconds to just.
We're not going to make your exit easy, obviously.
Sorry.
Well, here's what I would say is there's a lot to play out here at the federal level. And, you know, the Department of Education issued a sweeping letter on how it was interpreting issues around consideration of race in a whole variety of educational contexts. To me, my personal opinion, that letter did not appear consistent with what I understand to be the state of the law, including the Supreme Court decision on college admissions. The Department of Education cannot change those laws by a guidance letter. A guidance letter is intended to restate and clarify the law. It cannot change the law. There also has already been the start to some successful litigation challenging that letter and the DEI policies more broadly. So I know there are one or more operative court injunctions. So I think it is really important that we keep in perspective what is happening and what is not happening, because it would be a mistake to get intimidated and to do things that are not required by law, and that would be very harmful to the students that we serve. So I'm not going to give you legal advice, but you know, I think it is there's a intentional effort here to create a kind of a stampede or some intimidation. I have seen some colleges and universities do things that I would consider to be overreactions. And I think it is especially important in this moment to remain calm and be steady and thoughtful about how we're responding.
With that, we're going to end this wonderful discussion. And again, thank James Caval for being here today.
Thank you very much to Member Haynes and to Member Epstein. It is so refreshing to see everyone just jump into the conversation. I could see all the wheels turning, which is exactly what I hope we can sustain for the rest of this meeting. A few items of housekeeping before we jump into session 3. And thank you very much, Sujin and Samir, for being ready to pivot to session 3. We're doing session 3 before session 2. So thank you for being prepared. Few items of housekeeping. Number 1, let's make sure to speak loudly into the microphone. There's a lot of maybe just all the voices in my head are speaking very loudly today. So please make sure you are, all the squirrels fighting, that you are speaking clearly into the microphone, please. The second issue is for Christina. Christina, if you could make sure the record reflects that Member De La Fuente is here, that would be excellent. I know we already knew that because he asked a question. But third, let's all just take a moment to hop on our computers and see if we can access the form. One of the things that we discovered was that you can actually do a draft of the form and go back and edit it even after the meeting to make sure that it accurately captures your feelings. So Vice Chancellor Hayward, if you want to come up and say any comments about going back and editing or any other things that we should know about editing the form, I think that would be really helpful.
So shout out to Board Member Legrand for being the first member to submit your top takeaways for session 1. Well done. We have, I think,
Overachiever.
five submitted. So it seems to be going well. And we can submit one of these for each of the sessions. So just revisit the same form, click the radio button that indicates which session you're providing your takeaways for. And then when you're finished filling that form out, be sure to hit the submit button at the bottom.
So how do you go back and edit your draft? Can you do that or no?
I'm not sure that
Okay.
you just resubmit. You revisit it and submit again.
Okay. Or you sign in.
I see your test in there.
Oh, yes, I tested.
Yeah, it's set up, essentially it's anonymous, so it won't re-recognize you when you come back, so you can revisit it as many times as you need.
Okay, so Vice Chancellor Hayward will be here. If anybody has any questions about the form, please flag him down. But I think this is a great opportunity for us to track our comments in real time. So with that, let's move on to session 3, just to keep you on your toes and keep it fresh. And then afterwards, we'll move on to session 2. So we welcome Sujin and Samir to the podium.
Great.
We'll give Sujin a minute to catch up. Everyone, let's take a 5-minute break. Please get a cup of coffee, stretch a little bit, do your form. We'll reconvene it at 10:25.
Alrighty. Dedicated. I wonder, are they gonna keep the international?
Excellent. All right, go sit down. I'm gonna start.
You're the whatever.
Go sit down. We're gonna start. No.
Upended my sense of order and I tell you. Yeah.
All right, thanks everyone for leaning in. We're going to start session 3. Session 3 is about learners and future learners, Vision 2030 California students. And for this session, Member Perry and I are going to have the pleasure of speaking with Samir Gadkari, the president and CEO of TICAS, and Sujin Jaz, the president of California Competes. Samir Gadkari has been the president and CEO of TICAS since 2021. And in that role, he has led TICAS's efforts across the country to increase college affordability, to protect students and taxpayers from fraud, waste, and abuse, to protect students from injurious student debt, and to restore economic and racial equity to our higher education system. And under Samir's leadership, TICAS launched its new strategic plan, TICAS Onward. Samir, don't be afraid. I'm not going to read your entire very long bio, but the part that interested me was the fact that you have testified twice before the House Education and Workforce Committee. So hopefully the discussion before our board today is easy peasy for you. Sujin, as the CEO of California Competes, Sujin has led the organization's work to develop nonpartisan and financially pragmatic recommendations for improved higher education and workforce policies and practices across California. She's an accomplished researcher who has been widely published in leading academic journals and provides guidance to California's higher education institutions and leadership through applied research. Sujin presents across the country and internationally on key issues in higher education and systems change, including economic and workforce development, college readiness and success, student college choice and decision-making, and institutional effectiveness. And with that, I will pass it to Member Perry.
Good morning to both of you, and thank you for being here. To continuing the easy peasy theme that our president introduced, the first question, and Sujin, I'll start with you, is what is your why? Can you talk a little bit about the organization's vision for the future, and why you do this work? What gets you up in the morning?
I'll kick off a little bit about who California Competes is, a little bit and more in depth. We really feel like our state's, the higher education system of our state is both a vaccine and an antidote to social stratification, against economic stagnation. And it's really important for our state as a whole, for the individuals and our communities. And we know that long-term economic growth for our state depends on shared prosperity. So we leverage research, rigorous research, and use that research to advise key decision makers like yourselves, our state legislature, institutional leaders, deans, et cetera. And with regard to my personal why, this work is deeply personal to me. I came to California when I was about 2 months old. My mom was an immigrant, didn't speak much English when she came to our state. And through my parents' experience, my experience really shapes the work of California Competes, whether it's not being able to access public benefit programs because we didn't know they existed, or because the process was so complicated. I had access to the GI Bill when I went to college. My brother did not, and that was a game changer for my ability to pursue higher education. My dad was a military veteran, spent 20 years in the Air Force, and when he went to our local community college to enroll after he retired, was not able to get credit for any of his work, and he was an airplane mechanic, a highly skilled job, and so he instead went on to be a letter carrier instead of using the skills that he had developed for 20 years in the military, which was obviously a waste for our society, but also a very difference in the life that my brother and I would have had. And my experience before taking the helm at California Competes, I was a professor at Sacramento State, and in that role, led a number of studies around the community colleges and major statewide initiatives that you're rolling out. So thought a lot about sort of what students are experiencing, and went to a community college, went to Solano College as a student myself before completing my post-secondary credential.
Thank you. Thank you for the antidote and the vaccine. I like that comparison and pointing out how important credit for prior learning is. Samir, same questions. Tell us the who, what, when, why of you and the work that you do.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for having me. And I'm excited to be here because I've long believed that community colleges are the key to creating opportunity. And in my family, my mom was a faculty member at the local community college teaching physics. I myself, a couple jobs ago, was an administrator at the City Colleges of Chicago, a community college system in which I led adult education with a focus on helping GED graduates and English language learners get their first college credential. TICAS seeks greater opportunity through our higher education system, and the place where that opportunity can best be created is the community college system. We know that there is great work ongoing to create greater college affordability and accessibility in our system, to increase success, to protect the promise that higher education holds by creating opportunity at the community colleges and by teaching students about the benefits that are available to them. I am excited about the work that TICAS does with you and with leaders across the state and at the federal level to protect that opportunity and to expand it.
Thank you very much. I have the pleasure of asking Samir the next question. TICAS is dedicated to addressing pressing policy challenges and transforming the higher education landscape to better serve all learners. With California's community colleges educating over 2 million students across certificate, associate, and baccalaureate programs, pending federal policy changes could significantly impact their ability to support current and future learners. Beyond funding, what additional policy measures are needed at the state and federal levels to create the conditions for these institutions to thrive? How can California proactively prepare for these changes to ensure equitable access, student success, and workforce alignment in its community college system? Easy peasy, please.
Well, I'll add to some of James's remarks earlier, but before I talk about the federal challenges, I just want to commend Chancellor Christian and the Board of Governors for Vision 2030 and the commitment it makes to increasing opportunity across the state and recognizing that opportunity is not a zero-sum game, but that we can create opportunity for all student populations across the state. At the federal level, unfortunately, between the efforts to diminish the Department of Education, the fiscal year 26 Pell shortfall, some of the cuts that are contemplated through the reconciliation bill that James mentioned, and the Dear Colleague letter that attempts or certainly seeks to curtail DEI efforts. There is no shortage of challenges that the federal level is creating, no shortage of headwinds for Vision 2030 coming from the federal level. And it's important to note that state policymakers cannot fully fill the gap that would be left by some of these challenges at the federal level. That said, there is crucial work in California to help the students with the greatest financial need meet more of the costs of college and to tie together streams at the California level. I think that there are steps that the state can take, whether it's increasing FAFSA CADA completion rates to make sure that students are getting help with their non-tuition expenses, whether it's addressing some of the student success completion grant threshold effects, whether it's better tying together basic needs programs to support students that would help address the needs of many learners across the system. And there are ways that the system can modernize its delivery of financial aid to better support adult learners. For example, making it easier to reestablish GPA for adult learners. So, there's a bunch of work that the state can do in general to support the diverse learners that it has. I think it's also important for the state to continue in a challenging environment to stand up for its values and supporting student populations that might be at peril of losing access or feeling less of a sense of belonging in the California community college system. So I know we'll talk more about all of those threads, but those are some of the first few things that come to mind.
Thank you very much. I have the pleasure of asking Sujan the next question. We know that there are 6.8 million Californians aged 25 to 54 who lack a college degree, many from historically underserved populations such as veterans, justice-involved individuals, foster youth, low-income adults, and student parents. What targeted strategies can the California community colleges adopt to effectively reach and support these learners, ensuring no one is left behind? And building on the mission and work at California Competes, how can the community colleges leverage the goals of Vision 2030 to modernize community colleges education to drive economic strength and equitable opportunity for these 6.8 million students?
So I really appreciate and love this question because I think so much of higher ed and the general population is still really stuck on a college student who is the minority, the one that's going to college football games on Saturday, who's living in the dorms, who's rushing a fraternity or sorority, and they get stuck on that picture and think that higher ed isn't for them. And in fact, on my lift on the way to Santa Barbara City College this morning, I asked the driver if he knew the campus, and he said, sure. And I asked, oh, are you a student or did you go there? And he said, oh, no, I'm too old, I'm 40. And so that was a reminder around how folks even see our community colleges as being for a very different student than the students that are being served, and that frankly should be served. And one thing I'd like to point out is who is today's student in California. And when we look at sort of who is today's student, it's a woman. They start college 2 years after finishing high school. They earn about $33,000, their household income. They attend an open access institution like the community colleges. They work 20 hours a week, and they live 10 miles from where they go to college, which is very different than the narrative around who goes to college and what that student looks like. So in thinking about how do we better serve that student, I think it's really important that we challenge ourselves around the higher ed structure that we have today, that we've built, which is based off of, you know, a ruling, like educating the ruling class versus educating the universe, a universal educational system. And so some things that we think about are the connection to careers. So most people that go to college today are going because they want a better employment outcome. So how do we make that pathway clear to folks? And in fact, my driver on the lift today said, I don't really know what I would want to study, so I don't think I would want to go to college yet. So how do we let people know that, well, the college can help you make that decision around what is that pathway for you to get that better job? You don't have to know it before coming in. Thinking about flexible learning modalities like credit for prior learning, competencies-based education, the use of technology. How do we ensure that higher ed is agile and meeting the needs of today's students, which are very different? And I'm happy to talk more specifically around like online instruction and services too. Also coordination. So if we can coordinate sort of how we implement and set policies too. Right now, you know, our state higher ed system, you know, is siloed. We have 3 public higher ed systems that are not only, you know, separate, but they're also governed very differently, which can make coordination challenging. So how do we think about ways that we can coordinate so that we center the individual versus our institutions and pull away from the institutional impulses that are sort of native to the way that we exist in higher ed. I think one key way will be as we see the development of our state's cradle to career data system. And I thank the community colleges for really being a lead and an active participant in the development of this system. And we could begin to see how residents are moving across higher ed and our workforce in K-12 to better serve them. Also, affordability is a big issue. So thinking about the needs of today, the community college student of today is not someone who is 18 years old and living with mom and dad who's supporting them while they do their first 2 years in transfer. It is oftentimes, as you know, an independent student who is thinking about how do I put food on the table? How do I pay rent and work however many hours, 40, 60 hours a week? And then the thought of adding on studies and paying for studies can be really challenging. So how do we ensure things are affordable? And I know our state has done so much around this. So how do we make sure it actually reaches the student and the resident? Because so many programs that we have in place have very low uptake rates. I mentioned, you know, my GI Bill story. I mean, that money is a game changer in the Bay Area today. It's around $4,000 to $5,000 per month towards living expenses. So how do we ensure veterans receive that? And I can talk about, many other programs, and I appreciate the community colleges with the demonstration projects and leading this way around access to CalWorks and CalFresh benefits too. There are so many resources for students. So I think those are just some of the ways that we can think about how do we center and reach what is the new student today versus the 18-year-old with college educated parents who are financially going to support them in college.
Thank you, Susan, for that very clear and focused answer. Samir, this is a question for you. How can the system balance the need to serve all learners with the need to focus resources on specific populations that require additional support?
Well, I'm going to pick up where Sujin left off in a second, but I just, again, want to underscore how thoughtful Vision 2030 is in terms of creating opportunity for students across the state, increasing access, increasing success, and improving outcomes. Today's students, to pick up where Sujin left off, in the community colleges, 3/4 of the students work 20 hours a week. A half of students work 36 or more hours per week. And supporting the learners that the California community colleges have requires thinking about populations like student parents, who are 1 out of 5 students, and figuring out how to make sure that the students who are balancing work and school are able to ensure that they're not taking on excessive debt or working an excessive number of hours that inhibit completion. And I think that that strategy is going to serve a wide array, diverse array of students across the state. There was some conversation earlier about needing to tie students into the future economy, needing to address future workforce needs for the state. And one of the programs that the community colleges have that's been thoughtfully implemented across 116 colleges is the MESA program, which offers students with social, economic, or educational disadvantages a chance to connect better to STEM workforce opportunities, offers them some support, and increases degree attainment, persistence, transfer, and even uptake of financial aid. Programs like that can help knit together the community college's mission in offering opportunity, serving workforce needs, and offering support to students. It's important, as Sujin was mentioning, and I have a feeling this is a thread that we'll be picking up back and forth across this panel, to better knit together student basic needs with financial aid, especially as we might see at the federal level cuts to basic needs programs. It'll be important to make sure that post-secondary students have the supports that they need in meeting their costs of living, especially students from the most challenged economic circumstances.
Thank you. Sujin, question for you. What role can partnerships with K-12 schools, universities, employers, and community organizations play in achieving the goals of Vision 2030? What are some examples of successful partnerships that should be scaled up?
I think partnerships are key for the community colleges, for education generally, to create a smooth, into education, into the work, and then also thinking about coordinating with social services, health and human services to support students fully, and thinking about how do we coordinate to make that work. And I will say that right now our state has a proposal, perhaps two, that is being considered by the legislature that would build a coordinating entity that really focuses on this education to work transition and to make things more seamless, because so much of our work is, intersegmental, but also cross-sector. I will talk about some successful partnerships that we've seen and that we are engaged in that involve the community colleges. And for California Competes, we do research largely in two ways. One is the very quantitative, that 6.8 million stat. We do that type of research using census data, but we also do a lot of research with partners that's qualitative and much more developmental, and trying to understand what are the conditions on the ground that need to change to sustain real reform. One of our partnerships is what we call LA to CCC. It involves 4 community colleges in central LA and LA's 2nd district. So it involves that Supervisor Holly Mitchell's office, and LA County as a whole. The community colleges are Compton, West, Southwest, and El Camino, which represents 4 colleges in 3 different community college districts. So many different governments involved, but serving residents in central LA. And the thought of these leaders from these 5 different entities was, our residents are seeking better jobs and better lives. How do we coordinate and work with each other to center what the resident goes through, rather than working in silos, best case, or worst case, frankly, competing with each other with various programs. So these entities now have regular phone calls to coordinate. They think about, how do we build work-based learning opportunities for our students so that employers have a single point of contact, and we're not each reaching out to employers to set up our own work-based learning opportunities? How do we structure our institutions so it's a part of our strategic plan around career readiness and career preparation? How do we work with our local workforce development boards, of which there are multiple in this region that are serving this population? And so we see really exciting movement there around structural reforms in central LA. In San Jose City, College, we're doing work in partnership with them. And the work there was with the residents of East San Jose, which are largely an immigrant population, Latinx, Vietnamese. How do we re-envision a higher ed program that is designed for and by the residents? So rather, us as experts doing interviews and asking people, what do you need? What do you want? We do these design thinking workshops and how folks design what they want and what they need. And then San Jose City College is a great partner, has been deeply involved and is looking to build this program. And we do this not just as California Competes in San Jose City College, but with community-based organizations in the community that have been working with residents for, frankly, decades. So thinking about leveraging community-based organizations that many times are doing very similar shared work and trying to lift up communities. Another example in far north is a partnership between a CSU, Sacramento State, and Shasta College, California Competes, and Project Attain, which is a institution neutral navigator for folks who have some college but no degree. So in this partnership, we talked to those who had started their educations but didn't complete, and had researchers from that population to conduct interviews and help design and analyze them. And we learned really interesting things from this research, one of which was surprising to me, the harmful role of academic probation. We learned that the academic probation letter pushed students out, that they felt like they were hanging in, that they had, were juggling all these balls, and then they got the notice and it told them, you don't belong here. Right. And we use this carceral language of probation to notify students of that. So the student said, okay, I don't belong, I'm going to leave. And then at some point later in their life, they decide, I actually really need to finish this credential to have the life I want. And they try to go back and they get stuck on this sort of like because of academic probation, satisfactory academic progress, that makes it hard for them to access financial aid. So either they cannot enroll because they can't afford it, or they are now working more to cover the costs until they can access financial aid when they can have, academic recovery. So these institutions, Shasta College and Sac State, have now revised how they handle academic probation. And through this work, one of our partners, they realized as they looked at what does a student go through? And these are deeply committed institutions to student success. And they saw that the the notification for students had a PowerPoint slide literally with the cop saying stop. And these are leaders who are equity centered, but realized I had designed this PowerPoint 15 years ago, and I'm in a different frame. So it really was revisiting today policies and practices that face students in today's reality. So these things are now changing from the letter to the process to what students go through, how they advise students around financial aid, and reforms we see in our state around satisfactory academic progress in the relationship with financial aid. So we're looking at what we're going to do next in that partnership, and we're thinking about credit for prior learning, but this partnership has also raised questions around CalGETC and credit for prior learning and the implications of the smoother process, hopefully for students, but the nuances of what actually happens to students every day as they try and sort of leverage what we see as these major changes that would be great for students, but the friction that happens to students on the ground. So these type of partnerships, I think, are really critical because, you know, for an institution like California Competes, as a researchers, we can conduct this research, but we also do advocacy. So we look and see, where does this change need to happen? Is it at the campus level? Is it at the system level? Is it, you know, the state legislature? Is it federal change? So I think these types of partnerships are really critical. So I've highlighted, you know, a county partnership, community-based organizations, research advocacy org, but I really think just like students, residents live in these lives that involve multiple entities, the community colleges should be bringing in partners in this way, as sort of the way that you exist.
Thank you. I'm supposed to turn it over to our president, but I just want to comment. I like your phrase, check institutional impulses, because I think that the thread that runs throughout is, instead of only looking in your own lane, take a step back. And I like how that runs throughout the work that you do. And I think it's just something, it's a great takeaway. So thank you. And now to our president, before I get in trouble.
We're always in trouble, but we're doing good trouble. Any questions from our board members? Member Costa.
Both of you talked in your comments, thank you both for being here, about affordability. And I mean, I think one of the major themes of this election was about affordability across a whole scope of issues. So, you know, one part of the affordability equation is obviously providing, you know, financial and other benefits for students. The other is the cost curve in higher ed, which is significant. I mean, I think it's second only to healthcare and outpacing inflation year over year. So can you talk a little bit about, you know, what we should be thinking about, you know, given that affordability remains top of mind for many people?
I can start. There's two parts, you know, thank you for that question. When we think about the cost curve in higher education, one of the important things to note is the virtuous role that community colleges play in terms of delivering more affordable degrees to students and to the public. And one of the things that I would highlight that's a virtue of Vision 2030 is increasing graduation and offering students the supports they need, including affordability, but going beyond it, because that's a way in which we can improve the higher education cost curve, delivering more graduates per public dollar invested. And many of the elements that we've talked about here, whether it's offering students the resources they need to be able to complete, whether it's better integrating basic needs supports, whether it's knitting together financial aid supports, ultimately, whether it's programs like MESA that promote degree completion, ultimately all have that virtue of increasing our degree production, improving our productivity in terms of graduates we get per dollar invested, in addition to the many ancillary benefits they also have for the students who are not left with some credits but no degree, a plight that's all too common, unfortunately, across the country. So I think, you know, the headline I'd have is that the community college system plays a very virtuous role in terms of delivering that opportunity in a cost-effective way. And I think that Vision 2030 will only enhance that.
Thank you, Member Haynes.
Thank you. Two questions, but the first one is around financial aid. And I have to tell you that I am conflicted. Recognizing how long it took me to go through school was because I didn't want access to financial aid, partly because I'd have to pay it back. And the data has shown me that fear is correct, especially among African descendants who go and get that degree. When it takes them a longer time to get it, in many cases it's part-time. And if it's not, they get it and then they're they're burdened with the financial aid loans, and they're the less likely, not because they don't want to, they're less likely to be able to rid themselves of that, which is problematic in trying to create a new life, because you thought the degree was going to be that. So can you respond to how are we going to make it easier for those students who can ill afford to do it, and yet they do have to work because you've already said $4,000 to $5,000 a month to make it in the state?
I think I grapple with this question a lot. I think one thing we could do is make it really easy for people to get access to the resources that they're already eligible for, that are not loans. We talked about like CalWorks, CalFresh, GI Bill, housing subsidies, California Competes. We actually have this compendium of what are the supports that a student's eligible for, and there's over 100. And we put together a public benefit finder that has the sort of like 30 biggest benefit ones for students, but you still have to typically apply to each one individually. They have different requirements, they're burdensome. So what can we do to streamline access? And I know this is something that, is not a new question, but it feels like a new moment because of the cost of higher ed and the cost of living in general for folks, but also advances we've made around data sharing. And I think the political moment where folks are struggling. So I hope that we will see more movement on really being able to solve this today. The other thing I think about is, how much can we engage employers around this? If folks are going to be working, how do we have it so that this work and their higher education ties better together? And we see examples of this, I think like the Starbucks or Walmart, or, my cousin works at Sam's Club and she's doing her education at Southern New Hampshire University. And it's a game changer for her. It pays for her work, or it pays for her higher ed. It also keeps her employed. So thinking about how do we have this so that there's these partnerships that allow for both, especially if those jobs can be tied to the program of study. So in that example I gave, it's not tied to a program of study, but what a game changer that could be. I also think about, the big costs that students face in our state, or Californians, is housing, which I know is beyond most colleges' control. So thinking about how can we address the housing costs that folks face? And it's so tough. I think California has things even more challenging because of the high cost of living. We have at once, one of the world's largest economies, but the highest poverty rate in the nation. So as much as we can tackle that, and that's another example where we have to be coordinated in what we do, because the community colleges are limited in what they could do on their own, even with the state's investments in campus housing.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, please.
Can I add to that? So
Yes.
I think your question is an apt one. And I want to underscore the virtue of the relative affordability of the California community colleges. The borrowing rates are low. The debt levels are much lower than other options that students might take on. And going back to that previous question about the cost effectiveness of education and the cost curve of education, I think it's worth underscoring that the value that community college education offers relative to the other options that students may have that would require them to take on far more debt. When it comes to the risks of student loan debt, the problems with student loan debt, and the riskiness of it for students, it's worth noting that in the California community colleges, for many students, for the vast majority of students, the equation is really about work versus non-tuition expenses. And ultimately, as Sujin was mentioning, we see a take-up rate of FAFSA-CADA around half in the community college system. By increasing that number, by getting students the non-tuition supports that they are entitled to, it will be possible to increase completion and help students draw down the cost of that college, which all too often they are filling by working more hours than is commensurate with completing a college degree. in the shortest time that they may be able to do while balancing work and school.
Thank you. My second question has to do with academic probation. And it's been a thorn in my side when I was trustee at Los Rios. And it's really hard to get people to change their language. You can mention it, but there's not really an incentive. Do you have any ideas about how we do that? Language matters, and how we frame things for our students and for ourselves is just critically important. Any ideas?
You know, the academic senate of the UC changed their language. They said, as a system, we are not using academic probation. We're using academic notice or warning. I'm drawing a blank on it right now. I know the community colleges are governed differently, and so decisions may happen locally. My sense is, so I think it's worth looking at what can happen at the state level. But also I think as people realize this actually has a real impact on students, and it's one of the things that's not expensive to change. It's somewhat straightforward. It is not, figuring out credit for prior learning or competency-based ed. It's not super complex. So I think in many ways, it's how do we distribute, sort of like how do we get these changes across all the campuses in the system, which is something that we're working on. And we've called for a statewide task force because we would love to see the community colleges, the CSU and the UC all have the same language so that students know academic warning in one place and notice in another and probation in a third, and maybe something else someplace else. So we think that would be wonderful, but it's something that we are thinking about deeply right now.
Great. I have Member Brown, Member Williams, then Member LeGrand, and Member Gomez-Heitzberg.
Okay, so I was also thinking about language that you mentioned, the carceral language of probation, and I was thinking about areas of friction. So I always end up in these strange scenarios where I run into a community college student. I actually happened to observe a student over 40 trying to do the online orientation on their cell phone for a community college, not one that I work for. It consisted of a series of pages and pages of text about policies, and then trick questions about those 3 pages of text of policies. And then if you didn't get it right, it said fail. And the student said, I'm barely getting back into college again and I'm already failing. So I'm wondering, what are these other areas of friction that are specific to these students that we're trying to reach? We've got a wide range, even with that student that you described. Some of them are already working and very knowledgeable, have all of these skills on computers, and they're very impatient and they want to get some online services. They know what they want, right? Because they're already in a workplace that has all of those things. Others are transitioning from hands-on careers that have never touched a computer in their life. And so I see this pendulum swing where we used to not offer online services at all. And now something like orientation at that college, I was looking to see if I could find an in-person orientation for that student and I couldn't. So how do we make sure when we're talking about these students that we're trying to reach that we're really offering comprehensive services? Because it used to be that we would say, why are we only offering this in person? We need online, we need online. And now we've got the flip happening. Why are we only offering this online? Why is there no option for this person to walk in and talk to a human being and get what they need? So I'm very curious about maybe other missing areas of friction that we have for the 6.8 million students we're trying to reach. And then mainly the word that you brought up earlier, because I didn't see that orientation as a place for connection. When I was thinking about guided pathways and what orientation is supposed to do, we already know CCC Apply struggles and that we've been working on that. But how do we create this sense, not just with our language, but the culture of connection and belonging? So not just enough to say, I can go to college, but I belong at the California Community College. So I wanted to know your thoughts on all of that, because that's what it's all bringing up for me. Thank you.
So one thing I think about is, and I have the luxury of doing this because I'm at a research and advocacy org, is what if we were able to design an institution today for the 6.8 million Californians, like what we did for higher ed for the ruling class? Like, what would that look like? And that's sort of what we're trying to do at San Jose City College, or what the master plan did in the mid 20th century. It's affordable, right? Like that anyone with the ability to benefit, right, could attend and enroll and not worry about the debt load or about how does orientation work, because it is designed for that student. One of the beautiful things about California and the strength of our state, I think, is our diversity. But it also makes things really challenging because before you were serving a very homogenous population. And that's not so much today. So it's some people, and we have found in our research that those that are planning to go to higher ed, 3/4 prefer exclusively online courses. But that also means 1/4 doesn't. And those are very different services you flag. So what's the right balance and what does that look like? How do people, maybe they want to start online, but get in-person help when they need it, or vice versa? And I think this really goes to just having to know your community and your students, and not just the ones that are enrolled, but the potential students who aren't yet enrolled. So if we're focused on what our students today do and surveying them, sure, it's the ones that came, but what about the ones that didn't? So I'm thinking about, that's where I think the community-based organizations, those employers, are really critical because they have deep contacts and connections with those that aren't yet students who really could be and should be. We have a report, and I know there's a bunch of reports that are a part of the agenda. And to this specific question about what are the other friction points, I'll point you to our comebacker report. And it goes through, why do people leave, the friction points that cause people to leave, what made it hard for them to come back, and those that did come back, what sort of propelled them to be successful. And some of the things I remember off the top of my head, one of the big ones was the schedule. So finding classes that fit my schedule. And I think that's probably why a lot of the desire for online asynchronous is you can make it work with your schedule, but also the future planning. So some of the most successful programs we see are those that can tell us students their schedule 2 years in advance. And that helps students also in planning for like childcare. As Samir said, 1 in 5 community college students have children in our state, which is more than the state as a whole. So thinking about that, and when it shifts, when your schedule is unknown and you have to sort of change your childcare, your childcare wins out, your studies don't. So thinking about that, and then also think about the reality of shift workers today, which is very different than when my mom was a shift worker. Your schedule changes every day. So how does a community college schedule classes when a huge part of the population that you're seeking to serve doesn't know their schedule for tomorrow, right? And you can't lose your job. Even if higher ed is a priority for you, ultimately you have to get paid. So then I think about my ideal world is, well, what if we had a world where students didn't have to work to go to college? What we originally designed for higher ed is that we had financial aid that covered the cost of attendance for students so they could put their studies first. And I would go further, given how many Californians students have a child, and I will say most Californians at 6.8 million that aren't in higher ed and don't have a credential, they have a child. So what would it look like to have a higher ed situation with great housing, safe, affordable housing, and childcare, and like a playground or a basketball court or facilities for your children, after school activities? I mean, that would be utopia for Californians. And I think we can design for that. And I think our state can get there if we're able to pull together the resources, frankly, that we already have in play and better utilize them. And that's what California Competes and my friends at TICAS are working hard to design, to think about how do we better leverage that. So I know I went on a pretty wild tangent, but I think that's where, if I were the Board of Governors, thinking about what does that utopia look like? And then what can we do strategically, pragmatically today to be getting there, both in pilots to sort of see what it takes on the ground, but also like the bigger policies. And I'll flag one that the community colleges have been great partners around, and thinking about how do we streamline access to benefits for student parents is one thing, is that for student parents applying for financial aid, they will note if they have a child for whom they provide the majority support for. But when their financial aid package comes, it ignores those costs. So in AB 2458 that passed last year and that the community colleges are rolling out now, and just had a great webinar on earlier this month, is for those students, let's make the cost of childcare a part of their financial aid package. So students don't have to go to a financial aid officer and appeal, right? Because what student knows that their financial aid offer is negotiable? And then we also heard many financial aid officers incorrectly denied these appeals, right? And that's 1 in 5 community college students. And the majority of that 6.8 million could have financial aid. And the cost of childcare is much greater than the cost of tuition and right up there with the cost of housing. So that could be a game changer for students.
Okay. We have 4 members with questions, and we have to get the answers to those in 4 minutes. So what we're going to do is a lightning round of lightning rounds, where these 4 board members are the last ones to ask their questions, and then you can pick which question you want to answer or answer all of them, but you have literally 30 seconds to do it. So we have board member Williams, board member LeGrand, board member Gomez Heitzberg, and then board member Villavicencio, and then we're cutting you all off.
I feel like I'm always standing in between lunch or something, but so quick, what does the data say, or is there any data that talks about the value in starting early, earlier, and then are we missing any opportunities within our K-12 partnerships? When the chancellor talks about increase in enrollment to 6 million students, K-12 students are wrapped in all kind of services, but then when they come to us, it's like all of their services just kind of go away. And so what do you see as the opportunities for us with our K-12 partners? And then is there any value in starting with making these students, community college students, as early as the 6th grade?
All right, don't answer that yet. Member LeGrand.
So I'll be quick. 2 things. One is kind of with the K-12. I've had an opportunity, a 2nd grade class adopted me, Berkeley, when I was vice chancellor. And so they would invite me every year at their graduation to present certificates, but then they invited me to the assembly. And so one of the things I found fascinating was that I would talk about financing college, and there would be kindergartners and their parents in the room. And I found it's never too early to start talking about financing education, because I had many parents who said, I went to college, I had financial aid, so that means my kid can't get it now, right? And so I figured the misinformation is so large that we're starting too late when we start at high school to try to educate. So we need to be at least, if not middle school, at least down in the K-12. That's just one issue. The second one, and this is really not a question, but it's more of a statement. The cost of education. So we talk about housing, we talk about internships, but I also realize when you're at a comprehensive university, there are other things like Greek systems that are networking opportunities that make your life better when you graduate. You've made these connections, but there's a cost associated with that and joining those kinds of groups. And financially doesn't really take that into account. So those are just 2 things that I want to put on the radar, that when we start talking about cost of attendance, there's these kind of hidden costs that people don't necessarily think about. And then the last point is, how do we work with communities and developers to bring the cost of housing down for everybody? Because there seems to be this tension that we're competing with local communities and students. Well, once our students move to your community, they're your community members as well. And so we should find ways of alleviating that tension. So just some random thoughts from a random person who's too old to be here.
My questions about student parents were answered. Thank you.
Member Villavicencio.
Real quick, from a faculty perspective, just attended a conference where Dr. Cecilia Rios Aguilar from UCLA talked a little bit about how 65% of our students work in jobs that do not exist yet. 47% are going to be automated by 2033. 27% of them work in their major. And throughout their career, they're going to have 17 jobs across 5 industries. So I'm sort of thinking about cradle to career and sort of going beyond sort of our thinking of just completion, but how do we sort of connect again that to industry? I love what she says here. We're actually preparing our students to lose their job and preparing them to get another job. If you sort of think about the realities of this economy, modern economy that we are facing. So just your initial thoughts on how we can sort of smooth those transitions, particularly for, again, our students who are going to face these realities. Thank you.
Go for it.
All right. Well, I'll take part of the smorgasbord and Sujin can take the rest maybe. I'll start by just noting two things on a couple of the questions. The first one is on building financial aid knowledge early. I think that that's an ongoing endeavor that needs to continue into and through the financial aid offices at the community colleges, because even at the community college level, we find that there's too much misinformation, too many students who don't take up the aid that they're granted. And as it pertains to preparing for the future economy, I just want to go back to something that James noted earlier, that one of the things we see in the labor market data is that there is growing, enduring labor market value to degrees. And one of the reasons for that is that they're preparing students with a broad-based set of skills that they will be able to deploy over a lifetime. And so I think that it's important not to put in opposition developing discrete skills and developing the broad-based set of skills. And also want to harken back to our conversation about student debt and note that the kind of premise that students take on debt and then they can pay it off over a long time horizon is on some level incommensurate with the idea that they're going to have multiple careers and need to reskill. And I think that that underscores the value that community colleges offer in offering a very affordable option for getting a degree that does not require debt.
Okay, I will tackle the K-12 questions then, which I will say is not a California, I'll take my California Competes hat off and put my Sujin mom community member hat on. So I live within the West Contra Costa Unified School District, which formerly was known as Richmond Unified before they rebranded. And in that school district, I've helped to launch a district school. It's a managed immersion high school. It is now approved as TK to 8. It's up to 7th grade. And we've been working with Contra Costa College to design and launch a middle college school, ideally from grade 6 through high school, that would bring together the Mandarin Immersion School and the Spanish Immersion campuses to an international school on the Contra Costa College site, which is in the heart of our district, our school district. And embraces the assets that the community brings in. A number of our students are immigrants, and for most of the students who do not speak English at home, and for the Mandarin school do not speak Mandarin at home, the families want to be able to have the academic second language. And also by embracing another language, it leverages the international global cultural competencies that are so critical for students today. So we think that this is really, really critical, and to be able to push back to earlier grades to do the college prep work so that when they are hitting high school, they are ready to go. And it's not just students who are academically prepared, as one of the challenges around dual enrollment is who is actually able to best leverage this opportunity. So we're in the midst of designing this. Would love the support, obviously, of the Board of Governors around this work, and also our K-12 system. But the leadership has been, and the families have been so enthusiastic. And to see these kids, my kids, speaking Mandarin is absolutely wild and amazing. And they're going to China in 2 weeks, and we'll get are eligible for college credit for this trip. So I think it really threads the international competencies, the assets of our state and the strengths of our state, state priorities, and then leverages the Contra Costa College campus, which is a beautiful, beautiful campus with great leadership. So want to share that, another example of a great partnership and K-12 work.
Sujin and Samir. We are steaming right ahead to session 2, which is talking about workforce and economic development, Vision 2030, upskilling Californians. I will pass it to members Costa and Williams to host this discussion.
Great. Thank you so much, President. I'll invite our panelists to come up to the table. I'll do some brief opening remarks about who we're joined by. Obviously, so thrilled to have both of them with us today. You can Google them, but I'll give you some highlights of their very storied careers. We're joined by Dee Dee Myers, Senior Advisor to Governor Newsom and Director of GoBiz. Many of you probably recognize her from her role as White House Press Secretary to President Clinton, the first woman to ever hold that job. She has my now favorite book title under her belt, which is Why Women Should Rule the World. So clearly expert here on the panel. And just so happy to have her here. She has deep history and roots in California, spending some of her formative years in Santa Clarita. So thank you for joining us. We have another familiar face with Stuart Knox, who currently serves as Secretary for the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency. He has a long and dedicated public service record. Some of us know us from his time at Calbright before he took this position. Also, he's worked at Nevada County, and most notably was director of workforce at Yuba City College, or community college. So he knows a lot about kind of how we operate as well. So thank you both for joining us. I'm going to start it off. We've had a lot of discussion today, obviously, about the federal level and what is happening. And so I wanted to just throw it to each of you. Obviously, fifth largest economy in the world. But what are our thoughts on the federal government and its impact potentially on our economic growth for you, Dee Dee, and Stuart, on our labor market and our workforce for you, Stuart?
You want to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, first, thank you, Amy, and governors. Thank you for having us here today. It's great to see a couple of very old friends. I won't say how old, Tom and Jennifer. We go back a very long way, and it's great to be with you, Chancellor Christian, and all the great work that you're doing. And we're just really honored to be able to partner with you, those of us at GoBiz. So, you know, the relationship between the state and the federal government is complex and it's big. There are so many ways in which we interact, overlap, and are funded by the federal government, as you all know, and that covers just such a huge range of issues, from economic development and business growth, which is my lane, to health and education and environmental protections and everything in between. And so we are obviously watching this super closely, and are most concerned about the mixed signals I think that we're getting. As I was driving up here this morning, I live in Los Angeles, we were on a call. You may have seen the governor submitted a $40 billion request for an emergency supplemental to Congress. And so we were on the phone with some of the members there, Republican members, who are going to help us with that request. But there are so many complicated programs that we need in order to fully recover from the fires. It's just one example. And, in many ways, FEMA has been fantastic so far. The debris removal section of which is the first step of removing not just the debris, but the hazardous debris. I think it'll be done today or tomorrow with that first, which is called phase 1, which is, again, taking all the household hazardous waste off of all of the, 16,000 sites where structures were destroyed. And so with their help, we were able to move fast and get it done. It's complicated. Now we move into the next phase, which is removing the rest of the debris. If we have a strong partnership with the federal government on this, just as an example, we will continue to be able to move ahead of schedule and get closer to recovering, getting people back into their homes. If they decide that they don't want to be helpful, we'll have to figure out how to do that on our own, which will be much harder and it will take longer. So, we're trying to navigate that, as are many of the agencies. And with that, I'll let Stuart.
Sure.
Pick it up.
Thanks, Dee Dee. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Good to see you, Sonia, as always, and all of the board members. Yes, I mean, our department's under labor agency alone, EDD is almost fully 100% federally funded. And so, which is about a $27 billion funded through the feds. Not just unemployment insurance, but all of our workforce programs are federally funded through them. We obviously have some that are state funded. ETP is state funded. Some of the workforce boards are state funded, and Division of Apprenticeship Standard is mostly state funded. So I think from a workforce perspective, WIOA, which is about $550–600 million a year, is problematic potentially for us in terms of the work that we're doing to move ahead. Most of our other departments are either state funded or what we call employer assessed. So I think generally we're in decent shape comparatively to some of our sister agencies such as Health and Human Services. But with those pressures that we will see from the other agencies, we have concerns for obviously the state budget, but also our economy in some ways, as they go to layoffs within the federal government. We've done some estimates currently. We have about 15,000 federal workers that are what they consider on probation just in the state of California. If those 15,000 workers are laid off in the state of California, many that has started, the federal government is not federally insured for unemployment insurance, strangely. So the state of California actually typically picks it up and then we bill them. But then there will be an issue potentially of getting payment from them if on the unemployment insurance. So great question. We're obviously monitoring very heavily. I think the one that's also concerning and a little bit of an issue for all of us will be Department of Ed. So if we see the demise of the Department of Education, what does that look like? And if you were around and old, like I am as well, we went through this in Bush administration 1, where they looked at, taking down Department of Ed there. Most of those programs were to be moved to Department of Labor. And so we're looking at how to anticipate some of those moves potentially.
Great. Thank you so much. So you guys are busy. Thank you for your service. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Joseph to talk a little bit more about some of our state funded programs and specifically the administration's marquee Jobs First initiative.
Yes. So again, thank you all for being, or for the two of you for being here. My question is around the Jobs First and the former SURF initiative. You're aware it's a $600 million initiative. The funding's been spread across 13 regions. Specifically to build resiliency around quality jobs and climate change. So the question is how does the Jobs First initiative align with California's long-term economic development goals? And then I'll have a second part of the question.
I'll start and then hand it over to Stuart. So yeah, the California Jobs First, as we now call it, started early in Governor Newsom's administration. He was concerned about the uneven flow of resources for economic development, particularly to eastern parts of the state. And so in his first year, he created an initiative called Regions Rise Together to find out, to try to think about how do we channel some resources into those less served, mostly eastern, not entirely, but eastern parts of the state. And that then became formalized through the Community Economic Resilience Fund, also known as SURF. And nobody ever really knew what that meant, or what the governor in particular thought that was a cumbersome name. But the SURF program allocated $600 million to actually do bottom-up, statewide, regional economic planning. And so the first step in that process was dividing the state into regions. And that can be a little tricky, as you guys know. But we were pretty successfully identified 13 regions and then stood up collaboratives in each of those regions with $5 million of funding to kind of build out a plan, which meant going and doing real research and trying to understand what are the sectors that are going to drive the future of job growth in your region. We didn't want to tell them. We wanted them to tell us where's that job growth going to come from? What are some of the challenges? We wanted them to partner with education, including the community colleges, the private sector. Really important that some of those, these partnerships are new. And some regions were further along. LA, sort of has more muscle memory of how to do it than certain other parts of the state, for example. But one of the arguments that we had early on was, do we fund it by population or do we give each of the regions the same amount of money? And we chose the latter, which is to give each of the regions the same amount of money. Everybody got $5 million in the first round for that economic planning phase, and all 13 regions produced really good comprehensive economic plans. And the idea was then to take those plans. We did an interim thing where we wanted to sort of show progress. So we spent $39 million on 8 projects that we wanted to show that the state would invest in these projects to show what this could look like. These regional plans coming up with projects that they thought would drive growth that would be funded by the state. And so that's ongoing. And then we asked each of the regions to actually sort of build out with $14 million each where their investments would actually go. And that's the phase that we're in now. But all those plans, those 13 plans, have laddered up into something which we call the blueprint, which is our statewide aggregated economic development plan. And we're actually releasing the final. The governor's been going around the state sort of receiving the regional plans from a number of the regions. I think he's been to 6 or 7. And tomorrow in Los Angeles, given the fire situation, he will finally announce, introduce the final blueprint. Which is particularly, I think, timely given the additional economic challenges now face Los Angeles. So, and we will be providing some additional resources to help with that. Stuart, a lot more to say, so I'll let you pick it up from there.
No, you covered it really well, Dee Dee. I just really quickly, the fund was, we did reduce it down to 450 million. So it was 600, it dropped down. It did drop to 450 million. But we have a remaining about 122, looking at there, about $122 million left to go out.
And 15 for tribal.
And 15 for tribal nations. So, so we have a little bit of cash left in the bucket with the blueprint that will come out hopefully tomorrow, if all goes well. We've been planning this for 4 weeks now. And once that's out, it's an opportunity, I think, for the 13 regions, as Dee Dee mentioned, it's really a bottom-up approach. But now the state will, for the first time, will actually have its own blueprint for economic and workforce development, which we've never had a full comprehensive plan in the past. So I think that's what's super important about this.
Yeah. And one of the things we really try to do is we asked each of the regions to identify what are their priority sectors, right? And so we looked at all those answers came back, right? And then we tried to sort of, we rolled that up into priority sectors for the state. And we're going to do a pilot project to we've identified 4 sectors that we're going to try to kind of proof of concept, right? Invest in as a state to supplement what the regions are doing with their priority sectors. And the 4 sectors that we're looking at statewide are aerospace and space, which is particularly important here in Central Coast region, biotech, ag tech, and semiconductors, basically microprocessing. So those are 4 areas where we think this state has really important resources, right? There's a really high opportunity for growth. And I think a great opportunity to train our workforces, which is something that we want to partner with all of you on. How do we make sure that we're training people to meet those jobs of the future and looking at, as a starting point at those 4 priority sectors statewide? And again, same things happening with different priorities regionally.
Cool. Well, sticking with, I think we're going with hashtag easy peasy still, right? So I'm gonna just go to the next question. So thank you for those responses. How are the state's workforce training programs being integrated into the Jobs First initiative to ensure skill alignment with employer needs?
Yeah, so it's core to the work, obviously, Joseph, as you know. One of the key components was it wasn't just going to be an economic development plan, it is a workforce plan as well. Also, not to get ahead of myself, but it also is in concert with the master plan on career education. So I don't know if we did that by accident, to really be honest, maybe a little bit, but I think the timing is good. Both plans are basically completed at this time. Tomorrow we'll launch the blueprint. The master plan on career ed is also ready to go. Still holding for a minute. But in concert, we're really looking at demand and supply. So the demand side from the employers, what are their skills needs? How do we develop those skills needs? What are the parties within that's going to do that? Community colleges, CSUs, UCs, and our K-12 systems. And then with the overlay of the career master plan on ed is then how do we bolster? One is either financially starting to figure out how we do that better within the systems, but that's also in alignment with the 13 regions. So we've selected the same 13 regions. As you probably know, that there was the K-16 collaborative money, the 250 million. We're also working with the chancellor's office and others in alignment with those funds. There's about $130 million left, I think, in those funds. And so all of that together collectively under the administration, you will see a complete plan between workforce and economic development.
Turn this back.
Great, thank you. My unsolicited finance advice is encumber all of those funds you still have in the next month.
Yes.
Anyway, on that note, and kind of toggling, I think it's right that there's a lot of synergy here between kind of Jobs First and the new master plan for career ed. One of the things we've been talking about today is credit for prior learning and kind of a different pathway for the labor market outside of the traditional sort of BA degree. Can you talk to us a little bit about working with industry to really recognize credit for prior learning or other non-BA instruments as we try and train the workforce, to your point, Dee?
Yeah. And that's really critical, right? Is having workforce be part of this conversation at the beginning to help us identify, again, where are the opportunities going forward. And I think one of the things that's made us, made this process both really interesting and I hope really effective even beyond the Newsom administration is that the industry side, the GoBiz, is working so closely with the labor side, which is Labor Department and Stewart, that we have a really, really strong partnership both personally and professionally. And it has made a huge difference to make sure that we don't see that as adversarial. It's absolutely essential that there be coordination, trust, and shared objectives. And one of the things that makes the California economy really work is we have a really highly skilled workforce. But one of the things we hear from employers all the time is we need more, right? And our needs are shifting and they're evolving, and we want to stay here in California, and we need to have that continuation of that highly trained, highly skilled workforce. And so that becomes a really essential starting point in the conversation is, again, bringing employers into the conversation to say, here's the skills that we need. And then they're telling us not everybody needs a 4-year degree, right? We have a lot of skilled jobs that are high paying career track jobs that do not require a 4-year degree, but they might require some certificates, some skills training. And so we are definitely looking at that across a number of different avenues. And for example, we worked very closely with Sonia and others on a partnership with NVIDIA to start creating certificates, some training modules around AI, which we all know is both either going to destroy humanity or provide a lot of good high-paying jobs. So we're going to be ready either way. But those are really exciting opportunities, and those programs we know will be oversubscribed. So, Stuart.
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit is, I think one of the things we've done well is our community college system, I think, has done a really good job of stackable certifications and trainings using the not-for-credit coursework to be able to move students and incumbent workers higher up into wages. We work really well with our employment training panel and programs to align that. I think the next step for us to be able to figure out is the credit for prior learning, competency-based education with our employers and work with our workforce and board as well to actually be able to understand those needs going forward in a better way. One thing we haven't done in California, and not many states have done this, is the industry recognized certifications. And so I think that is part of the plan, is working with the chancellor and others in your teams to figure out what those are and how quickly we can move on those, because as we say, we have less than 2 years now. Yeah. Our shelf life is very limited. And so I know Sonia moves very quickly, which is great for us because we need to move very quickly on all of those components.
Speaking of that and how quickly we move, I'll say sometimes that's kind of the knock community colleges get with industry is that, we're not exactly quick.
Right.
So can you talk a little bit about that? And, Dee Dee, you mentioned it. I mean, we're in this crazy inflection point with AI and all of this technology where things are just moving faster and faster. But we have our processes to make sure that the curriculum is appropriate, et cetera. But talk a little bit about how you see that, given that I tell people, I'm sure my kids will be in jobs and industries that like literally do not exist right now.
Right. Yeah, I liked what Governor said about we're preparing people to lose a job and then to get another job. And I think that's a really spot on way of thinking about it. The jobs that maybe but we thought our kids were going to, right, we're going to have when they started school are not the jobs they're actually going to have, nor are they the jobs they want, right? So trying to move at the speed of innovation is really hard. And I would either ask Stuart to turn it back to you guys. What can we do to help you move faster on some of this, because I do think there's this appetite on the industry side, right, to get more people trained more quickly, and they're willing to provide a lot of resources. And sort of figuring out how to make that to align what they want to provide and what they're willing to spend and what the costs and challenges are on your side are going to continue to be important and challenging. But I think we do need to figure out how to accelerate it, Stu. And I don't know if you have thoughts about that.
I mean, I kind of alluded to it a little bit. I mean, in my 7 years at the community colleges, we really use the contract ed piece fairly heavily with the employers because we could move quickly. What would be great is if we could start to move those not for credit courses to non-credit courses to full-time equivalent students under the formula fund side of the house. If we could start to move those programs in a much quicker way than we've ever done in the past. I know it's complicated, been there, done that. But I think, from our perspective, sitting where we do, that's what employers are really looking for. Why I always went to contract ed, because it was quick. I could make it happen fast for the employer's needs. I could use other fund sources. Well, I had to use other fund sources because it isn't funded out of the community college system. But it was effective and meaningful. So I think that for me is really a piece that I think we could utilize in a better way. But then how do we start making those non-credit courses? Because then obviously there's pay point for the colleges and you can start to move those into more the faculty side of the house as well. Not that it isn't faculty, not for credit, but.
Thank you. The previous panel talked a little bit about K-12 coordination. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague to talk a little bit about dual enrollment.
Yeah, so I'm gonna talk about dual enrollment, and we can even think about co-enrollment and WIOA services. And dual enrollment provides an incredible opportunity for families in California to save money. I think we've estimated that on average they can save about $9,000 with early college programs. And just thinking about America's job centers, and just talking about the schools that are on the employment training provider list, how do we get piloted programs through the chancellor's office and other state entities where regions can develop a statewide system that aligns dual enrollment, benefits, wraparound services, and career pathways? Thinking about AJGC staff being on the community colleges campuses and K-12 schools, and just trying to make these programs work better together.
Yeah, I'll take that one for a minute. 100% all of that. So in the career and master plan ed, you will see components of all of that work that's going to move forward. Sonia and I have already had major conversations around embedding our AJCC staff within community colleges. That's how I ran my programs. The AJCC was actually on the campus. We also had our own site, but which then I had counselors and instructors at that campus as well. And these would be true placement centers. These aren't to keep people in the community college system so much as they are to be career placements after they finish their CTE coursework or other AA or AS degrees. And so it's the mobility piece that I think the AJCCs can provide. So you've hit it right on. That is definitely where we're moving. I will say in terms of pilots, what you're talking about, we were already looking at 3 areas in the state of California. Inland Empire is one of them, based on the good work that Inland Empire has already done on the dual enrollment, but also with the work between the 2 counties that have the RAJCCs. Was down there last week at a chamber event. 7 a.m. To have that conversation with 200 employers, but our AJCC folks, both the workforce boards were there and met with them afterwards, talking about how do we embed these folks within the campuses to make that work. Also, I think the dual enrollment piece. I mean, for me, and Sonia and I've talked about this, is it needs to be simplified in a way that, because I'll talk to districts that are inland, not Inland Empire maybe, but inland, that don't know how to do it, or the districts are not reaching out to the K-12 system. So we need to have a simplified way to do that. The state should be assisting to make that happen. So I think that's core to that work. I think from our perspective is we've got to figure out, one, our funding could be a problem in the future under the administration, but if it is not, we should be releasing RFPs within all of those 45 local areas. And those RFPs should be accessible to the community colleges to apply for systems.
So you guys have both talked a little bit about the California Master Plan for Career Education, and more to come. But the executive summary was released a couple months ago. Stuart, you and I have talked about it. I guess it's like more of a philosophical question, which is clearly the master plan needed to be updated. I mean, it was created in the 1960s. It's in large measure credited with making California the economic powerhouse that it is. But at the time, it really was kind of a divide the world strategy between the segments to avoid duplication as we had enrollment increasing. It's not really the demographic situation that we're in as a state right now, where our demographics are shrinking. We have AI. Like, should we have a document? I mean, it seems kind of old school to have a document in the light of all of this. Talk a little bit about, because one of the outgrowths of the master plan is each of the institutions developed a culture, an institutional culture. And clearly we have unique governance, the community colleges themselves. So talk a little bit about that and what you see as the road ahead in this huge inflection point that we have.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think you hit on something that's really essential. We are the fifth largest economy in the world. Okay, India's going to overtake us probably, but maybe Germany falls behind. Who knows? But it is the the foundation of that is a higher education system that is unparalleled anyplace else really in the world. And I think the master plan under Governor Brown it is really responsible for a lot of that, for identifying that, for investing in, and for creating a system that really worked for a long time, right? But now the world has moved on, to your point, and we need to rethink it. Which is, I think, whether it's a piece of paper or a document, a framework that will eventually be a plan. I think it's the idea of rethinking how do we align our educational objectives with our other objectives, which are how do we create, continue to have education for the sake of education, right? Because primary research is one of the things that drives the state, and the creative mindset that is unique to California is fundamental to our economy in so many ways. But also, how do we rethink the way we communicate that to families and the way we structure institutions to meet the demands of a changing economy, right? And those changes are only going to accelerate as we move forward at the pace of innovation. And so I do think that the exercise has been really, I think it's been a very healthy exercise. It's really hard because there's so many moving parts to it, and because the demands on everything from K through 12 or pre-K through 12 or pre-K through 14, however we want to think about it, have changed. And you want to continue to provide. And by the way, when we see the social mobility that our higher education system here in California provides, it is unmatched. So between the community colleges and CSU in particular, and UC, but community colleges and CSU in particular, we want to make sure we keep that flywheel moving too. And so how do we adapt to changing economic needs while not losing sight of the tremendous benefits that the system that we've built has provided and will continue to provide if we meet the moment, as the governor likes to say.
I would add absolutely all of what Didi said. I would add, I think you hit on it also with the culture change of all of the institutions. And I think partially, I mean, Didi and I did not sit on the last two versions, CPEC, I don't remember the last one before that, but adding, ironically, the labor agency secretary and GoBiz director onto the council, I think that shows a change, a sea change of how we need to think about education in the future around the employer's need, labor's needs in workforce, working with our systems of the higher education side of the house. So I think that's one big component. I do think the moment is now in terms of we've got to finally work on a document to start to move in incremental ways. It will be slow. It is not going to be fast. I mean, I think that's one of the key components we do realize, but with Sonia's leadership, and I think under ours too, is these pilot programs that we really start to think about. How do we pilot, operationalize it at those 13 regional levels? And that's what some of the work we're already doing. So I brought up the Inland Empire in terms of dual enrollment. LA is really looking at career pathways. We know, LA Trade Tech and all the other great community colleges. We're at a community college tomorrow. Yeah. And we're at one today. And the governor released it at Shasta College. And so is really thinking about how do we start to rethink the way education operates and really engaging with employers. right from the beginning and starting to understand those skills needs, but also being able to be impactful. The third one I didn't mention, which is far the north state or far north our state. I always forget what you guys call it, upper north state, is really looking at wraparound services. So we're looking at how do we bring those support services to the community colleges, working with those 10 counties up there.
And let me just add one other philosophical that I think was in some ways drove the governor's thinking is the cost of education and student debt.
Yeah.
Right. And how do we reduce it and not require people who don't need a 4-year degree to get a 4-year degree? And how do we reduce the time to degree or certificate or whatever people need to get into the workforce for what they actually want to do as opposed to, and we reduced the college requirement for 30,000 state jobs. Is
Yeah,
that the number?
30,000 state jobs.
So, I mean, I think a lot of that was driven by everything that we just talked about, but also how do we reduce the incredible economic burden of higher education for families?
Thank you both. Maybe it's a Google document that we're sharing in real time and
And we'll just
collaborating.
keep iterating on it forever. Yeah.
With that, I want to turn it over to my colleagues. We have a little bit of time for questions. I will note after this, we're scheduled for lunch. So,
All right.
ask
No
questions
pressure.
at your own peril.
Thank you so much, Board Member Costa, and thank you both for your wonderful insights and being with us today here at Santa Barbara Community College. Thank you for outlining the sectors that you're investing and looking in. It's clearly important, as you mentioned, aerospace. If I captured this correctly, biotech, ag tech, and semiconductors.
Mhm.
These are clearly the economic sectors that's going to drive the future of the state's economy. I have the privilege of serving with several board members, with Board Member Epstein on the Climate Action Initiative, which is embedded now in Vision 2030. And I was wondering if you can speak to, obviously, all of these sectors align with climate action and sustainability moving forward. And we are trying to, build our partnerships, both horizontal and vertical, cross-sectoral partnerships throughout the state to make sure that our system is at the table. Because we offer so much with not just with education, but with curriculum, community engagement. I don't have to mention how we play, I think, a very important role to move this forward where our system can take a lead. And so obviously too with Proposition 4 that's been recently passed, and we know the grave effects of climate change, obviously with the wildfires that we've been experiencing tragically. And so I guess this could be, obviously we're brainstorming here, but how can we help you? And obviously you help us here to sort of tie in that climate action piece that's going to be important as we develop again this new green technology, despite the challenges that we are facing politically at the national level. Thank you.
Yeah, that's oh yeah.
We haven't talked about that. Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so
good thought.
yeah, it was like something
Yeah.
you keyed in on. So part of the California Jobs First is also we have a council that's part of, I think, what was there, 8 secretaries? 9 secretaries. That we all sit on the council. Didi and I co-lead the council. And the work there is, when you brought up Prop 4, is really looking at where funding is across the administration. And so we're really being thoughtful about if there's $700+ million in the bond for workforce development, example, would it be best that some of that funding either come to labor agency, that we could then push out the money because we have the accountability side of it, working with our community colleges, working with our adult schools and other entities to actually track where people go and actually get jobs, working with Didi with the GoBiz team around the industry side. So I'm not saying all of it will probably come to us, but at least at a minimum that we start to work with Wade Crowfoot, the Secretary of Natural Resources, around how do you actually win. And this is what I think the governor was really getting at with our 9 agencies is we do workforce and economic development. So we think about that all day long. When Natural Resources puts out $100 million for workforce development programs in contracts and local communities, their accountability and tracking is not really there, to be honest, because it's the programs are good. I'm not suggesting they're not, But it's how do we actually track the individual? What were the wages after the training programs? All of those components that we need to figure out. So that's the intent, I think, mostly of the council, is to really be thoughtful about that funding in the future, and that we collectively, the 9 agencies together, work together to make that happen.
Yeah, and that's a really important component. And EPA is also on the council, as is CARB. So, those and sustainability was embedded into the Jobs First, whole program, going back to really to Regions Rise, but certainly to SURF, which was, this was sustainable job growth, right? The state will not fund fossil fuel projects in the regions, for example. That's just not an eligible expenditure for state dollars, and nor should it be. And that's not what the tables are thinking about, right? They're looking at sustainable paths and sustainable industries and sustainable sectors going forward, and creating jobs that will be in those sectors. So that's just been baked into the DNA of this program from day one.
Thanks, Tom. And then Board Member Perry.
For Dee, you alluded to the research dollars that come into the state and how valuable they are to the economy. This isn't directly related to the community colleges, but do you have an update on how the federal policy is affecting our research dollars at this moment, and what we expect in the future?
No quantifiable number, but it's something that we're deeply worried about. And, for UC, right, which is the largest research university, I think, in the country, and we get more federal grants, right, from different agencies for different kinds of research, which is foundational to the success of that entire system. I think UC San Francisco has the most federal dollars of any higher education institution in the country. And then we have our federal labs on top of that, which work together in ways that are pretty profound, both for the future of the world, but also for the economy of California. So those are things that we're really concerned about, that we're going to continue to fight for, but it's kind of hard to fight in the case. Political on y'all, but it is hard to even know where to look, let alone where to kind of stake your claim. But we will not give up, because it's really that important to the state on every level. And that's just one example of places where those investments are so critical.
Speaking of slightly political, I know one of the objectives of Project 25 is to enroll every public school student in the military. And I'm concerned about the impact of that on dual enrollment, the kind of thing we're doing to create citizens, as opposed to directing people into institutions that they may or may not want to be a part of. And there's a second part of that. The undersecretary, when he came, talked a lot about balancing the need to create a workforce that meets the demands of the state with creating citizens.
Yeah.
And I think it's so important now, because we're really learning what is it to be in a democracy. It's kind of a crash course. It's a chaotic crash course in that. And I just wonder what the thinking is. It's kind of two sets of guardrails. One is, what are we going to do about this impetus to narrowcast students, and also our own impetus in some respects?
Oh, did you take that?
I mean, I
Okay, you have an hour. No one wants to eat lunch.
Yeah, I think the question is really, really critical. And and this is something that, the governor has been thinking about for a long time. He wrote a book in 2013 called Citizenville, right? How to use digital tools to improve participation and to make our civic institutions stronger. And, I think there's a lot has happened in that space. But just this week, he announced a new tool called Engage California, which is kind of in that vein. And it's based on the Taiwan model, if you all have followed the work at that. And they've done some of it in places like Ireland, to try to get citizens to engage in thoughtful conversations, to find consensus around tough questions like in women's rights in Taiwan or abortion in Ireland, and by doing iterative conversations that don't allow for a lot of direct feedback, so you don't get snarky comments or hateful comments on people's thoughtful attempts to try to explain what they think would work. They have had a lot of success. And so again, trying to find consensus, because if you if we did that nationally around some of our hard issues, the policies on guns or reproductive rights would not look the same as the policies that are now in place. So the governor launched this tool. The first thing we're going to do it on is rebuilding at post-fire in LA, just because that's obviously very topical, and it will be an interesting place to ask people, how do these communities want to rebuild? What are their priorities around resilience versus speed versus, what kind of other tools can we use to move more quickly, but also understanding that the communities want to preserve their nature, and that other people in the city, in the county of Los Angeles, also have a view about some of this affects them too. So we'll see how that goes. But I think that's one example of a place where we can maybe start to build a safer place. And I mean, that sounds like a word that like Elon Musk would like shoot me down for, but people can have conversations and share ideas and actually come to consensus. And if we can start to build some of that, maybe we can find a hopeful path out of this very difficult place that we're in. But you guys all go online and join, sign up, because the next initiatives will not be local LA initiatives. They'll be, or people who live in LA, you could be part of it, and we'll just see if we can make it work.
Hi, Stu. It's good to see you. It's Pam over here. So you mentioned that this process will be slow, and I want you to kind of define that. I've said that time is a killer of our students' dreams, but time and barriers are a killer of our students' dreams. And so I'm not expecting fast to be Elon Musk type.
Right.
Yeah. Lord help us. Yeah. I want to make
so
that
well.
very clear. But I don't want us to fall behind.
Yep.
And
Totally.
so what do you see happening in terms of what do we need to do and how do we need to do it so that it is quicker than it has been in the past?
I think Amy brought it up a little bit as it's the cultural shift of the institutions will be the slow part. I think everything that we're asking to get done could be quick. I think with the community colleges and our partnership we have with the community colleges, that for me is the core to actually what we can do quicker. Moving our UCs and our state universities is going to be slower. Our K-12 system, I think, is probably in alignment more with our community college systems and want the changes to actually happen quicker. So I think we have the impetus to make it happen. I don't have to bring up, BA programs in the community college system as an example of some of those issues that will go on. But I think if we have industry also driving that message, I think that's important. We have a governor that is always on hyperactive mode of getting things done very quickly. And you have a chancellor that moves very quickly. So I think from our perspective, there's some things that will happen quickly. When I say slow things, it's going to be the cultural shifts of the institutions, because now you're seeing less enrollments in some of the CSUs. I mean, I went to the CSU board meeting last couple weeks ago. Sonoma State is a great example of not seeing the level of students. Why is that? Now, I know there's some reasons behind that. I understand that. But I think it's also because, are they getting those jobs that they want out of those institutions? We need to bring industry to that table and have those conversations around where those jobs are when they get out of those institutions. Community colleges do this pretty well, but I think we could improve on that as well. Yeah. Sure.
Adrian. So I'm a career counselor, so I love all of this stuff. And I've helped lots of students one-on-one with a lot of these issues. But I'm wondering how we're going to do this statewide and helping all the students. So some of the things I'm thinking about are, when it comes to issues of retention, a lot of times the reason students are leaving is because of their employment. Often they are in positions that maybe are the same kind of job they got right out of high school or during high school. And it didn't even occur to them that they have new skills that they can apply to other careers. Oftentimes, and I don't think it's a lack of imagination. I think it's a lack of information and awareness. It frustrates me that the majority of what's coming out of Hollywood is only showing the same 5 careers over and over again, and that students don't even know what's possible. So I'm equally frustrated and also excited about the concept of this career passport. But but how and will it not just be something that is there where students see, oh, this is what I have, but will they be notified? Hey, you've got these new skills. It matches these opportunities over here. I'm thinking about specific situations where, and it's really a misalignment, where students are in positions where their employer, they're in a role that's not in alignment with their major, not in alignment with their hopes and dreams. It's just a job. But they don't realize that there are just a jobs in there that they could go for. So that's usually where my conversations lie. So I have a student that's working for a fast food restaurant. Their boss keeps, ordering them to come into work when they have a midterm. And then I talk to them like, oh, you wanted to be a veterinarian? Have you considered doing this short-term certificate so that you can start doing animal grooming? They don't have anybody to have that kind of a conversation with them. So I'm wondering sort of and then the other piece I'm thinking of, our nursing students, for example, when they graduate from our associate degree program, we have partnerships in place so that they can already get hired for the hospitals that want to keep a certain standard and they want to have bachelor's degree level nurses. They can already get hired if they can prove that they have applied and been admitted to the bachelor's degree program. So I'm looking for, where can we have those other kind of industry partnerships and awareness of if a student's enrolled in on path and building skills to get them into entry level positions with those companies? And how can our California community colleges also be seen as those kinds of partners? So we've got the just out of high school students just applying to the fast food jobs. And then we have the just out of bachelor's degree students who are just applying for administrative assistant because they're like, I don't know, entry level job. That lack of awareness. So I'm wondering how the career passport might help with that. But also these conversations and shifting the culture and mindset around all of it. It's a lot, I know. So, and so let's see what else. And then there's industries where students don't even think about looking for opportunities, like in our arts industries. And I've helped students with things like that. Like, oh, did you know you could actually look for a position? And we find these positions locally all the time. So just how do we build those connections? And how can we, California community colleges, be seen as the perfect partner to build those connections? Thank you.
Sure. No, great question. Part of the master plan on career ed is to look at the labor market information division, which is under us, the centers of excellence, which is under the chancellor. How do we, I don't know if you've went on to LMID's website recently, or, there is so much information there, but it is really, I went on it the other day just to kind of look at it, just to think about how easy is this to use? It is not, as you know, probably as a counselor. And so it used to actually be easier. So one of the components of the master plan is to actually think about both of those systems and how do we better collectively work together, working with our employers to better understand. But most of that skills match is in there, and I think you're really talking about skills match and really where we can take people that have some skills, limited maybe, but how do you take those skills and then match them up with a different industry or a different employer potentially for growth, and then work with your community college system to actually build out those training components. That's the AJCC's model too. And so we do that, but that's, part of Joseph's question to me is, can we start to embed those counselors within some of the community colleges so we have a better angle to do that? But I think first and foremost, it's really getting the information to the students in a way that they understand it. If I can't understand what LMID's website says, I'm assuming the student probably does not either. Maybe we need an AI tool to actually fix that. But that is part of the plan, is to look at both of those systems. I know the Centers of Excellence do an amazing job. And so how do we actually start to work together in a better way?
Thank you. Your former employer, Calbright, is doing some of that work, actually.
Oh, nice. Great.
Sorry. Board Member De La Fuente, you're going to have the last word because we don't want to stand between people and lunch.
Yes.
All right, I have a few questions. Thank you for your time today. The first question I have is, which jobs do you think will be eliminated in the next 10 years? The second question I have, where is the most need that California community colleges can fill that need? And the third question is, we talk about creating jobs, but California is also an ecosystem for startups. Not only do we need to fill jobs, but we also need to create job creators, the future entrepreneurs. And how can we foster this ecosystem that's so natural to California to further create more job creators and small business owners?
Yeah, great questions. So sorry, what was the first question again? Was you had,
Which jobs do you think
Yeah,
will
which
be
ones are
eliminated
going
due to
away?
AI, automation,
yeah.
so on and so forth?
Look, if I had the answer to that, I think I wouldn't be here. I would be somewhere monetizing that. But I like to think fossil fuel jobs, right, are going away. So that's one area. And I think we'll be surprised in some ways by what goes away and what doesn't. Things that won't go away will be jobs in health. Some jobs in healthcare might be affected, but I think you'll always need somebody with hands on a patient, right, and eyes on a patient, for example. So we're always going to need nurses. But I do think. Thinking about the jobs of the future, this is why I think it's so important to bring employers into the conversation now and technologists into the conversation now that can help us look ahead. The four priority sectors that we identified all have heavy technology components to them, but not just technology, also manufacturing, right? In ag tech and in semiconductors and in certainly aerospace and space, there's technology, but there's also manufacturing. And so we want to bring manufacturing jobs back to California where we can. We have a lot of challenge with that state. So we have to figure out how to get out of our own way a little bit and remove some of the barriers to bringing good, high-paying manufacturing, clean manufacturing industries back to California. So that's on us to do, because I think there's a lot of interest in those jobs. And I think, if you have, companies with career path manufacturing and R&D that are here, you're going to see those will always be successful here. And how do we keep the flywheel of innovation and new businesses going? By, I think, making it a little bit, by maintaining the standards of our higher education system, right? By making tech transfer a little bit easier, and by getting out of the way to make it easy. What we have, one of the things that frustrates me as the director of GoBiz is we have all these all these startup companies here that create these great new technologies, and then when they go and they do their take Joby Aviation, right? They've created they're leading the pack in the electric vertical takeoff and landing, right? These little choppers that are helicopters that are going to fly around and move people between airports or between Santa Barbara and Los Angeles or whatever. And they're really interesting. When they do all their prototype manufacturing in California, and then they move their full-scale manufacturing to Ohio, right? It just makes me insane. So we have to figure out how to keep some of that stuff here, because when you have that, like if that company becomes successful, it spins off all ancillary companies that are doing support services, or they're inspired by it, or there's a new part that they need to build that will make the batteries more efficient, and all that ends up being here if we can keep it here. So I think, again, keeping our education system the best in the world, fighting for our federal dollars in research, making sure that we, as stewards, evolving the culture of our institutions to move a little bit faster. Again, making that tech transfer easier, and then making it easier to grow and invest and create jobs here in California. So I think it's there's a whole chain of requirements, but I think we can do it, and we have the tool and the capability of doing it better than anybody else in the world. Firmly convinced of that.
I would add just one thing, and I know, between you and lunch at this point, is I think, the patents that come out of UCs primarily, obviously in California, is massive. And I think it benefits California in a great way. Maybe the community colleges could look at some point being more of an innovative innovator to actually look at how do you have students that would develop patents.
Love that idea.
Some ways to do that. You have the massive amount of students. You have by far the largest amount of students in the system. Before they have to go to a UC and do that, maybe the community colleges could be one of those avenues to do that work. I'm looking at Sonia. Sorry to throw one more thing at you. I think we've actually had this conversation at one point, but yeah.
Well, thank you, both of you. I know how incredibly busy you each are. So thank you for spending your time and your thinking with us. And we just look forward to collaborating with the administration more. And, you know, these are scary times, but also exciting times. With that, I'll turn it back over to our president.
Let's give our presenters a round of applause.
Having us.
So at this time, we're gonna break for lunch. It would be wonderful if we all could squeeze into a group photo on the way over to that lunch. So we're going to take a photo and then go to lunch, come back here at 1:15. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. First, I want to say thank you to the Santa Barbara City College's Food Services and Culinary Program for the delectable lunch. And now that we have full bellies and hopefully are not in a food coma, let's hop directly into session 4, Data and Technology Vision 2030, Modernizing Our System. And for that session, I'll pass it to Vice President Rawlings and Member Brown.
All right. Thank you, everyone. The World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs Report 2025 estimates that by 2030, 39% of today's workforce skills will be disrupted or transformed. Although 170 million new jobs are projected to be created globally by 2030, this will coincide with the displacement of 92 million jobs, underscoring the critical need for upskilling and reskilling. AI and information processing technologies are projected to play the most significant role in this transformation, with 86% of businesses surveyed anticipating AI to fundamentally transform their operations by 2030. Our California community colleges, with their history of democratizing education and providing pathways to upward mobility, is uniquely positioned to lead this transformation. With more than 2 million students, our system can serve as a model for integrating AI into education in ways that are equitable, accessible, impactful, and human-centered. With that, I will pass it over to Adrian to introduce our guests.
Thank you. Okay, joining us today to help think through the opportunities and challenges of this transformative technology are Karen Silverman, the CEO and founder of the Cantelis Group. Karen is a leading global expert in practical governance strategy for AI, a noted international expert in AI governance and applications. Karen is a World Economic Forum global innovator and sits on its Global AI Council, where she has contributed to the board toolkit for AI and ongoing work on AI, data, and cybersecurity issues. She has been named one of the top 10 legal innovators, the Financial Times 2019, a top AI lawyer in California, in the California Daily Journal 2019, and one of the 100 Brilliant Women in AI Ethics, Women in AI Ethics 2020. Also joining us today is Peter Maharaj, Associate Vice Chancellor of Information Technology at San Diego Community College District, where he is responsible for maintaining a wide array of technology platforms and services, including the ERP, telecommunications, the library's Ex Libris system, email and anti-spam, and Canvas. He's also a noted leader in developing access and applications for supercomputing platforms like Senec's AI Resources Platform, or Senec Air, and is passionate about leveraging information technology to transform higher education. We're very happy to see you here today and that we don't have to ask AI to answer your questions. Our first question goes to Karen. Vision 2030 contains a strategic direction that addresses AI and the future of teaching and learning. What is the impact of the new administration in DC on the AI environment? Are there implications for higher education?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I think as we've been hearing all day, you know, there are a lot of implications, both from a content perspective and also from a funding perspective, from a core purposes perspective. Is sort of, I think AI is going to, well, I'll just back up. So the short answer is that there's going to be more for California to do and more for educators to do, which puts the California community colleges kind of in a perfect position to advance a lot of that work. From what we can tell, the perspective coming out of Washington right now is that is what they would call the accelerationist kind of approach, which is to sort of rush into not just innovation, but into production, a lot of what is being innovated. And along with that, which, and we can have a conversation about whether regulation plays a role in that, but along with that rush to innovation and a rush to implementation is going to be an acceleration of the challenges, right? That there are challenges associated with implementing these tools, and those are going to come fast and furious. And so that puts a great deal of pressure on quickly upskilling and training the workforce, which we've been hearing a lot about. It puts a lot of pressure on training for adaptability, which we've been hearing a lot about. And it puts a lot of pressure on the foundational skills like critical thinking. I think we mentioned earlier today, empathy and listening, but just sort of the human piece of this is going to come very sharply into focus as these tools come online quickly in lots of different settings. So I think the implications when you get past, and I'm certainly not equipped to talk about the funding implications of it, are really going to be to make what has been sort of a hypothetical horizon event a much more real and present set of events over the next 18 to 24 months. So we can I'll pause there, but I think that's the real implication.
Yeah. Peter, the governor's called for a very substantial investment in the digital infrastructure in the California community colleges. Talk to me about what the benefits look like, and how could these investments affect the operational, both on workforce efficiencies and student outcomes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First off, I want to thank you for having me here today. On behalf of San Diego Community College, again, it's an honor. With regards to the question itself and the investment, it's really democratizing IT or the AI infrastructure that supports this initiative. The community colleges within the US educates 25% of students. It's not only just a macro perspective and an advantage for us as a nation, but also an imperative for California to look at this as an investment for retraining, for new skill development, and new program development that can come along with this. There are definitely a lot of opportunities when we look at, again, jobs. We're looking at cognitive accelerators that we can look at the internal operations. We look at performance enhancements. We spoke of student services many times today. How could this help with the student services or student affairs operations? How could this assist our faculty with AI tutors? I know there's a question about critical thinking that's going to come up later on. I think there's definitely a benefit that we can capitalize on there to ensure that not only it's just a tool for someone just to chat GPT it, but rather it can lend to the learning process of our students within the programs. Of course, with any new technology, there's an opportunity for discovery that comes along with this as well. Because with new information, we get to ask critical questions about what that data is actually showcasing or what we can find from this. And an example of that is early support, early intervention opportunities for us, having agentic AIs, and you hear that verb much more as the time goes on for 2025, where this becomes a much more competitive services for capturing our students' attention and definitely engaging their performance within instructional aspects of their educational pathway.
That's great. Yeah. Next question to Karen. In addition to the focus on AI and the future of learning, Vision 2030 calls for practical leadership on climate action. And so how can the focus on AI be reconciled with the need to reduce our carbon footprint and water use?
So I think this is going to be one of the big challenges, honestly. A lot of I think it's more and more widely understood that some of these technologies, particularly the large language models, are extremely energy consumptive, right? They energy and water in particular, and it has to do with their architecture, that they are designed in a way to consume a lot of. They just require a lot of high process, high compute chips. And when you array those chips, they get very hot. You need to cool them. So it's it's a pretty pedantic problem, but it is a very pronounced problem. And everybody's sort of commented on the paradox associated with this is that as you make these technologies more energy efficient, you also just invite more people to use them, right? So the question is, will we ever be able to get the net consumption down or capped. What I think we can do is start looking at smarter ways to do the compute. And you saw this a little bit in the DeepSeek. There's a little bit of opaque math, let's just say, in terms of whether they really achieved the the efficiencies they say they have. But there's no question that there are more efficient ways to do the the actual compute. And as we start to deploy agents and things, I think the opportunity is there to do that. I think the real opportunity for this group is to be thinking, and to the extent you want to be leading, because it's a wide open space, on how do we do those trade-offs, right? How do we start thinking in a really deliberate way about understanding when using a high-powered tool like this is actually energy saving, because it takes fewer people or fewer commute or more distributed knowledge. There's lots of upsides to these technologies that actually reduce human activity, which is also carbon consumptive. So we really need to understand in a much more sophisticated way what the real energy economics are around these tools, and they probably will be shifting. The other thing we can be doing is deploying these tools in environments that enhance and optimize water usage, for instance. So for instance, on an agribusiness, and the irrigation systems can be optimized so that a lot of the waste that we experience today can be minimized through using AI tools, that can be applied to them. So there's, like I said, the economics and sort of the total landed consumption. No one really understands how to do that math, and we're still very much in the innovative spaces. But I think that also is a huge opportunity and inspiration for people who want to really tackle that problem around climate and AI consumption. It's not going to be a one-for-one math, and we really don't understand it yet. But being aware of it and teaching environments and cultures how to think about it, and we don't need AI to solve a lot of problems. I mean, a lot of problems yet anyway. So we shouldn't use it if it's going to be really consumptive. But for the problems that really can benefit from AI, we should not hesitate to do it, and we need to understand what those trade-offs start to look like. And doing really deliberate work on that, I think, is yet to be done, and something that is exciting when you think about it from that perspective. So.
Peter, who are you partnering with to promote the development of AI tools and use in San Diego Community College District? And what benefits do you see from the partnership?
Sure. So several partners, Scenic, which is our ISP for the state, connecting the community colleges, the UC system and the CSU system, together with Stanford and USA. Caltech is also included there. Together with very close partners with UC San Diego and San Diego State University as well. Each of these individuals have played a very important role in not just allowing us to develop AI tools, but it's really providing a pathway and lessons learned from their experience of implementing something called a Nautilus node, which is the GPUs that we just heard of, on structuring what that technology actually lends towards instructional as well as internal process improvements. Inclusive of that, the Chancellor's Office, under the leadership of Dr. John Hetz and Dr. Valerie Wagner, they've played a very important role in shaping a lot of the identity management and security that we utilize within the platform right now. What I'm looking at building is a complete point-to-point application that is making it as easy as possible for our students to enroll into our programs, but also gaining access into the Jupyter Hub, which is the interface. It's like the UI for AI, user interface for artificial intelligence. And it really makes that mechanism so much more seamless. A couple of weeks ago, I presented at the 6th NRP, and I learned about the integration of the AI tools, AI teaching tools directly into Canvas. And we all know the LMS that we use in California is Canvas. So that's a further advantage that we get from this ecosystem as well. So the partnership is definitely a learning experience between the entities I mentioned, Scenic, UC San Diego, San Diego State, and the Chancellor's Office, but also it lends into other opportunities as well with private companies like Microsoft. Microsoft made an announcement yesterday. I'm not sure if you all know yet, but they're offering the, what is it called? The co-pilot boot camp that's going to be available to every college within our state, and that's free. They will come to your campuses, et cetera, and provide some training. They did this a couple of years ago, but this opportunity now, they've reinvested funds in order to make this thing happen. So again, looking at the private partnerships as well lends into some opportunities for us to capitalize on. And more importantly, the AI agents that we spoke of, that was mentioned earlier, that's where we have some competitive advantages because the rate of change, it's happening so quickly. It really presents really wonderful opportunities to look at how we can gain efficiencies within the particular domains of knowledge within a district or a campus. We can further enhance those experiences across the board. So it's not only me asking for help, there's also reciprocal benefit that goes into this as well, because with the four-year universities and that partnership that we've managed to establish has definitely lent a true benefit and positive outcome for us.
Great. All right. Thank you for that. Karen, next question for you. We know the rate of change is so fast. We know that it's not just industry that's being impacted by AI, but it's also our colleges. So how can we provide leadership to the system in supporting professional development of our current workforce? So particularly classified employees, but also faculty management. Any thoughts you have on that? And the training of our future workforce in this era of AI?
Yeah. So this is maybe my favorite topic because I think this is where the sort of the human comes into the equation in just such a real way and in a way that the colleges are a civilization, right? You've got everybody doing everything and everybody's going to be touched by these technologies, and the need to make space and provide training and support learning for everyone in the community is really going to be at a premium, particularly, and we'll back up on agents in a minute because I'm actually surprised we're the first panel to have raised it today, because we're going to come back to that a bunch. But I think as we start to use these tools, as these tools get better, right? So right now there's a lot of worry and supervision and focus on how to manage these tools when they're sort of failing or when they're deficient or when they don't do what we want them to do. What's going to be really hard and what's next is how are we going to manage them and supervise them when they're doing great, when they're very high quality, when they don't tend to make mistakes, and they do tend to truly augment what human beings are capable of doing, which means we're going to have to put a lot more pressure on our liberal arts friends, right? So we're not going to move entirely away from STEM. That's still critical in every way, shape, and form. I promise. But we're going to have to add to that real innovation and real investment in what it means to understand these tools in a human setting, in a human workforce, and mostly in a hybrid workforce, because and how the machines and the people interact and affect one another. That's a whole new area of study that I think is critical. And as you start to deploy these tools on your own behalf, in the operation of the community colleges, all those questions are going to become very real very quickly. And so creating space for humans to learn and to ask questions and to innovate solutions and workflows that are effective, I think is really important. There's a lot of focus also on how to use these tools to drive efficiencies. 100%, that's something we should be thinking about. The other thing we should be thinking about, though, is how do we use these tools to as force multipliers, right? I mean, we all come to work every day saying there's these 10 things I never quite get to, that I don't get to do as well as I wish I could do if I had more people, more time, more money, differently skilled people, whatever it is. How do we start using these tools to address some of those problems, right? And then we can all start to feel the uplift there, right? This is not about humans doing less. It's about humans actually doing more and working, that's when they say working smarter. I don't know if that's exactly the way I would put it, but it's humans working more effectively with these tools. And that's sort of the next phase of events, even as we introduce agents, which are sort of right on the horizon. I thought you were going to go with the Microsoft Quantum thing. I was like, okay. So Microsoft's had a bunch of announcements. So in addition to agents and training, they've also had a real breakthrough in quantum over the last, or they've revealed that they've had a big breakthrough in quantum over the last week and a half or so. And I mentioned that along with the agents only to underscore that these innovations and these transformations are going to keep coming, right? This is not the learning that we're talking about has to become a practice. It can't be a one-time project. And so one of the things that you can do is create not just space, but really pathways for people in your organization to continually learn and ask questions and be curious. And the digital center is a perfect place to do that. So continuing to invest in environments like that are there for exploration and knowledge sharing and best practice sharing. So I just would encourage consistent efforts around the education and to make it a core part of development, even for classified staff for sure, for faculty for sure, along with the students. I think you'll push each other in all of these in all of these domains. So
Back to you, Peter. Faculty and students are both concerned about the potential impacts of AI on critical thinking. Meanwhile, early data from a pilot supports the idea that AI tutors, when implemented effectively, may actually boost students' critical thinking. So how do you see this playing out? We need you to be our myth buster. What must we do to ensure that AI usage amplifies instead of undermines critical thinking?
Sure. So I'll reference my colleagues at San Diego State. We're back in 2023. Seems so long ago now, but back in 2023, they released a survey analyzing the students and their adoption of AI within their educational journey. Some of the key findings here, and for the folks that may be listening at San Diego State, sorry if I'm butchering your results, but for the key things that came out of this is that, yes, AI is going to be a driver of change within their educational journey. Second, the expectation that the faculty are going to be utilizing AI at some point within the curriculum development, and also a change in direction of how teaching is going to, what assessment is going to take place within the classes that the students are going to be enrolled in. Now, I'll give you a personal example. So I interview a lot of people, and over the past year and a half, I have noticed a lot of responses, especially the written ones, kind of common, right? And it's very well written. So it makes the HR process a little bit more challenging for us because, sometimes we get a lot of applications, 100 plus applications. So it takes a lot of time reading through this stuff. The change that I have made is asking for presentations on the matter that they are speaking to. And that has really revealed some very useful insights of how well a person knows a particular subject matter. And second, of course, it's their ability to present on what they wrote of. So you may get a massive disparity between the two of a written submission to a presentation. So what comes of this is that teaching needs to be adjusted as well. We have a faculty member right now that's teaching machine learning using the Nautilus node that we have within our district. And he has embraced the aspect of utilizing AI within his classroom, but it has also led to the point where the students have to explain their code within their class and how it actually relates to a function that they're getting. So from an ethical perspective, there's definitely a continuum of that discussion. And second of all, the making sure that we are compliant within the classroom and within our normal duties during the day. I think it's very important to not look at this as a threat, but look at this as a tool for us to gain some efficiencies within the classroom and within the office.
All right, Kieran, back to you. As we leverage AI in pursuit of improving student learning and operational efficiencies, how can we do so in a way that's mindful of intellectual property?
this is really complicated and remains one of the watch this space areas, right? So the technical answer to that is around rights, is that those cases are still working their way through the court system, and there are there are flavors of those cases that, the most famous probably of which is the New York Times case against OpenAI, right? It was sort of accusing it, the training of being just sort of scraping all sorts of copyrighted material. Those are complicated cases. I think everybody has have differing views on how they think they're going to turn out, and it doesn't matter what I think. That somebody else is litigating that. What I think we can be doing is paying close attention to where we're getting our data, in addition to its quality, questioning what kinds of consents and permissions we have around that data that we're using for training. That's knowable and known. And what's interesting about the data economy is that we're all on all sides of it. We are both producing data and we are consuming data. And so we have an interest in understanding what the rules of the road are going to be. I think it's really interesting to think about sort of the rights of your faculty and students who are creating a lot of content in the course of their their academic careers, and so what is the status of that content, and what are the rights, or sort of the enduring rights? I think in the end we're going to end up with new rules of the road around how we're going to use intellectual property rights to exchange economic value. Right now, that system is very inefficient and very broken. So it's really going to be private practice that's going to determine how we feel about the data that's being used. And the other piece of that, sort of its close cousin, I would say, is privacy, which means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But sort of what are the allowable derivative uses of somebody's personal data, even if it's not intellectual property or copyright protected, for instance. It's still, individuals have interests in their personal data, and that those interests need to be observed in certain contexts. Not just healthcare, not just academic. You guys deal with a lot of personal information in your systems, and I know that's a big part of how you operate your systems, is to protect that data. California is probably among the more advanced states that sort of, so we have rules that we can lean on and rely on, for at least for that latter category, not so much in the rest of the country. And so I think it's going to be very interesting sort of what position we take about data that is not in California, or our data that go outside of the state. So that's going to be an interesting jurisdictional question. So watch this space, basically, is the answer. But important equities.
Thank you for bringing up privacy, Karen, because my question for Peter is, what concerns keep surfacing regarding privacy and bias in the Gen AI space? And how can we ensure that we're moving forward responsibly and ethically?
Yes, good. I just met Esther from the FCCC, and I of course, I got excited because we work a lot with them. We do a lot of stuff with contracts through the FCCC. We look at it from my job, my role right now. I review every contract that has anything connected to IT. And there's this HECVAT assessment that we perform on every vendor that is going to be utilizing our student data or employee data for operations itself. So HECVAT just came out with HECVAT 4, I believe it's the correct number. It's probably 4 dots, some digit after that. But it ties into the AI landscape as well, on how some of these third-party vendors are going to be using our data within the environments that they are hosting the platform. Now, those are just rules. Like you mentioned, California has a definite, ever since back in the 90s, coming up to the 2000s, I'm dating myself right now, but from the CSU level and how contracts are actually set up, as well as the legal aspect of information technology management, and which is a true advantage for us. When we look at the aspects of the operations right now, retrieval augmented is definitely a guardrail that we have in place that can protect us and protect our data itself. It supports also hallucinations that we can get from the data that we're searching. So it's definitely a technical advantage to make sure that whoever we're partnering with is definitely looking at our data sets, the indices that we are building off, the infrastructure to support the retrieval of information that we're seeking. More importantly, just make wise decisions. And it's very important to have the network that you are collaborating with. So when an institution implements Nautilus Node, you have GPU power. And of course, some clever person might say, well, now is a good time to do some Bitcoin mining. And of course, that's a big no-no within the ecosystem. And so we have safeguards that are placed in there too. How many of you know about something called SQL injection? SQL injections for database breaches and stuff like that? Well, thank you. Now we have prompt injections, and that's a new thing now. I was like, okay, how do we prevent these things from actually happening? So it's a moving target. So you cannot be complacent with security. It is something that it has to keep up, not only on the infrastructure, but on the applications that we're deploying. So it's imperative that we use the laws to our advantage, use the rules to our advantage in proper review of any contracts that we're engaging with.
All right. Karen, we're in the midst of a lot of change, both over the past several years within our system of higher education, but now politically, socially, all of the rest, right? And so people have a lot on their plate, right? There's a level of emotional and mental fatigue. So how do we get people to try something new when they're feeling a little stretched and a little under-resourced?
A great question. Oh, sorry. It's a fabulous question. I think some of it starts with this question I was asking before, which is if we can think about what our existing pain points are and how these technologies might be, how we might, sort of experiment with them to remove those, they can be little pain points, right? But how do we start thinking about these technologies as additive as opposed to displacing? I think that's a start, that's a starting place. Knowing that everybody on the planet has to come at this with a sense of curiosity is a starting place. So you're not supposed to know all the answers to these questions. No one does. There are lots of people who are very smart about a lot of things, but they're not very smart about all the things, right? So everybody has something to add and contribute, and the questions that people are asking as they're really starting to use these tools, that's what I'm saying, the acceleration to getting them out of the lab and into like live settings is gonna raise a lot of questions. So one of the things we can do is value those questions, reward those questions, make space for them, still make decisions. I mean, it changes how we do decision making, right? And how we do risk management, all of that. But approaching this sort of like humans do, right? Which is by asking, being in a safe place to ask a lot of questions, getting a bunch of different answers, and then learning through critical thinking skills and some of these sort of more fundamental developmental skills, how to sort out good answers from bad answers, or how to order different answers. I think one of the harder questions we're going to have to deal with is trade-offs. Like I can sit here and tell you what the 10 responsible AI principles are, but I can't tell you how to resolve a really tricky situation where those principles might operate in tension with one another, right? So how do organizations really start tackling those trade-offs is going to be a big issue. How to deal with what is already and is going to get worse, frankly, is a flood of mis and disinformation, right? How are we going to know what's true, what's not true, what's actionable information, what's just noise in the system? And what's noise for one person might be signal for somebody else, right? And so how are we going to have those conversations? So I think from a human perspective, it's kind of honoring that these all have to be conversations and kind of collective decisions that we make in every organization that we're in, right? The other thing that I would be remiss if I didn't mention it is I'm sitting here listening about we've got the 2 million students who are enrolled, and we've got the 6.8 million students who could be enrolled or were. I actually think this is a Californians problem, right? I mean, every Californian is going to have to get upskilled in some way, shape, or form lots of times, right? And so as we think about the role of people and of the community colleges as sort of leaders in how do grown-ups learn, I think this is, I think what continuing education looks like 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 6 years from now is going to be totally different, right? And you guys are clear. That's why I wanted to start with the fact that the problem is not the problem. The situation is that California is going to lead because it always does and because it has to in the current circumstance. And education is at the center of the question. And here you sit. Right. So I think it's an exciting time, but I would think as ambitiously as you can about this, even though we're going to maybe take small, very human-sized steps. I think the the ambition is actually a really important piece of it too.
So thank you for bringing up the earlier sessions because I did keep thinking about AI throughout all of the different, and people kept mentioning it as well. And I'm thinking that with what you just said about board member Villavicencio saying we can expect people to have 17 jobs in 5 industries. I happen to use AI for this bit of questions. And one of the most poignant things it said was the key is not to avoid AI, but to use it thoughtfully with checks in place to ensure fairness, privacy, and accountability. So I think we have been very thoughtful in this conversation so far. So my final question for both of you is what opportunities do you see for the use of AI in the California community colleges to wrap this up?
We have to embrace this change. Like was mentioned, there's a lot of chatter within the AI landscape. Everyone's doing AI, but it's important to know that ChatGPT or any of the other Gronk or other LLMs that are out there, that's not AI. Those are the products of AI itself. I think it's imperative to look at it from the instructional aspect, that we can embrace this and get our faculty involved. That is a driver, and I know Fertil the answer is leading an initiative along those lines, and I think that's a very, very wise decision to move forward with. I think it's also important to understand that the use of an LLM itself, or the applications that are tapping into the large language models or the data that you're going to be querying, the LLM is going to query too, is important because you allow faculty to now teach with a platform that is platform agnostic. When we look at the concept of cradle to career, from the K-12 community colleges to the four-year university system, this is something we need to consider very quickly. This is an exponential change that we are seeing in our lifetime. 2025, what month are we in? February. December of this year is going to be completely different to what it is right now when it regards to the technology that we're implementing. One of the complaints I've heard for the four-year universities is that our students are not ready when they come into their third year of their educational journey. This opportunity and the decisions that we have in front of us right now provides us a platform that we can start training, teaching our students at the community college level, that they can then transition over to the four-year university, that they have that exposure to the platform and the tools that they can use. The K-12, I'm working on that. I'm working with the San Diego County of Ed on getting that involved. They have some technology that they're just embraced, and we can extend that once we can get over that single ID challenge that we have. So the point is, this is a change that's coming, and I think it's imperative that we look at it from a instructional aspect, an investment in that, together with the technical competence and the ability to bridge and build out more Nautilus nodes within California.
So I would say yes to all that. I think the opportunity here also is to really personalize learning, whether it's to the student or to the classroom or to an administrator, right? I mean, that we can use these tools to really augment not just our productivity, but how we approach tasks, which is a really enormous opportunity. It does take some imagination. Lots is going to go wrong. So we have to create systems that can withstand things going wrong and sort of be thoughtful how we design fail safes and environments that are not quite experimental, but they're also not quite, ready for scale, right? So we've got to think in a new way around how we do our organizational governance and supervision. These are also really leapfrogging technologies. So, because they inject resource and capability into systems that are resource constrained. And so there's an opportunity to really think about how to, to skip some steps, which I think is valuable in some contexts. And we're seeing that like with DeepSeek, that the pressure that those developers were put under because they were they were deprived of access to lots of GPUs was they developed a new architecture that didn't require as many GPUs, right? So that necessity is going to create a lot of invention, and it's going to be exciting to watch. And a lot of that's going to happen in education settings. The other thing that I think is overlooked is there's an opportunity, and maybe this is just me responding to your point about the times we're in. There's an opportunity to create a lot of alignment with AI, right? Not only do we have to come to agreement on how we're going to align the tools with our objectives, which is a big problem, but how are we going to align each other in terms of what we want the tools? They really, most of these tools, when applied in real settings, are going to raise a lot of first principles. And so how we create environments to work through what those first principles are, and how we're going to decide we're going to communicate with the tool, and how what kinds of things we're going to ask the agents to do, what kinds of things we're going to ask them not to do. It's going to create it's going to have to create a fair amount of alignment within our organizations. And so I think of that also as an AI opportunity in an interesting, in a kind of different way. But I don't want to overlook that opportunity either, because I think it's especially important in 2025. So.
Thank you both for that. So we've got about 9 minutes or so for questions from our colleagues on the board. But before we get to that, just want to give you a thank you and a round of applause for your feedback for us. I see a member saying.
Thanks, and thank you both. Karen, you alluded to the fact that that these systems are scraping a lot of data, and there's a lot of stuff on the internet that isn't true.
Most of it.
Yeah, and so I've been wondering about this. I mean, how is AI, processing what is clearly not true, what's from a credible source and what isn't, what's opinion and what's fact? How is that working?
Better and worse in different settings, right? So I think there are tools and techniques. You referred to one of them as sort of the RAG, sort of some there are techniques that are being used to help filter some of that true from not true. I think I would back the movie up and start it in a different place, which is, am I using this tool to deduce something that has an answer, or am I using this tool to augment my creative thinking about something? For the tool, for the use cases where there is a ground truth answer, and like we see how they struggle sometimes in engineering and math contexts to get the math right. There are different models that are better and worse at it, different techniques. I think it's getting better. And I think that was the point I was trying to make, is right now we're very focused on where it doesn't work and what's untrue. I think 2 years from now, we won't have completely solved that problem, but we will have largely solved that problem as it relates to things that have physical or mathematical answers associated with them. The culturally significant stuff, I think, is where the real challenge comes, right? Because now we're talking about much more highly contextual outputs. And I think that's where different organizations are going to have to come up with different solutions. And I would say that for highly culturally significant or contextual outputs, large language models may not be the right answer. Small language models might be the right answer, right? So you're not using a general purpose tool. You're using a tool that's very carefully designed and built on data that's very fit for purpose for your question. So we're going to move from this environment where everybody drives a Chevy to an environment where people have very different vehicles for what they need to do, right? And the agents are going to be part of that. You're going to have agents that work very well across industries or in particular kinds of problems. We're going to have those kinds of agents well before we're going to have agents that are generally capable at all the stuff.
But at some point you have a curator or somebody that's instructing the database, believe this, don't believe that. I mean, that's kind of a human decision. And given these large language, I mean, who's making that decision? And it's so important in the outcome.
Yeah, well, today, part of the problem is that those decisions get made at lots of different points in the model development, right? Some of it is in the actual architecture of the models. Some of it is in the labeling of the data that feed the models. And so humans are actually influencing how those models produce the outputs that they do and whether they're accurate, biased, create knock-on security and other kinds of problems. And we don't have very good systems for even understanding where humans have influenced the model, let alone directing it. So what you see now in these general models, like Anthropic is probably the most evolved of them, is that they are trying to engineer in as much as possible what they call constitutional kind of principles that guide how it makes decisions and the kinds of outputs it will and will not produce. Even that system, which is very kind of well managed, is very easy to break and very easy to end around if you care to, right? And so we don't have a good answer for that question yet. So it really is very heavily dependent on the people who are using the tools to not over rely on them and to not fail to interrogate or get to ground truth with your colleagues about what you really care about, because that is still a very human function.
Next, we have Member Adu and then Member Williams.
Okay. Hi, I have 2 questions. So I'll start with the more tough and technical one. Feel free to ignore it. Okay. So you mentioned one of the benefits of AI in the educational space is a more personalized learning experience. So to provide context, AI-driven tutoring systems use natural language processing, which are NLPs, to interpret student queries and generate responses. However, NLP models trained on biased data sets may reinforce inequitable assumptions and academic feedback. Additionally, predictive analytic models analyze student engagement patterns and academic history to provide personalized student recommendations. But if this historical data reflects systemic biases, the model may misrepresent student capabilities, particularly for underrepresented groups that are more represented in the CCC system. And deep learning models, DLMs, such as transformer-based architectures like ChatGPT, generate responses based on large-scale data sets. Without algorithmic bias mitigation techniques, these responses may inadvertently disadvantage non-traditional or diverse learning styles. So my question for you with that context is, how can we as a CCC system ensure that these AI-driven tutoring models, particularly those leveraging NLP, predictive analytics, and deep learning architectures, do not reinforce biases in student response and learning outcomes? Thank you.
Okay, so this ties back into your question, where the data set is actually something that's created. Let's just use a faculty member for his or her class that they're teaching. An example that we have actually implemented is a AI tutor, where we have an individual teaching machine learning, Python, something along with the STEM program. And their tutoring information is uploaded into a database that allows the students to actually query and have an engaging experience with the content and the workflow that the faculty actually wants to have with that student. So that's definitely a safeguard that we have put into play as a sample that we're experimenting right now for the spring term for this particular endeavor. And that ties back into the specificity on where that resource, that knowledge base comes from. We've also done a HR agent as well. The next couple of meetings, you'll be talking about too many agents are coming out here, because that's going to be the next problem. It's going to scale so quickly. But an HR agent allows us to actually have information that's connected directly to our ERP, and also get information from the website. It's proven to be accurate in the sense of it's collecting information from our discrete information, but it's also become an aid to us on showing us where we have wrong data. And we can actually go back in to fix this, because we cite where that source is as a response back to the end user. So that's been very helpful from that perspective. So again, having those guardrails around the data set is definitely pertinent to the results that we're getting. I'll date myself again. In a prior role as a director of military education, and I think it was back in 2015. I got into this whole thing of predictive analytics, looking at student outcomes, but also looking at degrees that we can offer at the military bases from Okinawa down to Jacksonville, Florida. Every military base provides a different type of discipline and work opportunities that they offer. We started analyzing from the perspective where specific programs that we're offering, including the National Testing Center, where are some of the key places? For example, an Air Force base. An Air Force already has an academy that provides baccalaureate degrees. We're not going to be there. We're not going to do associate degrees. Rather, what was successful was a national testing center in that particular location. What those results actually show to us is making the necessary adjustments that we can curate for those based on those locations. So it has become very helpful, but again, it is really looking at the data source and taking action upon what we're collecting.
So I think what you're also just if I may, is in the workflow has to be the opportunity to raise the kinds of questions you're raising and interrogate where did the data come from? Are there other ways to ask the question? What happens if I think when ChatGPT first came out, one of the first rules we said was don't accept the first results, right? You to ask it the same question multiple times and see what happens, and it'll give you a sense of what the tool's biases are. And then you ask a question a different way and it'll give you a sense of how sensitive the prompt it is to prompting and things. So humans are going to have to be engaged in how we consume the outputs of these models, but having workflows and space and time to do that kind of interrogation is what we can do for ourselves right now on that question.
Training the model.
Training the model.
Next, we have Member Williams and Member Villavicencio.
First, I appreciate you being here and information. One of the comments that you made about the cultural aspects made me just think of a question and just how do we balance the administrative things that we got to deal with as a state? And I'm talking about our conversation. We focus a lot on like the privacy stuff and but balancing that kind of stuff with curriculum, because in order to get the cultural or the bias out, you need more technicians that do the inputting and creating. And last week I had a chance to tour Anaheim Union High School District, and they have a AI pathway for their high school students. And you generally see these kind of training programs in more affluent communities, and you won't see them in school districts like where I'm at in the IE or in our community colleges. The skill part is we're kind of like acting scared to the train has left the station on AI, y'all, and we're still debating, we're still talking about people cheating, and it's like, this is gone. And so how do we get to the point to where we're making the skill development opportunities and the training programs available to folks? Because I get a lot of advertisements on my Instagram and Facebook about all of these boot camps and different trainings. I don't see anything from community colleges like where you can really get the skills so that I can become a technician or a prompt engineer or whatever the codes are. So as a system, how do we balance the stuff, the bureaucracy versus we got to get some training out to people?
I don't know if I'm the right one to answer that question, but I think the activity we heard, I guess it was, we heard earlier today that the California community colleges are actually moving faster and have the potential to move faster than a lot of the other higher ed institutions. And that certainly has been my experience just in traveling around. So I don't think, I can't speak to how curriculum can get developed more quickly or approved more quickly, but I can say that you guys are closer to the solutions than you might think, right? Because you're in the community and you're tied to the workforce as well as to, you're frankly, it's not as precious, right? And so that you're able to make the adaptations more quickly in the classrooms. And like when I've been listening to and I know we're going to see some later today, that the innovations that are happening on the ground are happening as quickly as any place I've seen. So finding resources, I think, is the first place I would go, because in the system, there are people who are doing this work and doing it well. So figuring out a way to do that plumbing or wiring is maybe a first place to start. So, and there's also just a lot of, whether it's through the community colleges or not, there are a lot of 101 type courses out there. The problem is it's hard to get your hands on the tools. Like thinking about it doesn't do as much as doing it does. So finding those courses where you can do it.
So Joseph, we're here and we're speaking of this topic. Every panel that was up here this morning was speaking about AI. And I think it's definitely imperative for as part of the discussion and awareness to the change that's necessary. Under Dr. Christian's leadership, we've definitely seen an inflection point on the change that are required. And that's going to continue to bring forward on curriculum development and use of the platforms. But we have to define what that platform is. And I think we have an opportunity here to really make a positive difference for California or community colleges, and that getting our students transfer ready as they move on with their career trajectory. I think we're on the right path. Yes, it may seem slow, but the progress that we've made just in the past 10 months alone has been definitely a massive leap forward for this environment.
All right. The last question to a member of Villavicencio.
Thank you. Thank you for lending your expertise. Just really trying to wrap my head, obviously, with this very daunting challenge and complexity of this issue. I'm thinking to myself, obviously, technology moves way faster than policy and regulations. We know that policy always lags behind. We try to get ahead of it, but we know that sometimes that's impossible to do. And so I know we, as a body, our responsibility is to provide policy to direct our system, particularly in this very important issue. And I've heard from our discussions here, which I thoroughly have enjoyed, that we need policy that needs to be more nimble and adaptive. And so given your expertise and in a way help us sort of navigate through that, what type of policy should that look like? I know Board Member Brown mentioned this sort of values-based policy. We need to use AI thoughtfully, ethically, obviously with accountability. Obviously, we've had these discussions between the balance between freedom while trying to provide the common good. Very, very difficult challenges given the values that we have in our country, embedded in our country as well, in our nation. But again, given that, can you lend us, again, what does that nimbler policy look like from your expertise so we can guide our system in a way that we can provide them some good guidance with those specific guardrails to make sure that this technology is not abused? And so I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
It's a great question. Regards to the security aspect and intellectual property, it's something that's being debated right now, not only at the community college level, but also at USC. Setting it off on board policies, all the districts have 3720, acceptable use policy for the use of computers or the use of the digital resources that we have on campuses. There definitely needs to be either an addendum to this or something that's specific to AI itself. I don't have the direct answer for you on this, other than the fact that when we are reviewing partnerships with third-party vendors, it is important to look at it from the perspective of the security on the use of that data and the exposure of that data to open data sets or open resources that can present additional problems, possibly hallucinations, not only to the customer, but to other partners that they may have, and the illicit use of that data within the agreement that may be signed and implemented. And I think that's something that needs to be, that's a foundation aspect of where we can start. We can look at it from the perspective as well, not fall into the traps and buying the new shiny toy on the shelf, but making sure that we're making fiscal responsibilities on the decisions on the platforms, working towards like the partnerships. We spoke of throughout this conversation, the rich engagement that we've had with our partner universities, that we need to capitalize on that. People have invented a lot of stuff already that is related to instruction, as related to research. There are opportunities there for us to capitalize on these and improve upon it, also contribute to it as well.
Yeah, so I would just say it's multi-stakeholder, which you're doing. I know that. It's highly communicative and in the sense that I think the days of setting your strategic plan once a year are over. Like that, the strategic plans are being revisited. So the cadence has to pick up on all of it. It's taking an approach to risk management that is where management is an active verb, right? So we're not just, it's not all about mitigating risk. It's actually about affirmatively managing risk, which is not, again, that's a foundational skill that we kind of need to relearn in a lot of ways. And it goes back to first principles. It's having some consensus, like I said, or alignment around what we really don't want the tools to do or impacts we don't want the tools to have. And being prepared to say no selectively and where we need to. So if there's a vendor who does not meet your standards, even though they've got really great capability, it's the ability and permission to say, not yet, no. It's the only way to get pressure back in the system to improve the products, really. So, and there are projects that a lot of these platform or the labs are working on that they are not releasing because they don't think, some they have enough internal fortitude to say no, right? And it's often a no, not now, not necessarily no, not ever. But that's one of those areas of alignment that I was talking about before. So I think, and then being really willing to act on the no, as well as being able to act on the yes. Because then all the yeses become possible, right? I mean, and that's very consistent with the way we regulate generally and so those are, I think the principles are very important. Learning how to make the trade-offs is very important. And then keeping this pace up and really understanding that, that this is a practice, not a program, right? These are skills that we're all just going to learn how to do in perpetuity with each other and our friends. So,
if I may, I'll add one more thing. The Chancellor's Office in 2023 initiated something called Universal Design Learning Task Force that came together on a review of contracts that colleges were going to begin a process with, a centralization, sort of a vetting process. I think something like that needs to be adopted a lot more so within the technology landscape of, and I know the term centralization is sometimes can be taken as a bad word, but it is important. Once you're doing business with California or California community colleges, that company has been vetted. It has passed the smell test. It has passed the security compliance requirements, and we're good to move forward with the implementation of whatever we're choosing to embark on.
It's great. Thank you both again. Oh, Jennifer.
Because I'm simple-minded, I thought I'd take an application that was just practical, and I Googled what are the advantages of a community college. And what was interesting is across the board, cost effectiveness was the first advantage. And it made me think of how at all levels, we've been so good at talking about affordability. When you plug it into an algorithm, are we shorting our own selves because we're not thinking about how the algorithm simplifies so much so that it leaves out that greater complexity. And it was literally like every single AI answer was affordability, and then it got into some of the other values, but it really made me think at a level I can understand of, what you put in and the emphasis and how AI can interpret those emphases in a way that you may or may not want.
May I add something to this? I'm a product of the community college system. I'm a product of the CSU system. I'm a product of the UC system and also USA. And one thing that's amazing about not only California, it's if I wanted, which I did, I enjoyed learning. It provided me that level of equity. And as you transition through my educational pathway, having access to the resources at the universities or the community college, the universities, and the ability for me to gain new knowledge, that was only possible here in this state, in this great state of ours. And it's just the evolution again. It's a new opportunity to learn some new data. If I have my faculty, if I have my institution that's embracing this technology, it opens up, I can become a fusion physicist and look at creating the new energy resource for the future. The sky's the limit, and your imagination can run wild with these particular tools and platforms. And we're the driver of that. We're the driver of the change within California and within the nation. So I agree, definitely. Cost is definitely a benefit, but it's also the opportunity to explore one's imagination.
So that actually wasn't my point. Sorry. I probably wasn't clear. My point was how interesting it looking at in a new way about the information we put out about ourselves, our own mission. And it's so interesting. That was my point, that we lean in so much to affordability when we're talking about the community colleges. What is the trade-off when that kind of leaning in gets filtered into something like AI? I would never sit here and shortchange the community colleges. In fact, the opposite. But for me, it was a way of sort of understanding, what was that old term? And no, I'm not going to use it. I was going to say garbage in, garbage out, but then that doesn't sound right either. But it's thinking, it's stuff like it is the challenge in giving a thing the ability to interpret a value that you may have inadvertently ascribed to it. And it had direct application right here and now when I Googled community colleges. So.
And they're very self-fulfilling, right? So if you get a different message, the more an algorithm based on the conversation we've had all day today here, which is very robust about all the values, would give you a different answer, right? And some of the tools can correct for that now, but you're right, there's a real risk of reductive outputs if we're not careful.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both for the great conversation. Thanks for our board members for the great questions, and appreciate all your feedback. And with that, back to you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll take public comment on item 3.1.
Thank you. The public comment period on item 3.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I'll hand it over to Vice President Rawlings for public remarks in Santa Barbara.
All right, we have 5 public comments. First up, Greg Pensat.
Okay, there we go. My name is Greg Pence. I'm from Allen Hancock Community College. I'm also co-chair of the CCCT Community Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Task Force. But I'm here today to talk about our baccalaureate program. Over the past 5 years, the community colleges have joined with other sectors of higher communication in the state in working to eliminate systemic racism. Allen Hancock College has been a proud partner in that effort, increasing faculty diversity, developing and sharing a tool to develop culturally responsive curriculum, and increasing the number of graduates from underserved populations. Just over a decade ago, Hancock's graduation was 725 students per year, leading us to focus on completion. We used a combination of concurrent enrollment, of which we are one of the largest providers in the state with over 6,500 enrollments, and the Hancock Promise, a privately funded $10 million endowment that provides 2 years of free tuition to high school students. In spite of enrollment levels that were 20% lower than they were 10 years ago, Hancock graduated over 1,400 students in 2024. 955 were Latino students. That would have been our 5th largest graduating class ever at the college. Hancock is doing everything it can to change the odds in northern Santa Barbara County, but there's one gaping hole: equitable access to baccalaureate degrees. The system is not set up to help our college in the community that we serve.
30 seconds.
There is no accessible CSU within 100 miles of our community college, and students have financial and family needs that prevent them from leaving the area. Distance matters, and it particularly impacts our students of color. If you truly care about rooting out systemic racism in the California community college system, then please advocate for the students at Allen Hancock College and grant final approval of our baccalaureate degree, which has already been given a provisional approval by your staff. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Thank you. Next up, Anais Diaz.
Hello, so it's this one. Hello, my name is Anais Diaz. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Anais Diaz, and I'm a current student at Allen Hancock College. I am the daughter of immigrants, and I am the first generation of my family to be able to attend college. I've earned, at my stay at Hancock, 2 degrees. I also work full-time as the outreach program manager for countywide for a local nonprofit where I specifically work for the homeless population. This is extremely rewarding work, but my days are definitely long. After working all day, I usually attend classes till about 9:30 p.m. My goal is to eventually earn a bachelor's degree, master's, and hopefully move on to a doctoral degree also. More education allows for advancement opportunities in a career that I am passionate for. Unfortunately, the closest four-year university to where I live is usually an hour or more away, and those schools usually recruit internationally, and admissions are highly competitive. Between time, distance, and financial commitment, I am looking at an uphill battle. That is why I'm here today to advocate for a broader bachelor's degree program at community colleges. Having options closer to home would provide more opportunities for students like me.
30 seconds.
It would be an honor to be part of the Cal Poly legacy of excellence, and I was excited when they announced their 2-for-2 program in sociology to be offered at Allen Hancock College. Unfortunately, in spite of my 3.14 GPA, having 2 AA degrees, I was not accepted into this program. Removing barriers to a local bachelor's degree would result in opening the doors for many other individuals like me who seek to make their lives better to provide for their families. Local bachelor's degree would help us to contribute more fully to our local cultural and our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last 3 will call you all up. Dr. Genevieve Siwa-Bessie, Lawanda Lyons-Pruitt, and Kevin Walters.
Go ahead, start. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Genevieve Siwa-Bessie, Vice President for Student Services at Allen Hancock College. I wanted to share with you that access to bachelor's degree programs is crucial for the growth and prosperity of Santa Maria, California, and the Central Coast. As a community, we face unique challenges, including limited access to affordable higher education. The nearest accessible and affordable college or university is over 100 miles away, making it difficult for many residents to pursue a 4-year degree. This lack of access is particularly detrimental to our Hispanic Latino population, which makes up 76% of Santa Maria's residents and nearly 70% of Allen Hancock College's student body. Many of our students are accepted to CSUs, but are unable to move away from home due to financial constraints, family responsibilities, or other personal reasons. This situation leaves them with limited options to further their education and career prospects. Unfortunately, we are unable to quantify this until much later through the National Clearinghouse, but we have a large number of anecdotal stories of students who return to HC in subsequent semesters because they are, quote, waiting until they can afford to move. This is not just a financial decision, but a family decision as well. Many of our students provide critical sibling care for parents who are too often working demanding jobs in the fields and produce centers. Many others are parents themselves who can't uproot their whole family to attend a university in a distant community.
30 seconds.
The establishment of the Applied Professional Studies program at Allen Hancock College is essential for providing equitable educational opportunities and fostering a thriving community in Santa Maria. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Governors,
My name is LaWanda Lyons Pruitt. I am president of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. You know us as NAACP. I'm here on behalf of the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization. I'm here today to advocate on behalf of our community that faces enormous economic challenges that are only exacerbated by the lack of educational mobility in our region. More than 40% of our residents live in poverty, in spite of the fact that most families are working 2 jobs. Allen Hancock College provides a pathway for these students and has demonstrated time and time again that faculty and staff at the college are dedicated to creating affordable pathways for students. By the way, I'm one of those students to graduate from Allen Hancock College. The young people in our community are desperate for an opportunity to continue to a 4-year degree after graduating from Hancock. But the economic reality prevents too many of them from doing that. It's not just the cost of moving to a university that is at play. We understand there is financial aid and federal grants to pay for that. Our students are often needed to help their parents by performing sibling care while mom and dad work exhausting jobs as field workers or laborers. The loss of a young adult family member too often creates a barrier that far exceeds the cost of education.
30 seconds.
The degree proposed by Allen Hancock College specifically addresses the needs of students and businesses in this region. My understanding is that your review team found it met the needs of this community and the community college system. If you want to act for justice in a way that changes the odds for this community, you should act to approve the Bachelor's of Applied Professional Studies at Allen Hancock College. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Walters, Superintendent President at Allen Hancock College. Today, you've heard from a handful of our community members, but believe me when I say there were many, many more who wanted to attend today to provide public comment, but we didn't want to overwhelm your retreat. Northern Santa Barbara County is a unique region in our state. It has more than 250,000 people, but no local access to a traditional CSU. Cal Poly sits just 45 miles up the road, but their institutional mission and national stature prevent most local students from accessing their world-class programs. CSU Channel Islands, our closest CSU, is more than 100 miles from our community. We have worked with our local leaders and businesses for more than a decade to get CSU to serve our community, only to have the rug pulled time and time again, usually relying on technical bureaucratic rules to justify denying access to our neighbors. We understand that our degree is a little different. It's not the narrowly tailored industry-specific degree that most of our CC baccalaureates represent. Those degrees are making enormous changes in the region, but they do not reflect the need we have in our community. Our community needs a pathway to a degree that would allow people to advance in a wide range of industries: agriculture, space, public service, nonprofits, logistics, early childhood education. Our degree is not a pathway to Wall Street or a fast track to the C-suite. It's a degree designed to foster generational change for our community that is the very epitome of the historically marginalized population that you discussed earlier. Today, we have a simple request. Provide a place on your next agenda for our community to be able to speak to you for more than 2 minutes at a time, and allow us the opportunity to share the needs of our community in an appropriate setting where we can have a meaningful conversation. We're only asking for a half hour of your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your public comments. At this time, we're going to enter the Play Lab space of our board retreat agenda and build our own AI bot. So with that, I'm going to welcome Senior Advisor Davies Rougeau to the podium.
So good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, board members, and Chancellor Christian. My name is Don Rougeau. I'm the Senior Advisor to the Chancellor on Workforce Economic Development, Strategic Partnerships, and I'm part of our AI leadership team for the system. I'm pleased to be joined this afternoon by Fabi Torres, Professor and Department Chair of Ethnic Studies and Faculty Development in Innovation and Learning at Glendale Community College, and Scott James, Professor and Distance Education Coordinator at Santiago Canyon College. Fabi and Scott have never said no when we have reached out to them to do these Play Lab demonstrations. So we're super excited to have the two of them here today. Combined, Fabi and Scott have conducted over 60 Play Lab custom chatbot demonstrations and have assisted in developing over 200 custom bots working with 400 faculty members. Notably, these custom bots can be remixed, so we'll share more of that to come. Included in these figures is the fall 2024 statewide Play Lab pilot, where with a limited distribution over a 10-day period, we received 827 interest forms and 457 signups from classified professionals, faculty, and administrators for the 3-week, 6-hour professional learning community, which was led by UC Berkeley Changemakers faculty, Dr. Cristina Cirano. One of the UC Berkeley student facilitators conducted a brief evaluation and shared that only 7 responses of the 450 participants expressed difficulty with the process, principally related to signing on and the pace of the training. This training today will be presented to the Board of Governors members. We're also pleased to announce a second pilot this spring through the Digital Center for Innovation, Transformation, and Equity. We want to assure the board that we will be conducting outreach through our appropriate constituency leads, such as the ASCCC, 4CS, and CCIA, as well as the SSCCC to ensure we have appropriate student engagement in this demonstration. Before I pass the microphone on to our esteemed faculty to begin today's demonstration, I'd like to also announce that we have signed a non-binding memorandum of understanding, MOU, with the nonprofit Play Lab. And in that MOU, we've agreed to collaborate in exploring the opportunity to advance AI literacy, digital learning, and workforce readiness through the utilization of custom chatbots. So at this time, I'd like to pass the microphones over to Professor Torres and Professor James.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Love Adu for your, not the context, but the question you asked the previous panel. Do you have it? It was very well said.
Oh, thank you. I can pull it up right now if that's okay with
Yes,
the board
please.
and everyone. Okay, cool. Okay. So I mentioned how they mentioned the benefit of AI in the educational space being the more personalized learning experience. And I provided context with AI-driven tutoring systems using one natural language processing, which is NLPs, to interpret student queries and generate responses. However, NLP models trained on biased data sets may reinforce inequitable assumptions and academic feedback. Additionally, predictive analytic models analyze student engagement patterns and academic history to provide personalized tutoring recommendations. If this historical data reflects systemic biases, the model may misrepresent student capabilities, particularly for underrepresented students. Finally, deep learning models, DLMs, particularly transformer-based architectures like ChatGPT, generate responses based on large-scale data sets. Without algorithmic bias mitigation techniques, these responses may inadvertently disadvantage non-traditional or diverse learning styles. And so I asked, finally, with all that context, how can the California Community College system ensure that AI-driven tutoring models, particularly those leveraging NLPs, predictive analytics, and deep learning architectures, how can we make sure that they do not reinforce biases in student responses and learning outcomes? Thank you.
So I have a simple answer to that. And that is we as instructors, as leaders, as classified staff, and as students, we build that knowledge. We build the bot. We build the tool. So that is how we are going to set ourselves apart, is that we are going to be co-creators.
Thank you.
I think we're getting our, as Scott is putting this together, as a professor of ethnic studies and as an educator, Scott and I are first and foremost is that we are storytellers and we are also healers. And that is what we do as educators in the community college. We are dealing in the gap of trauma-informed, we are dealing with strategies that are based with trauma-informed pedagogy, and we are empathy-centered, equity-centered, student-centered. And so therefore, the relationship and the coexisting with AI relies on a lot of heart. And so as we get this going, so sorry.
Yeah, so sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. I'm going to have to transition to a different computer, so it'll take me just a minute.
Sure. So I'll do an overview of what PlayLab is. So PlayLab is a nonprofit organization that has an amazing story. And so the story goes like this. In Chicago and in New York, a lot of K through 12 schools do not allow students to take textbooks home. And so how do teachers continue the education? How do they continue the learning? And what happens is PlayLab came and enabled faculty and trained faculty to build their own bots, to take their textbooks and create the assignments, the dialogue, the supplemental instruction for the students. So even though the students could not take their textbooks home, they can actually continue to conversate, to have conversations with the bot. So when they would come back to class, they were able to have a class session. So that's what really inspired the company to really expand. And so us as just goers of the, less than a year ago at the air show, we met with PlayLab because that story really intrigued us. How did that happen? How did that exist? And so PlayLab, again, is a nonprofit organization that is similar to what our brother said earlier, a RAG. And I don't remember the exact acronym. It's like Retrieval Augmented Generation, yes. And so what that is that we build the bot. We build the reference bank. We build the guardrails. We build the workflow. We build the background. So we are the ones creating the process along the way. And so it's a great way for faculty to take ownership of how they want the information to be processed. So if a teacher, yay, we're in. Halfway, we're getting there. And so then, are we going to get the Zoom?
Yeah, I'll do that next.
Oh, okay. All right, he's going to get us in there. Oops, I don't think that's the right camera. Okay, sorry about that. We thought it was a plug and play, but so AI, so PlayLab, it's a workspace with a template, a workspace with even an AI assistant to help faculty visualize how they would want their bot to work. For example, if you want to design a 24/7 study buddy for your students and you feed it, I like calling it feeding, you feed it the chapters of your OER textbook, chapters 1 through 9, and they're all by PDFs and you turn them in. Well, now they have the information, but now so what? What do you want it to do? I mean, will my students just read the bot and not the textbook? Let me think about how I need to make that workflow work. So you will be able to see an example of how the textbook bot that I built will help the students navigate through a complex term like, I don't know, intersectionality, okay? So I teach Chicanx studies. And I use the OER book that was created and supported by the Academic Senate. And it was very well done. Love my brothers and sisters. I love my brothers and sisters who worked. in creating the textbook. So they gave me the content, right? We have it. And so I created the flow that'll enable students to go through any question that they want, even if they're like, I don't know, makeup influencers. And they're saying, well, can you explain intersectionality to someone who's a makeup influencer? And it'll take the inspiration from the course content that I fed it. It's not going out, okay? It's using that information that I gave it, okay? If a student asks a question like, well, is this gonna help me in my chemistry class? It's gonna say, well, that's beyond the scope. Why don't you, but that's a great idea, talk to your professor. Or maybe it might grab information on environmentalism and say, well, it might not help you in your chemistry class, but there's definitely a connection, okay? So other bots that faculty have built, I like to call them syllabots. So how many times do we have students asking us questions about, something that's on the syllabus? Well, that now you can create a bot that could give the students in a very kind voice, the voice you give it, okay, on what the answer is to that question. Perfect. Well, okay, so I actually do want to play this because so let's talk about that heart. Here we go again. All right, I'm gonna wake us up. Birthday here. Every race you bring it home. Strength and stride and heart so kind. Warrior spirit always in your life. Also helped me. AI also helped me, I had to know musical genres to put it together, right? I had I used a video tool to sync it with pictures and make it contextually relevant, okay? But my point that I wanted to say here is what makes this wonderful, what makes this a success is the love for my sister. The intention, the emotional intention is there. And that's what makes PlayLab extremely powerful for our community college faculty. I have no idea why this is, there we go. We talked about what PlayLab is. Okay, so this was the data we did in the PLC that we had for the community college, that we had over 200 custom bots that were built. Some of the reflections that were given. Oh, that's okay. Some of the reflections was like, these are 3 that we pulled out, like the learning to create my own AI tool wasn't just empowering, it transformed the way I think about supporting my students. There's definitely demystification. AI isn't as intimidating as I thought. This program demystified it and made it accessible. Also, the community building that we had, I mean, this was all faculty driven. This was all faculty driven. Scott, myself, Dr. Serrano, and Ethan from PlayLab, I mean, we volunteered our time to work with faculty just to get them excited. So let's have fun for a bit. I have on the screens, right? You guys can see the screens? Okay, if you take your phone and go ahead and click on that QR code, and I want you to act like a student. Those of you out there too. Act like a student and ask, this is my syllabot. This is my syllabot. Her name is Imiga. Get it? Imiga. And so it should trigger PlayLab for you. Okay, so I'd like for you to ask it questions if you were a student. If someone has a response, they don't mind to share. Any answers? Could restate the question and then share the answer. Anyone? Oh, go ahead.
So I asked, do you drop the lowest score?
And then?
I got, based on the course information, this class usually uses an ungrading system, which is quite different from traditional grading. Instead of focusing on dropping lowest scores, Professor Torres uses a feedback-based approach where, 1, you receive complete when you meet assignment criteria. 2, you don't meet the criteria, you get redo opportunities. 3, there's no traditional grading. Instead, you get detailed feedback and guidance. And 4, you can have multiple attempts to improve your work. Second, third, or fourth chances are allowed. The goal is to reduce stress about grades and focus on actual learning. At the end of the course, you'll do a self-evaluation that will help determine your final grade. Would you like me to explain about how this ungrading system works in Professor Torres's class? Or would you like to know more about the types of assignments you'll be doing? Remember, you can also check out this friendly online syllabus and then insert the link for more details about the grading approach.
Oh, and you can click on that. You can see my syllabus. Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
My question was, will I be able to relate to this professor?
Ah, okay. I'm curious what it said.
It said, absolutely. Professor Fabiola Torres is known for creating an inclusive and empathetic learning environment where students from all backgrounds can feel welcome and supported. Here are a few key things about her teaching style. 1, she understands that everyone has different circumstances and life challenges, and she's very empathetic to students' situations. 2, she practices ungrading, which means she focuses more on your learning journey and self-reflection than the traditional grading methods. This approach helps reduce stress and bias while promoting deeper learning. 3, she's extremely flexible and understanding. If you're having trouble meeting deadlines, she has a clear communication process for requesting extensions. She believes in second chances because life happens. Number 4, she maintains regular communication with students through regular updates about the course, virtual office hours when you can ask questions, open channels for discussing and concerns. And 5, she emphasizes creating a supportive community where students and instructors work together collaboratively. It goes on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I fed it all that. Okay. Life happens. That's something I always say to my students. Life happens. But it's not just about tooting my own horn, like, ooh, I'm the cool teacher. It also can give you, guidance on like a particular assignment. Like, I'm working on this. What recommendations do you give to help me level up? But recently, I also fed it information about Area F. Because, there are mean people out there who can say this class, and you can try this. You can try like, this class sounds stupid. I don't want to take this class, but my counselor said I have to take it. Why? And it'll probably say like, I'm sorry you feel that way. And I did train it to say that if you don't want this class, it's okay. Talk to your counselor. Because I'm like, bye. Okay. But if you want to lean in and get to know me, this is how you do it. So, these are just things that I've had to ask to start changing. But I'd like to share with you now on the board how it would look as a text bot. Okay, so here is my text bot. I'm going to ask it, what is intersectionality? Okay, explain it to me as if I am a baseball player. I like baseball. Okay. So as you can see, it's not that fast, but it's because it's retrieving the information from our sources. And so you can see how I have here. It says here, think of baseball, and then it gives, I know it's really hard to see, but you'll have a simple definition. You'll have a location in the textbook. You'll have a cultural explanation, and you'll also explain why it matters for college and civic responsibility. Okay, and I cite it. This is our OER textbook. Okay, you will have access to this bot if you'd like to play with it a little bit more. So the heart behind it, as you can see here, you have, this is your testing iteration column. This is how you create your background, workflow, and guidelines. You actually tell it exactly what you want it to do. And then on the last column, you have the references. So this is just an image, but you can see how I have here chapter 9. I have here the actual textbook, and then, further information that I want them to have. Okay, that I would like for them to have that will help them. And the ultimate goal here is to enable our students to go from passive consumers to co-creators. And this is a great article that I linked here. Because ultimately our goal is to have students start building the bot that will solve a problem. That the next research paper is going to be completely different. It's about curating sources. It's about providing annotations to these sources, justifying why the sources are part of your references, and what is the prompt, which actually is a very amazing process. It's a really interesting process. For example, if you say, "Oh, I like your bot," do you think it can give it study guides, for each unit? And my answer will be like, I don't know. Can it? Why don't you tell it? Why don't you feed it? Call the file a certain name so you can say, if a student is asking a question on unit 1, then provide them this particular study guide. Okay, so the prompt gets getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you can imagine that for a student as well. If a student starts to have ownership of what the bot can do, that's just beautiful. So what I have here, everyone, is this slide presentation. Okay, I'd like for you to go ahead and scan this. Okay, if you scan this, you're going to have access to the next bots. That's why I want you to scan this. When you get the the Gamma slideshow, just use your finger and scroll up until you see this PlayLab demo. Okay. And once you're there, the next page is called Bot Shots. And what I did is that I showcased some bots that our faculty have actually developed. Okay. We got it? Okay. Good. Okay. So here you can play. You have a bot that focuses on RSI in education. You have a bot that is an AI course designer, Degree Me, Professor Plato, and Air Design, which is a great bot that helps faculty design. Bots that are AI resistant. The following slide is in PlayLab Explore. When you click there, you will have access to bots that have been built around the world. Okay, and you can see what has been done around the world. If you personally would like to continue to keep learning about PlayLab and how to build bots, you actually have, I have included here a link for PlayLab's asynchronous course on development.
Okay, but we've heard a lot about AI at a very high level today, right? And so we want to take a minute just to show you how this works, how it's actually under the hood and what's going on and how we use it to design these experiences. Give me 1 second here to log in.
Oh, are we? There we go. Okay. Don't join the wait list. We got you. We got VIP passes for you. We got VIP passes for everyone here. Just in case. Not now.
Okay. So if you'll notice in that slide presentation, you can actually go ahead and click on this link, the bit.ly link, or you take a picture with your phone and it'll give you an invitation to sign up for PlayLab. And this is pretty cool because if you're not a member of PlayLab, yeah, there's a wait list right now, but you guys can all be members and play around if you'd like to. So, gosh, there's this. Can't read this side here. There it is. Yeah.
Is this mine or yours?
Mine.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. So this is PlayLab. On the left-hand side here, we have like lots of learning spaces, and it's a very social application. So you can create learning spaces to collaborate with colleagues or with students or whatever else. And so what you guys all have access to is a learning space that I created to share with you. And so when you go into your learning space, you'll end up in an area where you can actually create your own apps from scratch. So I'm just going to click on the create new app button here and show you how it works. Let's say I wanted to create an app that was help me design learning objectives for curriculum. I can just go ahead and name it learning objectives. And for the sake of time here, just, oops, I'll name it number 2 and show you around the workspace. It's a simple application where you'll see 3 panes. One of them on the left allows you to test your bot and see if it's working properly. It also gives you access to some different engines that you can use or models, AI models, such as Claude or ChatGPT and some of the subsets of those models in there. It gives you an accuracy or a variability level where you can make it more consistent or more creative or more complex. The creativity gives it more ability to analyze data and figure things out, reason sort of. And then on the right hand or in the center here, you have your prompt engineering. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about prompt engineering. And so this is how you train your chatbot. And you tell it what it is, what you want it to do, and you can give it guardrails. And for the sake of time, I created a simple one, but I'll show you the basics. It asks you for like a background. So what are you an expert in? What is your role? Who are you talking to? And you can put in whatever you want there, whatever instructions you want. And then you get the workflow. And so for the sake of time, I've created a chatbot for you to see here, but for some reason, there it is. The Zoom space is kind of difficult to work in. Oops. Okay. So in this particular case, what I did was so in everything you're doing right now, start to think about how you can use AI to make you more effective. And one of the things that you can really use AI for is creating your prompts. So instead of you writing down everything you want, so I'm creating a learning objectives bot, you can actually use their assistant here on the right-hand side. And when you press on their assistant, you can tell it in just general English, like, hey, I want to make a chat bot that does this. And just, it'll create the background for you. And then that's a good template for you to actually look at, evaluate, see if it's meeting your needs or not. In my particular case, I told it, I wanted it to be a chatbot that creates learning objectives based on Bloom's taxonomy and then asks the users or the teachers if they could be for some certain follow-up questions. And so you can see how the background space filled in with you're an expert in instructional design and in Bloom's taxonomy for creating measurable learning objectives. Your role is to help teachers create measurable learning objectives based on outcomes and existing assignment instructions. And then it goes through the workflow. So let me actually try and use it. Yes, I'm ready to get started. Great, what do you want to work on? I want a learning objective for dividing fractions. And then ask me some follow-up questions. Is there anything specific that I want to focus on? And so this is kind of a tool that is just walking me through the process of design. So let me say I want a discussion. This is an online class. And it asks for more follow-up stuff, such as the grade level, if you want to refine it further. But let's say I like the learning objective that it came out for. Able to explain the process of dividing fractions, participating in online discussion, demonstrating their understanding through examples and peer feedback. So let's say I like that objective that it came with. I could say, great, now create an assignment. For this learning objective. And it'll go through and create a full assignment for me. And one of the cool things about this is that then I'm reviewing that assignment and checking out to see if it's meeting my needs. And if it's not, I'm just iterating and making it better and making it better and making it better. I mean, you can do silly things too, like make it a Star Wars theme. And sure, it'll go ahead and do that for you too. Maybe your assignment's going to be on May the 4th. So some of the things that I really want to draw your attention to with a tool like this is that PlayLab's data privacy statement is amazing. They don't collect any data. And when they pass data back to and from ChatGPT and Claude, it's scrambled. So they don't even have the data. So we protect our students. But also through retrieval augmented generation, we have the ability to use references on the right-hand side here. And this is where Fabiola had shown you her syllabus chatbot and her textbook chatbot. She uploaded the references in this area and then told the chatbot, only use this information and cite your sources. So we actually can do several things with this model of a custom chatbot. We have the ability to control where it's getting its information from. So we limit any sort of bias, right? We open up transparency of information. Where is the information coming from? And fairness of copyright, because we can use OER textbooks and things of that, or our own materials of that nature. And we drastically reduce hallucinations or inaccuracies because we're feeding it the answers. We're giving it the information that we want to have. And then we can use some advanced prompt engineering. Once you get a little bit more familiar with prompting, you can use some advanced prompt engineering to put in guardrails and tell the chatbot exactly what you want it to do or exactly what you don't want it to do. I'll give you a brief example. In my syllabus chatbot, I tell my chatbot to give my students a very specific response if they mention anything about mental health. So they get that mental health services, they get a welcoming message, they're encouraged to contact me. It's not going out and finding some information on the internet. It's giving them exactly what I want it to be giving my students. And then one more thing before we let you guys go ahead and ask us a bunch of questions, is that PlayLab has a lot of sharing tools. One of them is the ability to remix apps. So if I want to share this app, I can click the dots on the app here and remix it, which means it's copying it to your own workplace. So for example, if I go into Explore here at the top, there's a bunch of apps. Like this one is one of my favorites, Joshua. Joshua is an accessibility app, and it's kind of I think the name is about the Joshua on War Games, the movie. But this particular Joshua app is, let's say it's awesome and I want to remix it. So somebody shared it with me, they created the bot, and what it does is it makes documents accessible on Canvas. So then all I have to do is click remix and then pop it into whatever workspace that I have, and now it's my app. And I can start to use it, edit it, make it better.
Add your voice. Add your voice, your style, your campus resources.
Yeah. Do you have anything else to add? All right. So that's the basics of how you create your own custom chatbot and make it much more transparent and ethical and accurate.
Great, thank you very much. At this time, we'll take some board member comments. Any questions? Member Chang and then Member Adu.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. In the past, I've brought up PlayLab because I've used it in my classes. It was actually my first class at a UC, and I was like really intrigued because AI in the classroom, at least when I was taking like in-person classes, and still a lot of professors now say like, don't use AI, like please don't use AI, like we'll catch you, it's plagiarism. But it was integrated and it was like done in this way, and I didn't understand the back end, so I'm very appreciative of this presentation. My question now is how many professors have access to PlayLab now in the community college system? And then how many classes, if you know this information, are using this platform? Because I think it's an amazing resource.
Did you want to?
Yeah, I can. We don't have an exact number of how many faculty are using it this moment. We have initiated an AI landscape analysis across all 116 of our colleges. So we should have that data available by the end of the month, so in a few days. Once we get that, we'll have a sense of where PlayLab is already being implemented. We can also, of course, ask the PlayLab leadership to provide us that information as well. So we're happy to get that to you. So as I mentioned in the introduction, 827 folks who submitted that interest form, and we did have faculty from across 100 colleges. So we wanted to make sure in that first cohort, we tried to get as many of our colleges to participate as possible. We'll be very intentional about bringing in faculty from the other 16 colleges as well.
Yeah, and thanks to the Academic Senate and their support, they have included us in their conferences to give more faculty access to PlayLab.
Okay, my questions centered similarly around what Casey wanted to know, mostly data points, success rates for students, how many CCC students currently utilize this, and what are the rate of hallucinations? I understand you, sorry, you probably don't have the answers to that, but just something to keep in mind going forward. Thank you.
I mean, if it matters, I just had a student who texted me and said that she's really liking it.
Great. Thank you. Member Escobar Carrillo.
Yeah, I'm curious. Oh, sorry. Just, yeah, how people are adapting to it. Is it take a minute for, when you start to introduce it to students and faculty for them to start to really absorb how to use the tool, right? Because it's a new tool and they have to learn how to navigate it. Or is it like, the students are just diving in because they've grown up in this world of technology where maybe some others have not in other generations. I'm just curious, like, yeah, how the adaptation and the kind of acceptance of the model and use of the tool.
Yeah, well, you have already engaged with it. It's just it's like a chat bot. What makes it really great with like Canvas is that you can use the Canvas redirect tool and it's part of their menu. When you click on it, it'll say, you click on any class, and if you have it part in your class, it's in the menu. It's in their actual menu. And so when they click on it, it's like, it talks to you. So it's like, oh, what is this? It's a chat bot. And if I just click on it, it'll say, oh, it'll give me the description of it. Oh, okay, start. And when welcome to Aztec High, are you ready to get started? Be specific with your questions so Aztec High can help you. It's like, whoa, wait, I have to read chapter 2. I didn't read it. What's chapter 2 about? And so it'll give them a breakdown. It'll give them, well, this is what it is. This is what you need to know. And so again, because I've fed it that way, where it's like it's giving them something. And so now they can come to class with at least something, they're not alienated from the conversation. They're not sitting in the back with, hoods up, scrunched down because they didn't read and they're afraid to be called upon. At least they're able to be like, okay, at least I know something. And so in the class or online, it's like, so what do you think? And so this is where the creativity and the heart-to-heart comes into play.
Yeah, I'd like to add that it's an important point that students have varying levels of comfort with AI and experience with it. Even cultural perspectives on using AI can be different. So some people view it as a cheating tool. Some teachers are telling them that it's a cheating tool. And so when they're coming into classes that are AI enabled or AI enhanced, they're very cautious and they're very confused. So we need to teach them how to use it appropriately. And I think we need to encourage our colleagues also not to demonize AI as a cheating tool, but have an effective policy that they've created for their syllabus that gives the students the guardrail or their expectations for the use of AI in their class without making them feel bad about it for use in other classes.
Right, and very similar to Casey's experience, because it was embedded in the class, you felt comfortable using it.
Right, and I will say I have a lot of experience with students getting familiar with AI because I teach ed tech, and my class, I enabled it with AI. The students are using AI as well. And some of them are very uncomfortable at first using it, but the higher order skills that they're getting by using those tools as future teachers is really valuable to them. And I've also I've heard about innovation at the community colleges. We submitted AI for Educators curriculum, and so we'll be offering classes for teachers to learn how to use AI to help them in their practice for instructional design, accessibility, ideation, and assessment, and things like that.
I'll just add, so we did ask, we did have that preliminary evaluation that the student did initially, which has some high level responses. Most of this really just depends upon the user's level of comfort with AI, like all things, right? So folks who are new to it may have been a little apprehensive. Maybe the pace was a little too quick for them as they were going through this, 2-hour session over the course of the 3 weeks. Others adapted to it fairly easily and were able to really get their bots up and running very quickly, which is why the remix piece is so important in this platform, to just be able to capture, to pull something over that someone else has created for you. Also, UC Berkeley's Graduate School of Education is going to do an independent evaluation of that first cohort, and we'll bring that second cohort into that as well. So we'll be able to have some data to provide for the board as we move forward on that.
Member Villavicencio.
Thank you so much, President. I appreciate the demonstration, colleagues. As one of the two faculty representatives on the board, obviously this is very important when we mention how we're going to use this type of technology in our classroom, which is really important. It's not going to go away, obviously, and we need to teach our students how to use the technology. And so I was actually thinking about this because I'm thinking about my own class. So I teach political science. And in a way, sort of 21st century learning used to be 19th century, right? All the information comes from your professor. And clearly we're evolving as our world evolves, that, learning is not supposed to happen top down anymore. It's more bottom up. And so given that you've utilized this in your class, I'm sort of thinking about how to assess our students, because a lot of the fear, of course, is using AI. As mentioned, the assumption is using as a tool to cheat. And a lot of our faculty, as you know, share that sentiment. But how do we do that? So maybe you can talk about, I don't know if this is too technical of a question, but how have you used this technology in terms of assessment, right? And learning. And ultimately, I think there's the value of what you mentioned here, of having our students have ownership of their learning and be partners in the classroom rather than top down, right? But more of an exchange, and being able to use technology so we can actually learn from each other, which again is part of my teaching philosophy as well. So yeah, if you can maybe expand some of your best practices in using AI in that respect in terms of assessments, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that, it's important to divide our objectives as teachers, because there's a basic skills course where students need to be able to read and write and things like that. And so the use of AI may be limited to ideation or something very specific, because if you're using it as a writing tool and you're trying to learn to write, that's not going to be appropriate, right? But then there's other avenues that, like, if you just think about, like, in the past, how we used to, as NASA used to have these huge rooms of people doing mathematics, long division mathematics for their program. And it took these super geniuses to do all this math over and over and over again. And it was slow and sometimes a little bit inaccurate. And now it's all done by computers and it's done more accurately. And so these people that are super smart and are focusing on higher level order skills now. So we have to start to look back at our learning objectives as faculty and be honest with ourselves and say, is this still relevant? And if it's not, and how do I tweak it to make it relevant for my students in a world where AI exists, and in a world where we can create content so quickly and communication can be conveyed so quickly. So somebody who's actually really good at communicating and then using AI can be no longer doing the long division, if that makes sense.
Also, we have to change our assessments. Okay, we can possibly think about more creative ways to showcase our learning. So for example, maybe in a political science class, the students have to create a bot that has two featured political science theorists having an argument over whatever it is. And so then they build it. Like you'll have Marx and Hobbes. Do I have that right? Or Hegel? I'm trying to remember my political science.
Hobbes and Locke, and
Hobbes and, yes.
Keynes and Hayek.
Exactly.
Yes,
It's like, and what would that look? And then maybe they can do like, they can use an animation where they can create like a video that explains what they've done. I mean, it's endless. It's really allowing our students to tap into the creative part of the process to showcase learning. That it's not just the essay. I'm like, yeah, the bot can help my students write an essay, but that's not what I'm assessing. I'm having them, interview an elder. And so talk about how history forms your identity, or they, they listen to a song from their family. And it's like, why is this song important to your family? Share the song, share the testimony of the song. And so again, we can tap into their humanity versus the transactional stuff that sucks.
If you don't mind, I just add on to that. I appreciate what you just mentioned and really rethinking
Yes.
the assessments and teaching and learning
Yes.
with this new technology is so important. It humanizes our curriculum too. And as
Absolutely.
you mentioned, in terms of rather than transactional, how do we assess true learning? Because as you mentioned, I think in thinking about my class, how can they become part of them building the module? Themselves, right? They themselves can engage in curriculum development, obviously with the use of this technology. So yes, I think the opportunities are endless, and I think we definitely need to have professional development. So obviously consider the guardrails here, but to exponentially really think about the again the many opportunities how we can change and assess learning. So thank you so much.
I would just add, Scott sort of referenced that idea that you could, make the learning objectives humorous, right? So what the power of this is that you can really identify the students that are in your class and ask it to create assessments and based upon those particular demographics and the backgrounds of individual students, right? So you can do the assignments that are tailored to individual students and then meet the students where they are and then backwards map your learning objectives and towards your assessments coming from where the students are. So once we've got them engaged in the learning process. So.
Great, thank you very much. Another round of applause for our presenters, please. Team, I hope you gathered by now that this is a working session. All the questions and comments, all the feedback that you've put in the forms is actually going into a real-time document that we are collating so that we could continue to analyze and synthesize and inform what's going into our Vision 2030 refresh. So what we're going to do right now is take a little break so that we could reorient ourselves to what we're going to do in the next session, which is when we bring it all together. So let's reconvene here at 3:40, and we'll see you then. Thanks, everyone.
They like to see everyone leaving weeping.
Yes.
I would really like to see that.
All right, board members, let's get started. We're going to work now to bring it all together, the whole day's discussion into some succinct points that we could continue to refine and noodle over. So if we could see the slides, I think that's a good place to get started. What we'll do now is each of our board member pairs will have the opportunity to read some key points, really the synthesis of what we've discussed, and then, we'll put it up for discussion. So I think the first pair is members Epstein and Haynes.
Mic is on. Okay. All right, everybody, I'm ready now. Okay, the opportunities for California community colleges, that's session 1. The first outcome is to reaffirm Vision 2030's goals and metrics. What? I didn't do it right? Oh, keep rolling?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, good
I was
Okay.
I
all
was
right.
assuming reaffirming Vision 2030 goals and metrics is why we were here all day. So I didn't think that required anything else.
The day, you guys, I'm sorry. All right. Continue prioritizing equitable student support, upskilling and workforce development with comprehensive financial aid programs and credit for prior learning opportunities.
And I think what we want is, I mean, if any board member has anything they want to add to that, I mean, this was just a really quick and dirty kind of summation. And we can talk about each of these 4 points. We've got a little time. So it's open to anyone.
Do you want to have that discussion after you finish reading your remaining 3 points? Or are you going to?
You know, that's why you're the
Goodness
president.
gracious.
And I'm
Like you've done this before.
yeah, and I'm like the aging about to be eliminated member here. Okay, I'll take the second bullet, but I've restructured the second bullet a little bit. We need to clearly, in light of the current circumstances, be more aggressive on federal and state policy because the stakes are very, very high. And I see David nodding over there and asking for a bigger team and more lobbyists and whatever. But the issues I think that really we should prioritize, and I think the group came up with this, is first of all, financial support for our students, where it's as James indicated, that could be in real jeopardy. I don't know how much the state is going to be able to backfill that. We need to continue to engage on the workforce issues because most of that money comes from the federal government. And in this, kind of web of agencies that are involved, and we'll have to untangle that and try and make sure that there's bipartisan support for that, as there has in the past. Another bullet I think that's important that's not up there on the screen is the diversity and DACA/undocumented issues. That's clearly a battle line that the administration's trying to draw, and we're going to need to defend ourselves in the legislature, in Congress, but also in the courts. And we've already, experienced that. And then the last issue was the baccalaureate degrees. I think we're all in general agreement that the baccalaureate is important, and that and I think we've heard a lot of evidence today, even that it's something that needs to be expanded. And so that's something that we need to keep on the radar.
And the last one is to, or it's not the last one, to explore opportunities for international education in a strategic and coordinated manner to increase global skills competency. And I would make this a little bit more stronger. We are the world and change, and we've heard this all throughout the morning and the day, is moving very quickly and very fast. And we are part of that, but we are part of a global community. And it's been said that as California goes, so goes the country. But I would suggest that we are seen by many outside of this country as leaders on a number of areas. And so we really need to engage in a way that enhances what we are doing, but we are also, we need to share what we have, but we also need to look and to listen and to see and engage with what we don't have, because we are in this world together. And we need to be doing that within the context of how we're teaching and how we're sharing that information with our students.
And then last, this is related to the government affairs bullet as well, as we need to really strengthen our communication capabilities and strategies in light of what's happening at the federal level in particular. we need to be able to build public support, not just kind of inside baseball with legislators, but also we need to maybe build a bit of a movement. And I think that's something that our communications team hopefully can help us put together and maybe put some more resources behind that than we have in the past. And so with that, I think, everybody ought to jump in and say if there's some specific additions or comments just that you want to make.
Member Brown?
I just keep thinking about Member Perry's comment about affordability being the thing that kept popping up. And I don't want people to have the image of us being the discount bargain bin of higher education when we offer the most high-end, high-quality pathways to the most elite universities in the world. So we have an image issue. So when you're talking about that communication, I agree with what you just said about more lobbying and whatnot, but also the branding around what is the community college? What does it offer? We have a page of a community college alumni. It'd be nice to build that up even more and share even more about our successes with the community and all of the innovations. I don't think people really understand the impact of what we do and what we offer. So we need to really work on showing people and telling people who we are. Thanks.
Member LeGrand?
On the one about the international education strategic portion of it, I just based on
Your mic
Mic.
went out, Harry.
when I was at Berkeley, I was the principal investigator for this grant we had from the MasterCard Foundation. It was to educate 113 Africans from the first quartile of poverty. And I think one of the things that I found in that process is that our students in California are global students. And I think one of the things that was really a problem, even when we were just focused on out-of-state students, was the fact that our students don't just stay in California either. They do move and they need exposure to other cultures and other climates. And I know what I found with the African students, they were very entrepreneurial focused, which is a lot what we do in the community college setting. And there actually may be foundations out there that would want to partner with us to fund some of those exchanges. And so that's something that I think we should pay some attention to. MasterCard, they gave me like $32 million to do that over 8 years. And it was a really, great program. I know they're still doing master degree students, but I don't think they really know about the community colleges and the impact and the number of students that we actually serve in the country. And so I think it's something worth us pursuing. Rita Roy is the executive director of the MasterCard Foundation, and she's a great thought partner.
Anyone else? Member Villavicencio.
Just real quick again on the international aspect of things, given the political environment where this current administration now seeks to build up walls and protectionist policies and look inward, there's an opportunity for us as a system, as a state, to continue to build multilateral relations around the world, because it brings innovation when we work with partners, obviously both in state and I think internationally. I had the opportunity to bring 25 of my students to Italy this past summer and coordinate an effort to visit our sister city in the University of Parma. And we looked at local issues that are now global, issues such as affordable housing and the unhoused, climate action, economic and workforce development. A lot of the issues that we're tackling here fall within the realm of our system because it's on the ground. And so there's opportunities for service learning. I think that our students, to Board Member LeGrand's point, our students are global. We should be tapping into that, into their experience and their lived experience. There's so much potential, I think, that can be had with this as we sort of flesh out and think more about how we can partner internationally with institutions as well as industry, but obviously helping to grow our economy as well. And sort of persuading also if we move in this direction, persuading our policymakers at the state legislature that this is an investment that needs to happen, and that it could bring back our return of investment here in California as well. So hopefully we'll be able to think more about how we proceed and move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Adu.
Oh, I didn't have anything. Thank you.
Okay,
Dad.
you're just making eye contact with me.
Oh.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, with that, let's go to session 2 slide, please. Okay, I'll be stepping in here because Member Costa and Member Williams had to step out. So I think that there were a few sound bites that we got from the workforce and economic development session. And one is that our future workforce will have 17 jobs across 5 industries. And then we are also thinking about moving at the speed of industry and making sure that we're fast and can pivot. And we're not, the higher educational segment that lags behind relevance. So there are a few things. Apparently, we're doing a lot of driving on this one. Drive to automate with county support services as an example. We're driving to simplify with employer engagement as an example. We're driving to scalability with dual enrollment and CPL. And then we're driving outcomes with AI and technology infrastructure. So opening it up to the board for comments on this session. Member LeGrand.
I think I must have woke up. So for me, when I think about the drive to scalability, dual enrollment, and credit for prior learning, one thing that kind of popped in my head during lunch was, we do these articulation agreements with 4-year institutions and us. What if we reverse that with industry and had articulation agreements with industry and then had partnerships? And so we could actually, from what the skills they say they need from us, and that what our students are bringing to be able to reverse what they've learned, and then putting academic credit on that also rewards them, I think would be like an interesting concept. So that's something that just kind of popped in my head as about another way of viewing that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Member De La Fuente.
Yeah, during that session, I thought it was very engaging, but something that I felt that we need to kind of also cultivate is entrepreneurship, not only to get people employed, but to become the employer. I think California Community College has 2 million students, and if we can collect the data of entrepreneurship, those who started businesses, we can inspire more people to go out there and problem solve, which is the goal of entrepreneurship, to satisfy a need in the market. So I was thinking, what can we do to maybe collect some data on entrepreneurship across the 116 community colleges? Can we talk to some venture capital funds and create some type of accelerator across the 2 million? We have a huge advantage over some of these Ivy Leagues is numbers. We have 2 million students. They're hardworking. They have passion. They have persistence. They have grit. And I think the promise of this country is that you can come here with nothing in your pocket and you can make something of yourself. So I really feel that we should look further and how to cultivate more entrepreneurial energy across our California community colleges, because they're the leaders of tomorrow, the problem solvers and the entrepreneurs.
Member Adu.
Within Drive to Scalability, I saw dual enrollment, and that just kind of triggered a memory of a conversation that we were having. We mentioned branding and reestablishing what the CCC is to the public. And I think part of that, and multiple members mentioned this, but we need to start younger in terms of branding. People can't first come across the opportunities and pathways available to people in the CCC system when they first enter it. It needs to be clear from K through 12. It needs to be clear from elementary, similar to how the UCs have an image of opportunity and success from an early point in many people's lives. The CCC system needs to also have that sort of idea ingrained into the public memory. And within that, I think dual enrollment is also a great way to do that. And I think we definitely need to lean into that as part of our branding. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Vice President Rawlings and then Member Escobar Carrillo.
So I think one of the pieces I took away from this, this is really where the rubber meets the road, right? This is where we're getting our students in and through, and we're trying to align them well with our industries. One of the points that I think it was Dee Myers had made was around the 4 major industry sectors that they were highlighting for California. Those are areas where I think we have a natural strength as opposed to other parts of the country, other regions. And so I'd like to see us really be able to lean into that space a little bit more, especially knowing that in those industries, they're high growth industries, but there are also industries where the international competition is so strong that if we don't lean in as California, other parts of the country may not be able to get there, and the United States may lose the edge in some of those key industries. So really leaning into that space and leveraging our strength would be great.
Thanks. Just under the drive to simplify, like if we're going to go with this this framework, I would also include just the mention of the placement centers and how we really should be embedding some of those labor placement centers more and more on our campuses. It sounds like there's 3 pilots that we're working on already, one in the Inland Empire. That's really, I think, really exciting because we really need to be meeting students where they're at. And so they're not having to, go all over the place to get those services, and so that we can really connect. And that's, it's tied to the employer engagement as well. But I think it's important to be thinking about how we can scale that, simplify the process for our students.
All right. Seeing no more comments, let's move to session 3, please. Member Perry, off to you.
Better? Better. Or not. At the beginning of our session, I like that Sujan charged us to think about who the typical college student is now. I mean, I think we do a really good job with the community colleges, but most people think that the college student of 20 years ago is not the college student of today. I think she said the average was a woman who's 33, who's looking to gain some greater competency. And again, I think we do a really good job about defining who our students are, but I thought that was just an interesting piece of it. And then in terms of some of the other things that came out of the session, we talked about modernizing equitable educational opportunities through AI. Obviously, AI thread being a thread that runs throughout all of this. Maintaining our focus on underserved populations, dual enroll, justice involved, foster youth, low-income adults, student parents. We've definitely seen in the years I've been on the BOG a marked increase in this focus, all to our good. Increasing access to community college credentials, certificates, associate degrees, and baccalaureate degrees. I thought it was really interesting hearing from the people at John Hancock that sort of just cry for, give us something, give us something to advance our learning experience. And then we talked about building educational partnerships with K-12, university employers, community advocacy, and research organizations. Again, I think these threads are running through all 4 of the sessions. And something, again, we're on the uptick doing. And then the last is explore opportunities to make community college more affordable for the students of today. And I think, again, it's the way we're looking at the student. We've shifted to look at the student holistically, that you can't learn without having a roof over your head, without having someone to take care of your kids, without the basic necessities, because otherwise it's in and out because you're thinking about where you're going to get your next meal. And then I think we started to talk about a little bit, and it's another thread that's gone through some of the other sessions, which is really starting to look at our students as citizens and learners. That is something that we can lean into and maybe look more at some kind of national service component for our students. It's something we haven't talked about a lot, but it certainly makes them citizens of the world. And we need more of those right now.
Thank you, Member Perry. Member Adu.
Okay, I have a lot to say, so I'll go through it really fast. Okay, for the first point about modernizing equitable education opportunities through generative AI, within that, I think we need to do more to change the culture around AI and its usage, especially around faculty and students. Maintain focus on underserved populations. Yes. Increase access to community college credentials. I think that also goes into changing the way the public views community colleges. I think having more baccalaureate degrees and having more degree options will help improve public image, build educational partnerships, K-12, university employers, community advocacy, and research organizations. I think this is fundamental when it comes to improving student success. And also, like we mentioned, how the public views community colleges. When students are equipped with research opportunities, with opportunities to contribute to academic circles, they are viewed more favorably. And I think that can definitely help our branding sort of objective. And then for the last one about making community colleges more affordable, I can't stress this enough. People can't succeed if they can't afford to eat. People can't succeed if they can't afford housing, if they can't afford childcare. So I think that's something that we should definitely heavily focus on primarily. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Member Gomez Heitzberg, then Member Epstein.
Yes, I mean, certainly all of those things are important, but I'm just going to amplify a couple of things that have to do with low-income working adults and student parents. We haven't been very good about tracking student parents, but it was good to see the research that was done. What did he say? 1 out of 5 of our students are student parents, and the particular needs that they have in order to be successful in community colleges. One of the things that struck me was the financial aid. And that is something that we could partner with and certainly advocate for. There isn't any, even if that's just to educate them, that they have an appeal process, and to educate our financial aid officers that there is an appeal process. Apparently not everyone knows that that's a possibility. Out of that 6.8 million, I wonder how many of those people could be coming back to college with children. And that's a wave that I think we need to be more prepared for.
I just had two quick comments. One, I wanted to re-emphasize what Member Perry said about community service. I think that's really important partnership that we ought to be having. The governor has a big, in volunteerism and not just volunteerism, but internship and all kinds of opportunities to do public interest work. I think, again, that is needed now more than ever. And also the same with, some kind of civics education and media literacy, things that help students become more effective participants in our democracy, which is obviously really significant. Just on the last bullet, my pet issue for a long time has been healthcare for students. And I think in addition to childcare and housing, we should definitely include access to Medi-Cal or other healthcare coverage that's available to students.
Looks like Member Chang, Member Brown, did you have a comment too? Okay.
I just wanted to add, I think part of this for learners and future learners is student life and making community colleges really community oriented and integrating all of these different aspects. Like I think the case study that was brought up was San Jose City College, and that was really interesting to know that they were bringing in like Asian communities and communities that were very present and prominent within San Jose, being like a person who went to college, Mission, which is right tangent to San Jose City. I think that's really important to really acknowledge that you're supposed to be serving these communities, and so bringing them into the conversation, as well as a practical application. I think for adult learners, I hate the term non-traditional, but non-traditional learners, practical application of course curriculum is really important. And I think it's a big thing to draw people in, because if you know that like XYZ courses or blank certificate will get you what you want, then I think it's very tangible and keeps you like goal oriented and keeps you driven towards that.
Chancellor Christian.
Well, San Jose City College was mentioned several times. Member Chang just mentioned it, and if you recall, Sujin Jess talked about San Jose City College and this concept of truly building deep community. And I wanted board members to recognize how fortunate we are that the previous president of San Jose City College is now the Deputy Chancellor of the California Community Colleges, Dr. Robina Tominang.
That's a great shout out. Member Brown, then Member LeGrand, then Member De La Fuente.
I'm glad you just brought up community because what's on my mind looking at this is the concept of community cultural wealth from Yoso, and also the concept of social capital and how can we tap into that, into what are our students already bringing. I know we're already doing that through CPL implementation, but I think there's more that can be done in that area to help students understand not only what are they already bringing, but what are they gaining as they go along. I'm thinking back to Member Legrand's comment about those other costs, but also those other efforts that are made outside the classroom that really benefit you in order for you to have that career in the future, in order for you to have that network and whatnot. So those are the concepts I wanted to make sure that were woven into this. And then lastly, also that global perspective concept, I think applies here as well.
So my point is just, I think words matter and how we describe ourselves. So something that struck me as I've been sitting on this board now for a couple of years is that unless somebody tells me a student's a community college student, I don't know that because they behave like the students that I see at every other institution that I've been on, right? So I think that, and I think it's getting out of that overarching second-class citizen kind of concept that we tend to fall into, and that not that we believe that ourselves, but I mean, there may be a public perception because a lot of times they're in community college because of the costs, right? It doesn't mean that they're not able to go to a 4-year. It's a money thing. And so I really do think it's important with the language that we use to describe what we're trying to do and what our students really provide. I mean, I have been so impressed with Love and with Casey and with Paul and everybody else that I've encountered that, I think when the students themselves get together, they don't make those distinctions. They just do the work that needs to be done around basic needs or whatever the issue is. And so I really want to make sure that we control the language, kind of like the Republicans take over woke and DEI. Let's not let other people define who our population is and what we are actually accomplishing. As I think that for learners and future learners, that's an important concept.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the talk, and I think they mentioned how colleges, their strategy no longer can be static. It needs to be dynamic. It's constantly evolving because the environment is constantly changing. So, it needs to have a data-driven approach, use key metrics. The other kind of takeaway I had is that, this concept of global citizen, which a few people have mentioned, comes hand in hand with culture and language. Someone had mentioned that they'd studied abroad and their student learned Mandarin. And, being a citizen of California, you really are a default a global citizen because we have the best from all around the world here in California studying at the California community colleges. The other thing is that, there's no beginning, middle, and end. Education is a lifelong journey. And as things change, people need to come back to college and get reskilled and upskilled. So I think there's a untapped opportunity that we can even hone in on, and people that continuously come back every few years to sharpen that sword of knowledge and wisdom. So thank you. It was a really great session.
I really like that concept of coming back to college because the student parents on this slide is a population that's particularly close to my heart. And we often think of student parents as parents of young children. But there are a lot of parents who stepped out of the workforce to take care of their children, take care of other family members who are trying to re-enter the workforce and are greeted by a very hostile work environment because they're not able to keep up or they're perceived like they can't keep up. So I think the door for them is the community colleges, but we have to do that in a way that's not imposing more work on somebody who's done so much work already. So these conversations are just so rich. And I really loved how we were paying attention to what our learners truly look like now. So that was my takeaway from session 3. With that, let's go to session 4.
Adrian, you want to take the lead on this? Go ahead.
Session 4. So our bullets here: leading AI workforce training, promoting universal AI literacy, including media literacy, centering academic integrity and the human's principles as we engage with Gen AI, investing in data infrastructure, investing in humans and AI literacy for all, optimizing AI utilization to reduce the carbon footprint and water use, ensuring credibility and reliability, leaning into the transformative potential, and the critical role of partnerships and the digital center.
I'll just add, like really, I think one of the themes that runs through all of these is that first we have a rapid change that is accelerating even faster, which means that our workforce needs to be able to adapt even faster, which means we need to be able to adapt even faster, right? And that we need to be able to be ahead of it, but our staff and our faculty need to be ahead of it, which means making sure we're providing those that are providing that direct instruction to our students and that the student environment is able to keep pace, both with the technological change, the mental strain that having that steep and forever steepening curve of learning has as folks are going through their academic journey, just knowing that we have a space for those folks and that we are doing it in a way that is being very mindful of both the ethical and intellectual integrity that we would require absent AI as a tool that is like an amplifier and an accelerator of human society, right? In American society particularly, right? So there's so much change happening here. And the fact that there are so many kind of nascent burgeoning technologies on the horizon that we haven't even touched here. I go back and I've said this, I know sometimes to a few of you, the projects on fusion power generation and the ability of AI to help amplify and enhance and really accelerate the adoption of cleaner environmental technologies, right? But that also comes with a cost, right? And so we have so much change happening so quickly. How do we really make sure that our workforce is ready for it? And that means making sure our students are ready for it. And we have such a mindset, I think, in the way we've approached problem solving in our institutions that we're going to need to crack that and speed it up a bit, right? There'll be needing to be deeper engagement of all of our stakeholders, but making sure that we're keeping it centered around the humans and particularly around our human students, and really having them lead us and help guide us to these answers.
I just wanted to add that one word that stuck out for me was accelerationism. And being mindful of, yes, we need to move quickly because this is here, but we also need to move thoughtfully. And when is it appropriate? And when is it actually effective? And when is it actually moving us forward? And when is it in other cases moving us back? So that thoughtfulness, I really appreciate that came out of the conversation. And I think we should continue to be thoughtful about the choices we're making, but also accepting the fact that we're here, it's here. So now what shall we do to move us forward?
Member LeGrand.
Well, I got on a roll. Like I said, I don't know what happened. Back to words and language. You know, when I heard the concept that students were being discouraged from using AI, it's sort of like to me like the word probation, that you're on academic probation. It's sort of like, why are we using that kind of language, accusing them of cheating or stealing or plagiarizing because they're using a tool that's actually there? And I think we need to drill down on what is a root cause of why that impression or that instance is out there, because it seems to me like going the way of the dinosaurs are not here anymore because they refuse to change. And I think we are in a population, or we're in a system that should be much more adaptable to those kinds of changes and should be able to nimbly make those kind of adjustments. And so I think that continued conversation with our faculty and our student leaders around the importance of AI, or how students are using it, or how they're viewing that tool, because it's not going away, as we can see, and it's going to become more sophisticated, and we actually just need to better understand it. So I don't know if it's a lack of, I don't trust it because I don't really understand it or if I really feel that there's a problem with it. But I just really think that's important, an important message.
On that topic of words matter, our executive vice chancellor, John Hetz, just reminded us that we're not talking about community college students, we're talking about college students. So I love that instantaneous feedback. Anyone else? Member Villavicencio.
That was actually a great segue to what I was going to say. When we're looking at our college and sort of this idea of also rebranding and making sure that we control our own narrative as to who we are as a system, you know, in looking at AI and looking at our programs, our students, particularly on the CTE side, are doing such amazing, sophisticated work with the technologies that industry offers, that our faculty know, that they're teaching them. And this, in a way, pushes back on this narrative of our students or our system being second class. We're not. We are in the forefront of this innovative technological change and adapting to it, as mentioned in these discussions, faster than the other intersegmental systems, our sister intersegmental systems. And so I think that rebranding is important, that this is, again, a place for everyone. Was it Board Member Brown, you mentioned about the 40-year-old and said, this is not for me? This is exactly where you're supposed to be for the uptraining and the reskilling, and being able to communicate that to our communities, that there is opportunity here and that they will learn very important skills is something I think we need to amplify. Thank you.
It's interesting because we should all be hitting the ground and hitting the pavement and talking to our college students. And the most interesting spot we find them is usually in an Uber, right? That's where we get the real-time feedback. So hopefully we could figure out what to do with that relationship. Anyways, Member Adu.
Okay, I promise this one won't be as technical as my other questions. But as we go forward and we talk about how AI can be used as a tool for students and for faculty and people in the chancellor's office, I also think it's very important to remind ourselves that just like any tool, it's not perfect. It can be infallible. It can be flawed. And as we navigate that, we also have to remind ourselves that if we're trying to serve our students, many of whom come from underserved and underprivileged backgrounds, we also have to maintain awareness that there are biases in technology and there are algorithmic biases that disproportionately affect people like the students we serve. And I think that's just something we should keep in mind and keep in the forefront of our principles of equity and inclusion as we move forward with data and technology. Thank you.
You, Member De La Fuente.
I think there's a power in numbers, and I think California community colleges as a system, there's no other university that can compete with us if we can harness the power of technology while minimizing the dangers of technology. Because if we can get the collective intelligence of 2 million students a year, imagine what we can do. The data we can collect, the outcomes, the insights, no other education system in the world can compete with us if we're able to harness technology. But we also must educate ourselves and create the guardrails and understand the biases and teach students of these dangers so they're aware when using this powerful technology.
All right, anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I have the honor of providing the wrap up to the wrap up. So first, it's a whole host of thank you comments. Thank you very much to Santa Barbara City College, to President Andrew Jonas, to President Aboud for hosting us today. We are engaged in this deep work, looking at the ocean. We've been absolutely spoiled all day. I haven't eaten this much in a long time. It was just a wonderful experience. So thank you very much for your generosity and hospitality in hosting us. Thank you also to our expert speakers. Our discussion today was made so much more rich because of you. And I hope that it's the beginning or the continuation of ongoing discussion as we delve even more deeply into this work. We're trying to pivot, we're trying to be fast. I mean, all of that requires your partnership and your collaboration. So thank you very much for your work. Thank you very much to the staff. There's as many staff members here as there are board members, and it's because you guys are doing much more work than we are, leaning in all the time, every day, with your laptops up, sending us real-time information. It is so deeply appreciated how much you're leaning in and how much of yourself you're giving to this next phase of Vision 2030. So thank you very much. And finally, thank you to the board members. It's funny, the feedback that I'm getting is we need more time. We need to do more work. And I think that is so interesting because we went through this phase of we got to get in, get out, reduce our meeting times from 2 days to 1 day. But now I'm hearing, let's make it a whole week. So who knows what tomorrow next meeting is going to look like. But there's certainly so much work for all of us to do, especially in this dynamic atmosphere, and I just appreciate all of you lending your subject matter expertise to this discussion. Member Epstein's interrupting me. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was looking for a wrap up of the wrap up of the wrap up from our chancellor, who has been curiously silent all day.
We'll get there.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that we heard.
We'll get
Okay,
there.
okay.
All right. So thank you very much to the board members. Give yourselves a round of applause. So the wrap up to the wrap up before the wrap up to the wrap up to the wrap up. Some of the takeaways are to deepen our federal engagement, consider investing in our presence in Washington, D.C., making sure that they know we've arrived because we arrived a long time ago. Secondly, to refresh our communication strategy and deepen our influence on policymakers, other influencers, medias, think tanks, other groups, etc. Third, to build systems to support statewide and regional approaches for workforce and economic development, certainly a critical component of our work. Fourth, to continue refining our policies, practices, and systems to proactively support our learners, both current and future, by meeting them where they are. We need to ensure that they can seamlessly navigate their learning journey as they balance work, college, and other responsibilities. And last but not least, to build the necessary data and technology infrastructure so that the California community colleges are set up to use current and emerging technologies in service to our students. So now let's hear the wrap up to the wrap up to the wrap up. Chancellor Christian.
Well, I wasn't planning on making comments, but Member Epstein, I've been involved intimately along with Hildy, President Aguinaldo, and with all of the staff members in doing a lot of the preparation, working with you in meetings, talking to our expert panelists, in gearing up for today's conversation. We are looking to bring to you, board members, in July, what we're calling a 2025 edition of Vision 2030. And if you're wondering whether we're going to be reworking Vision 2030 completely, the answer is no. We do have our goals that have been identified, our focus areas, but there are some new emerging areas. For example, there was a conversation about international education that, we would need to discuss and see what that looks like. Another example is the comment that Member Perry had introduced and the idea about national service, community service. In fact, we have a College Core program with the governor's office at various community colleges. The UCs actually have a larger footprint than the community colleges, and there is a dollar amount that's allocated for students who participate in the College Core. We have a team in the Chancellor's office now looking at whether we can provide college credit for that type of deep experience. The idea of thinking about the international context, the national context in a world of AI, bringing about the concept of what does centering the human in this discussion in a real way when it comes to our general education, what does that look like? I think is going to now become much more fine-tuned. I think in Vision 2030, it's something that we at the Chancellor's Office would need to consider. How do we call out that priority and bring talent to give it definition before it starts permeating into our curriculum? So I think the conversation has really created some areas of focus, which I personally find extremely exciting. And knowing my colleagues in the Chancellor's Office, I think we are ready to get into those discussions as well. I want to conclude my remarks by saying we do have a great team at the Chancellor's Office, and we're also in the process of hiring some leadership. So, it seems like we've had our Deputy Chancellor, Rowena Tomanang, and our Executive Vice Chancellor, Chris Ferguson, for a long time, but truly they've been here for a few months, but already they've moved so much of work. And to this team, we're adding in a general counsel's office an extraordinary colleague by the name of Jacob Knapp, who was in the Chancellor's Office, went away to Los Rios, another district, and he's coming back to deepen the talent we have in our legal department, which is necessary at this time with issues that we are dealing. We are in the process of hiring a new Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, a new Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs. We're hiring a Vice Chancellor of Communications. So your comments related to us thinking about what does communications look like in 2025? What does it look like in 2026? What is the public facing? What are more the quiet conversations we need to be having to make sure that our influence is getting more significant as we are trying to move this very important and complex work? So needless to say, I feel I'm completely jazzed and feeling like I'm starting a new part of my time as Chancellor of the Community Colleges with a conversation we've had today at the beautiful Santa Barbara City College. So thank you for your participation and thank you for your patience. Our time is now.
Really glad to hear that we're hiring more lawyers. Can never have enough lawyers. All right. On that note, let's move to 4.1, public forum.
President Aguinaldo, we have not received any comments for public forum.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 4:32 p.m. and I'm pleased to announce that the Board of Governors retreat has concluded. Thank you very much for joining us.